Tune in to nostalgia. Tune in to now. Golden Radio Hour.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Your local blue coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay.
Before The Shadow's thrilling adventure begins, here's a money-saving suggestion for every homeowner. When you order anthracite, be sure and insist on blue coal. Unlike many other anthracites, blue coal is a medium, free-burning hard coal. Its square fracture permits more draft, causes it to burn steadily down to a fine, powdery ash, and give you more useful heat with less chimney and ash pit loss. You'll find that blue coal banks better, gives you longer firing periods, and requires less attention. So order your supply tomorrow. Insist on blue coal for better heating results at less cost this winter. And be sure to listen at the close of today's program. We're fortunate in having a very distinguished guest in our audience this afternoon, whom we wish to introduce to you. The Shadow, whose life is devoted to protecting the innocent, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young bachelor, amateur criminologist, master of other people's minds. Only his friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, knows that Cranston and the Shadow are one and the same. Today's story, The Isle of Fear.
Monsieur Dupre, I'm certainly glad you persuaded Miss Lane and me to leave the cruise ship at Port-au-Prince and spend a few days here on your plantation. I don't know when I've had such a wonderful dinner.
It's been grand, Monsieur Dupre, and I had no idea Haiti was so beautiful.
And I am delighted you could break your Caribbean cruise and allow me to return the hospitality you both extended me when I visited New York. I must apologize for the storm, Mademoiselle Lane. May I offer you more wine, Monsieur Cranston?
Thank you. By the way, Monsieur Dupre.
Yes?
While we were driving up from Port-au-Prince, I thought I heard drums in the hills. Drums strangely like the old drums of African voodoo.
You did, monsieur. I had hoped you had not noticed.
But why, Monsieur Dupre?
Mademoiselle, Haiti is beautiful. But its people, in spite of centuries of French, English, and American influence, in spite of the untiring efforts of educators and ceaseless devotion of ministers and priests, remain at heart African. Their bodies are free, but their minds remain the slaves of voodoo.
But I thought voodooism had been stamped out of the West Indies.
Voodoo does not die, Monsieur Cranston. Its followers may think they have forgotten the old gods. They may wear civilized clothes, go to school and to the many Christian churches of the island. But voodoo is always there, in their primitive minds and souls, waiting.
When was the last outbreak?
Only 10 years ago, Mademoiselle Margot. It was on a night very much like this. For days, the drums had been calling from the hills, where, in the grottos of Sanssouci, the mad Prince Henry was paying his customary visit to Keon, the high priest of voodoo. Keon needed human victims for his ritual of the blood moon. And on this...
Keon, the Prince Henry Pretender has come to the grotto of Sanssouci.
What does he want? This fool, who thinks the blood of the Emperor Henry Christophe courses his shriveled veins.
He comes to offer us victims for the festival of the blood moon, children of these political enemies.
Let him enter. Enter, Prince Henry. Keon, great priest of voodoo, will hear you.
Keon, in 3 days the festival of the blood moon begins. Where are your victims, Keon? Where are the blood sacrifices you must offer the snake gods of voodoo?
They will be found, Prince Henry.
You are sure, Keon?
Yes. I know you have come, as always, to offer me the families of your enemies. And your enemies are many. I, like the trees of the jungle, and the stalks of cane in the valley of Sans Souci. You will find the sacrifices for me, Prince Henry. You will find them.
Hush, my baby, hush. Okay, on the ugly will take you away to the grotto.
Be quiet, woman. In 2 days, the festival begins, and no one knows who Keon shall choose. Who is there?
Open your door. Give me that child. Here is the child. Keon has chosen.
Francois, you read me last month's report of shipment from the plantation warehouse.
Yes, monsieur. 200 casks of rum, 40,000 pounds of ore sugar, 20,000...
Master, the mistress. Keon has taken her to the hills at Sans Souci.
Nisi Dominus frustra, sicut patribus et Deus nobis. Merciful God, in thy power and wisdom, give me strength against the powers of evil. Help me, O Lord, to protect my innocent flock. Lead the erring from the paths to the hills, where the devil's disciples of voodoo consecrate their worship of heathen gods with human blood.
Stand back, priest. Stand back, Keon has chosen.
Nay, thou shalt take no child from this house of God.
Stand back, priest. Stand back.
Nay, nay.
Wait.
Wake up,
the priest
little
is dead.
fire. The old light may rejoice.
That, Mademoiselle Lane and Monsieur Cranston, happened only 10 years ago. It was very sad.
Oh, how horrible, Monsieur Dupre. Did the voodoo priest actually murder those children and that planter's wife?
They and many more were sacrificed to the snake gods of voodoo, Mademoiselle Lane.
Oh, how horrible.
Can't the authorities do anything?
They are helpless, Monsieur Cranston. Do you hear that drum? It is sundown. They are starting again. It may mean nothing. The drums often beat in the hills, but we live in constant dread of another orgy of blood, such as we had 10 years ago.
There is something sinister about it. Unearthly.
Quite, Mademoiselle Margot. To follow the sound of that drum would be to turn back the hands of time and civilization 1,000 years.
Mon père, I've come to say good night.
Well, good night, my son. Oh, but wait. Mademoiselle Lane, Monsieur Cranston, this is my son.
How do you do?
Hello, Juan.
How do you do, Mademoiselle Lane? I'm glad to know you, Monsieur Cranston. My father has spoken of you. You are staying a few days?
Yes, only a few days. You must hurry back to New York.
Oh, but you will be here tomorrow. The storm will clear and we can ride. I have a fine horse for you, Miss Lane.
Oh, thank you, Juan. I'd love to ride with you.
And good night, Mademoiselle, Monsieur. Until tomorrow.
Good night,
Juan.
Good night, mon père.
Good night, my son. You tell Francois to make sure the garden gates are locked and the doors barred.
Oui, mon père.
Some more wine, Monsieur Cranston?
No, thank you. Monsieur Dupre,
Yes?
you spoke of those drums as if there was some particular significance.
There is, monsieur. Tonight of all nights. It is the eve of the festival of the blood moon.
You mean voodoo?
Yes, mademoiselle. Voodoo is like a plague. For years it may lie dormant, but sooner or later the priests of voodoo recall their own. And they slip into the jungles like ghosts. And the drums begin.
But surely there'll be no human sacrifices, not now.
Voodoo does not change, Mademoiselle Margot. That is why my gates are locked, the doors barred. But come, my friends. You have not interrupted your short holiday in the Caribbean to listen to tales of horror and death.
On the contrary, I'd like to get your first-hand opinion on the actual powers of these fanatic priests.
Forgive me, Monsieur Cranston. I cannot speak of voodoo as an academic thing. It is too close.
Has this man, Keon, ever chosen anyone from your plantation?
Mademoiselle Margot, I think you will understand when I tell you that the planter's wife, who was taken into the hills of Sans Souci 10 years ago tonight, was the mother of the boy you met a few moments ago. My son, Juan.
Oh, forgive me.
You could not know.
Oh, forgive us, Monsieur Dupre. If we'd only stopped to think...
Please. It was I who first spoke of voodoo. It is I who cannot forget Keon. Cannot rest until one day I find that murderous devil and kill him as he killed my beloved wife. The drums.
Listen to them. Carrying a message into the hills. Another victim. Another human sacrifice to the snake gods of voodoo.
Monsieur Dupre!
Francois, qu'est-ce que cela? You are bleeding?
They sprang upon me at the gates. One has been chosen.
Oh, my son. Where is he?
Chaos men have taken him to the grottos of Sans Souci.
Margot, you shouldn't be outside the gates.
Any news of Juan?
No. We've ridden all through the valleys the whole day, even into the hills.
Where is Monsieur Dupre?
In the hills. He wouldn't come back.
Oh.
He hopes to follow the signal fires after sundown, but I'm afraid it's madness. They'll kill him. Where are all the servants, Margot?
Gone. The native quarters are deserted. Where have you been, Lamont?
We've been everywhere. It's like riding through a land of the dead. I'm afraid it's hopeless, Margot.
No, Lamont. There's one chance. One chance.
What do you mean, Margot?
About an hour ago, an old woman came out of the cane brakes and spoke to me. She said she would take me to see Keon in the Festival of the Blood Moon if I would give her my diamond ring.
It's a trick to get you into the jungle.
I know it's a trap, but I told her I'd meet her on the jungle trail an hour after sundown.
Are you mad, Margot?
But, Lamont, it's a chance, a slim chance of finding poor little Juan.
What good would it do for you to find him, Margot? You'd only die with him in the hidden grottos of Sans Souci.
I'll risk it to save Juan. I'll risk it if you'll come with me as the shadow.
As the shadow?
If the shadow could humble their priest, they'd listen to you. Let me meet the old woman in the jungle. Let the shadow follow us to the grottos. If you don't, poor Juan will be murdered just as they murdered his mother. Oh, please. Please, Lamont.
It's madness, Margot. Sheer madness. But we'll try it.
Lamont. Oh, this jungle, it's like a black pit.
This is nothing, Margot. What lies ahead? Do you want to go back?
More than anything in this world, Lamont, but we can't.
I know. Be careful, Margot. The old woman may be near here.
What are you going to do when we meet her?
I'm going to make her fear you more than she fears Keon. I'm going to... Shh. Huh? Quiet, Margot.
Don't be afraid, mademoiselle. Old Geo will not hurt you. Give me the flashing white stone, and I will show you things which no white woman has ever looked upon before, and live.
Well, here's the ring.
Even in the dark, it flashes like the fires of the blood moon, which comes soon to the hills. Hurry, follow. You must not be late.
Wait, Gaio. Wait.
Who laughs? Who speaks? Talk of a woman, you have not come alone.
I am alone, Gaio.
You lie. I heard the voice of a man.
No, Gaio. I'm alone.
Alone, Gaio. But in the darkness beside her walks a shadow.
A shadow?
Yes. A shadow stronger than the voodoo of Gaon, your master.
Tis a trick, a lie. For that you die.
Don't move, Gaio.
What?
Don't raise that knife. Let it fall to the ground, Gaio. Your fingers cannot hold it. Cannot hold the knife. Let it fall to the ground.
Mademoiselle, forgive. You are a priestess of many forces. Take back the ring. Forgive, have mercy, forgive.
Get up, Gaio. Lead the way to the grotto of Keon.
Yes.
Go.
Yes.
Or you will stand forever like a stone image in the jungle, and the snake gods will burn your soul in the fires of the mountains.
Before we continue the second part of the Shadow's exciting adventure, here's a question for every homeowner. When you buy a vacuum cleaner or any other household product, you always make sure it's trademarked, and therefore guaranteed by a responsible company. Then why not take the same precaution when you're ordering your supply of anthracite? Don't order just any coal. Insist on blue coal, the only trademarked anthracite. Then you'll be sure of getting better, more economical heat from a coal which actually is better in quality. For blue coal is a guaranteed product of America's largest anthracite producer, the Glen Alden Coal Company. Their mines are located in the heart of northern Pennsylvania's richest anthracite deposits, and their coal is screened and rescreened many times for proper sizing. Then, carefully tested for any possible impurities by inspectors. Only upon passing that thorough laboratory test is blue coal accepted for shipment to the blue coal dealers. Remember, furnaces in this part of the country were especially designed to burn anthracite. And the finest anthracite money can buy is blue coal. Call your dealer tomorrow. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal, and ask him about Blue Coal's automatic heat regulator. This thermostat controls your furnace dampers and enables you to keep your home at a steadier, more even heat with a minimum of effort and furnace attention. A Blue Coal heat regulator costs but $18.95 plus a nominal installation charge, and it will pay for itself in time and fuel savings for you.
Look, Mademoiselle Lane. See, I have not disobeyed you. You hear the natives chant? I have brought you to the grotto.
Where is Keon? Where are the victims who are to be sacrificed to the snake god?
Come along the great ledge beyond the altar of sacrifice. Keon is there with the victims bound in chains. Oh, but wait, Mademoiselle, wait.
Be careful, Guile. You've been warned.
Oh, Mademoiselle, you go alone. Do not make me take you to Keon. If your powers are not greater than his, he will slay you. He will slay me. Oh, mercy, Mademoiselle, mercy. No.
Shadow.
No.
Shadow, what shall I do?
Mademoiselle, why don't the voice answer you, huh? Where is this power of the darkness? Has it fled in terror before the fires of Keon? It has. It has. Keon! Keon! I have brought you another victim of beautiful woman.
Steady, Mongo. The time has come. Don't show fear or they'll kill you.
Look, Keon. Look, a beautiful woman with skin like ivory.
Laissez-vous! The hour has come. The old gods await the proud blood of this woman. Hear me, O Pisa, by all the powers of Keon, this flower shall be our first sacrifice. Bring the woman to the altar. Let the mountain hear, and the dead stones of the grotto see her die.
Beware, Keon. That girl is not afraid. In the darkness of the jungle, I heard a voice of the shadows.
Be still, old woman.
Guile speaks the truth, Keon. Listen to her. She's right. I am not afraid of your voodoo gods. I've come to guide one who is stronger than all your powers of voodoo.
Where Keon walks, the earth is forever barren. Keon is the ageless one. Keon, he is nothing of the earth, the sea, or sky. Where is this voice, woman? Let Keon hear it speak. Call it from the shadows. Let it try its strength against Keon, against the gods of voodoo who cry for blood.
I am here, Keon.
The voice, Keon.
What white devil's magic have you brought to this hidden place, Guido?
Take care, Keon. You have challenged me, and I am here. Show sign of fear, and the savage rebel would turn upon you like beasts of prey.
Quick, Keon. Show thou art stronger than this voice of the shadows. Take the sword of Christophe and slay the girl. Her blood upon the altar stone will prove thy power. Take the sword. Look, her white throat gleams in the light of the fires. Strike!
Yes. Prove your strength, Keon. Try to raise the sword of Christoph from the altar. Try to kill this girl who has come to take your victims from you. Strike her if you can.
Save lady.
The sword! Lift it from the rock! Strike!
It will not move. It is as if chains held it to the rock. What power is this that drains all strength from the body of Keon, like water from a broken gourd?
A power as old as voodoo, Keon. The power of the mind. The power white men call hypnosis. The power you call the evil eye.
The evil eye. Labor que me salva. Voice of the shadows. What angry god of voodoo sends you?
I am more than a voice, Keon. I am here in the shadows, though you cannot see me, because I will it. Watch, Keon. I will prove to your murderous slaves the white man's magic is stronger than all your voodoo sorcery. Watch the sword of Christoph. I will raise the sword you could not move. Watch.
Keon, look. The sword rises from the rock, but no hand lifts it. Ah, the people have seen. They no longer fear you. Kill the girl, or they will murder you.
Murder me? Oh, voice of the shadows. Who are you?
I will answer your question, Keon. I am the shadow. And here is the answer to your challenge, Keon. The broken sword of Christoph. Margot, they believe you are a sorceress with greater powers than Keon. Pretend you are, Margot. Tell them the snake gods are angry and want no more human sacrifice.
I'll try.
They're closing in on Keon. Goyo, the pretended prince. Don't try to stop them. Don't move, Margot. Watch and wait.
The old gods have sent this white priestess to destroy Keon!
Lamont, I can't stand it. I can't.
You must. They've slain Keon and his murderers. Now they'll turn to you. Command them to go back to the valleys, to their Christian churches. Tell them no harm must come to Juan Dupre or any of the prisoners, or this grotto will become a furnace of fire. They'll believe you now.
Keon is dead! Great white priestess, let the sacrifice begin. The blood moon grows pale in the sky beyond the mouth of the grotto.
No. There must be no more human sacrifice. The old gods are sick of blood. They command you to go back to your homes, back to the churches of the one God. Hear me! If harm comes to one of Keon's victims, or to the boy Juan Dupre, this grotto will be filled with fire. The rocks will melt. The earth will tremble.
They're wavering, Margot. Quick, take the broken sword. Slash the great drum. It is the heart of voodoo. Hurry, then they will obey you.
Get out! Get out of the grotto! Voodoo is dead!
The white priestess has destroyed the great drum! Brought me alive!
Margot, to flee. But don't faint. Hold on to the altar. Hold on. Don't let them see you fall.
Lamont! Oh, Lamont!
Well, Margot, it's goodbye to Haiti. In 12 hours, this plane will be in New York. How do you feel, priestess?
I don't think I'll ever be the same, Lamont. But I don't regret it. Taking those children back to their parents and Juan back to his father. It was worth it even if I have nightmares for the rest of my life.
And look, Margot. Carpathian and the ruins of King Christoph's citadel. From here, it looks like a tropical paradise.
Maybe it will be, Lamont. Now that the shadow has broken the spell of voodoo.
No, Margot. No one man can dispel the power of voodoo. Education, the Christian churches, are doing all in their power. But Dupré was right. Voodoo doesn't die. It merely slumbers. We have found once more that one of the greatest causes of human misery is ignorance.
In just a moment, you will hear from our surprised guest. But first, John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert, has some timely advice for householders.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. Many householders, when firing their furnaces, shovel in what they think is the right amount of coal, then close the door and leave the fire. This is by no means the most economical way to fire a furnace. To get the most satisfactory results, follow these simple rules. First, shake the grates gently when it's necessary to make room for fresh coal. Stop shaking as soon as you see the first red glow in the ash pit. Next, with a shovel or hoe, pull the live coals forward so that the fire bed is level with the fire door in front and slopes downward toward the back of the furnace. Be careful not to stir up the layer of ash underneath the coal. Put the first charge of coal into the hollow thus formed, filling it up to the level of the fire door. Always leave a spot of live coals directly in front of the fire door. This hot spot will ignite the gases rising from the fresh coal and prevent them from escaping into the chimney unconsumed. I thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Shadow program has the honor to present a man who has spent his life bringing criminals to justice. It's with great pleasure that I introduce to you the Assistant District Attorney of Queens County, New York, Mr. Anthony Lavote.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. I don't know anything about crime in Haiti, but there are times when we could use a fellow like the Shadow here in New York. You couldn't lend him to us by any chance, could you?
Well, I'm not so sure that you really need him, Mr. Lavote. Law enforcement has made such marvelous strides here in the past few years. However, I'll ask the Shadow if he's available.
Do that. But seriously, Mr. Roberts, I'm grateful for this opportunity to congratulate Blue Coal and its dealers for sponsoring the Shadow programs. They're doing really a great job, not only in entertaining the public, but in showing people the folly and absolute uselessness of crime. In fact, Mr. Roberts, all of us in the business of law enforcement appreciate the splendid cooperation we've been getting from the Shadow broadcasts.
Thank you, Mr. Lavote. It's very gratifying to know that our efforts to show that crime does not pay meet with the approval of you and your associates. And I'm sure our listening audience joins me in congratulating you on the successful war your department is waging on crime in New York. It's been a real privilege to have you in our audience this afternoon, and I hope you'll stop in again.
Thank you. I shall.
This program has been a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine, now on sale at your local newsstands. All the characters and all the incidents named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Your local Blue Coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay.
Before this afternoon's adventure with the Shadow begins, here's advice every homeowner will profit by following. When you order your next supply of fuel, ask for blue coal. Then you'll enjoy steady, dependable heating comfort and satisfaction such as you've never known before. Countless thousands of American families have found from experience what a tremendous difference blue coal makes. It burns down to a fine ash, leaving no wasted, unburned coal. And it gives steadier, healthier heat with less furnace attention. So if you want the solid fuel for solid comfort, insist on blue coal by name. Call your dealer for your supply tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Valley of the Living Dead.
This desert scenery is simply magnificent, Lamont. Why, this alone was worth the trip.
Yes. And I think that's the mountain range over there that I've been looking for. Sort of saw-teeth edge to it.
Looking for a mountain range. The whole thing seems silly to me. This long trip just because you heard of a rumor that there's a valley someplace behind a sawtooth mountain where people act peculiarly. What's behind this rumor?
That's just what I'm going to find out, Margot.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I want some gas.
Huh?
And I also want to know the best road up that mountain over there.
Oh, there ain't no road over that mountain you can drive on, mister.
No road? Well, what's the matter with that one right ahead there?
That's no good. It's dangerous. You see, ain't many folks besides me has been in that valley. And, brother, I'm going to live there someday.
Well, if you go, you can go alone, Timothy Hicks. I'll have plenty of time to rot when I'm dead and in my grave.
What's that you said?
I said I'd have long enough to rot when I'm in my grave.
Don't pay no attention to her, missus. She don't know nothing. Why, on the other side of that there range, they got the slickest place you ever seen. Pretty little round valley. There's only one thing, though. You got to be busted to live there.
You can't have any money?
Yep, busted. Why, the folks in there get their houses given to them and food, everything.
You mean a sort of a state poor farm?
Nope, nothing like that. It's private. Owned by Mr. Maxim. Kindest man that ever was. Yes, indeed. Well, there you are, mister, all fixed up.
About how many people live in that valley?
Well, I wouldn't know exactly. There's maybe 800-900. I ain't been in since they prospected for gold. Boy, they sure hit a vein.
Well, then they must have plenty of money in there.
Nope, they ain't. See, while Mr. Maxim was in the east, those folks got some capital in from the outside to work the mine. Yep, but then he came back. Maxim come back too soon. Gosh, was he mad. Put a stop to it as quick as scat.
Gold? And he put a stop to it?
Yep, yeah. Ain't supposed to have no money in there.
Yeah, probably can't tell a nickel from a dime, but now. Me, I can't see myself without a bit of change in my hand now and then. Not me. Ain't got nothing in there I want. No radios, theaters, stores, nothing.
Well, Lamont Cranston, there's certainly no great wrong here to right. I suggest we give up the whole thing and make this a pleasure trip for a change.
Sorry, Margot. Here you are, Hicks.
Oh, thanks, mister. Hey, mister, be on the watch for boulders rolling across the road there.
Well, here's where we leave the paved road and start climbing.
And there's a sign. Danger, drive up this road at your own risk.
Oh, yes, I see it. And I assure you it interests me, Margot. In view of what our friend back there just warned us.
There comes the boulder now, Lamont. Bigger than this car.
You're right.
Oh.
Well, strange. He missed us anyhow.
Now will you turn back? The road isn't safe.
Well, that one might be just coincidence, Margot. It's a fine road. Nothing wrong with it. Good all the way up, far as I can see.
There's another boulder.
Yes, coming right down this path. Hold fast.
Oh, thank goodness that missed us, too. Lamont, there's no coincidence about those boulders rolling down.
No, you're right, Margot. And unless I'm mistaken, it's an electric eye. And it starts them as surely as it would open a door.
Well, then, for pity's sake, let's get out of here. We'll be smashed to bits. I've had enough of this whole thing.
Before the sun sets, Margot, we're going to be in that valley. But we're going in by plane.
But it all seems so unnecessary, Lamont. Going and getting this plane, there can't be anything wrong. Not with this man Maxim on the job. Say he's so kind and all that.
Margot, never in my life have I felt a more compelling certainty that something was wrong. At any rate, we'll know the moment we're over the jagged teeth of this ridge below. There. Look, Margot. There's the valley. I'll fly lower. Look closely.
Lamont, this is low enough.
Yes, 100 feet. And look. Look at those people closely, Margot. As they move along the streets. The lifelessness of them.
Well, no traffic to keep them jumping. Doesn't mean there's anything wrong.
Children half-heartedly at play. No work being done anywhere. Men sprawled on the grass.
Well, what of it, Lamont?
Cut off from the outside world. No work to do, no amusements. Nothing for mind or muscle to feed on. Why, Margot, that place is like a stagnant pool covered with green slime. Beautiful to look at, but filled with decay.
Well, maybe you're right, Lamont. Even the women don't stop to talk to one another. They don't even look up at the sound of the plane.
And over there, just beyond the dam, are the gold mines. Latest equipment lying idle.
And a chance for everybody to make a lot of money. Look, what's that back against the hill? Oh, it's a sort of castle.
Now, wait a minute, Margot. That standard flying from the turret there. It has a name on it. I'll try to get closer and make it out. See, Ingram A. Maxim. Ingram Maxim. Why, I know who this fellow is now.
You do?
In college. I was just a freshman. He was taking postgraduate. A bald, thin little man, always helping some of the fellows. Why, he was rich as Croesus even then. Hang on, Margot. I'm going to set it down on the other side of the dam. Find out what this is all about.
Why don't they answer, Lamont?
We'll keep on knocking until they do. Oh, wait. I saw the curtain move from the window up there.
Please, Lamont, let's go back to the plane. I feel weak. What was that?
I don't know. It's horrible. But, Margot. Good heavens, Margot. Here, you're not fainting.
Oh, the lady has fainted.
Mr. Maxim, please. I prefer to carry her.
I will carry her. No one here dictates to Maxim. There. Now, precede me into the house, if you will, sir. And now, with the little lady well taken care of, we shall dine together. Cranston, we talk over the old days. You see, I remember you. Indeed, I have the faculty of remembering everybody I ever see.
I couldn't forget you, naturally. Always doing such kind things to help the less fortunate chaps at college.
That was nothing at all. Now, here, of course, I have much larger opportunities.
Yes, undoubtedly. Something's been puzzling me, Maxim. Those boulders rolling down into the road. I'm curious to know how you work that.
I have my own ways, Mr. Cranston, of protecting this valley of mine from intruders. I want nothing from the outside world to touch my people. Nothing.
Where's Mother? I can't move.
You're all right, Margot. I'm right here.
Keep your arms under the blankets, little lady. That's it.
But I'm not cold. I'm smothering.
Too much exertion, my dear, coming down that steep path from the dam. Women's delicate bodies were not built for harsh exertion. You see, they... Serena, what are you doing here? Why did you leave your room in your wheelchair without my help?
Is the lady sick, Maxim? Are you sick too, my dear?
No, nothing wrong with me. Just a little chill.
Miss Lane, my wife.
How do you do?
Mr. Cranston.
How do you do? Did you suffer an injury of some sort, Mrs. Maxim? That you should have to be in a wheelchair?
No. Oh, no, I've always been strong. But after the birth of my son, I think that was when
My dear, you are exerting yourself too much. You must go to your room.
But Maxim's always taken such good care of me. I never have to lift a hand. He carries me, puts me in my bed. He feeds me. He's always so kind. Kind.
It is the privilege of all strong people, my dear, to take care of the weaker. Come, my dear Serena. Off to bed with you.
Maxim, the lady heard it too. It's not my
It is
imagination.
the wind, my dear, in a faulty flue. I shall have it fixed tomorrow.
But I tell you, it has the sound of my son's voice.
Now, that imagination of yours again, my dear. You know that Paul is off at school. Now say good night to Miss Lane and Mr. Cranston.
Good night, Miss Lane. Mr. Cranston.
Good night.
While we're waiting for the second act of The Valley of the Living Dead, here's a word to the wise. Homeowners, when you order fuel, keep in mind that there's just as much of a difference between the quality of various kinds of hard coal as there is in an automobile, radio, or washing machine. This difference lies in the location of the fields from which the coal comes and the care in mining and preparation. That's why it will pay you to insist on blue coal when you order your next supply of fuel. For blue coal is a guaranteed product of the nation's largest hard coal producer, the Glen Alden Coal Company. Their mines are located in the richest part of the northern Pennsylvania anthracite field. Each ton of blue coal as it comes from the mines is screened and rescreened many times for perfect sizing. Then it's washed to remove any existing impurities and laboratory tested by trained inspectors. Only the coal which passes this thorough laboratory test and meets Glen Alden's high quality is shipped to blue coal dealers. That's why you can be sure of perfect heating comfort and satisfaction when you order quality-tested blue coal by name. You'll find that blue coal gives you steadier, more dependable heat. So call your nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal.
Father? Oh, I thought you'd never come.
But, Paul, my son, don't I always come?
Oh, this steel cast. Can't we take it off?
Not yet, my boy. To remove it too soon would mean that you'd never walk again.
I don't care. I don't care. It's now. It's the pain now that I can't stand.
I know what is best for you, Paul.
But it's getting worse. I can't rest. I can't sleep.
Come now. You must.
Oh, if I only could and never wake up.
There. That is better. Patience. Patience. I'll turn the light low. There. Good night, my son. Sleep. Sleep.
I'm glad he's gone. I'll get this cast off somehow. Even if it does cripple me. I don't care.
Let me help you, Paul.
Who spoke? Where are you?
Don't be frightened. I've come to help you.
Nothing can frighten me anymore. But I can't see you.
I can sometimes help people better because I'm not seen.
Oh, I don't know what you mean, but can you really help me? I mean, take this cast off.
Yes, Paul, right away. Tell me, how long have you had it on?
Nearly 2 years. I was away at school and had an accident. My father came to see me, and well, I don't remember much about that part. But a doctor said that I would have to have this cast put on.
A doctor said that?
Well, yes. My father told me he did.
Here, trust me now. I want you to try to stand.
But I can't. My father says I can.
I want you to try.
All right. I'll try. Oh, I'm standing.
Good boy. That's what I wanted to know. You have 2 strong, healthy legs. They're growing against steel that clamps them like a vice. This cast is coming right off.
It's off. Oh, but my legs, they feel numb.
Steady, Paul.
Oh.
The pain will soon be gone. You'll be well again. Well again, boy. Oh, yours is not the only bondage to be broken tonight. Ah, Margot, it's good to get out in the air. Now, down these stone steps. Watch out. Steep.
Lamont, tell me, that dreadful cry, was that...
Yes, his son, Margot. I was able to relieve his sufferings, though.
Oh, thank heaven for that. But down in the village, all those people, what can you do for them?
If their suffering has been great enough, I'll make them help themselves. Watch out. This last step. Yeah, that's it.
There isn't a light anywhere. Everyone in this village is asleep.
That's it, Margot. Everyone has been asleep too long. But with luck, I hope to awaken their minds to this living death.
Not a sound anywhere, Lamont, except that coyote off in the hills.
The villagers sleep, Margot, but they do not rest. Come, I'll show you how their tortured subconscious minds react.
This place of living dead, this silence, beats on my ears like the drums of eternity.
And in the next house and the next, Margot, I must go to them as they sleep in the shadows. Try to free them from this bondage of submission.
The mills. I hear them. The good, honest roar of machinery. The white heat of the furnaces. There's a fine strength in me. And I'm to have a raise of $1 at the end of the week. No, that's past and gone. I become as soft as something that lies rotting in the sun. There is no hope. I am dead. Dead.
No, my friend, you're alive. And you can be strong again.
What? Who spoke? Who said that?
God put muscles in a man's body for use, for work.
Work? Yes, work. But we are dead.
Not while there is work to be done, and you can do it.
No, I've dreamed that dream until I'm nearly mad.
Then go to the mines. They wait only for your courage to start them working.
No, we can't do that. Mr. Maxim has forbidden it.
Wake up, man. He has given you what only money can buy. He has taken from you what only God can give. Your freedom. Start working the mines tonight.
Start working the mines tonight. Start working the mines tonight. Start working the mines tonight.
Lamont, there are lights now in every house.
Yes, and over there, lanterns swinging to the quick step of men hurrying to the mines. Give me your hand, Margot. We've no time to lose. We're almost at Maxim's castle.
You think in a single night you will have destroyed Maxim's self-created world.
As well as that, Margot, everything on which his ego has fattened. Listen, the people are wasting no time. Hurry. Here, I'll help you. Up these steps. Quickly. Quickly, Margot, quickly. This is Maxim's room, Margot. You stay back. I don't know what danger lies behind this door. But as the shadow, I'll soon find out.
After all I've done for them, they betray my generosity. Men and women alike. They're crowded down at the mines with the hundreds. I'm going out to the balcony to observe them more clearly.
Maxim, what's happened? Why are you so angry?
Mrs. Maxim,
Oh,
don't be startled. I'm here to help you. Listen closely. This is a fight for freedom.
Oh, who speaks? It's all such a strange dream.
Do as I tell you without questioning. Rise out of your bed, out of your weakness, and fight as those people down at the mines are starting to fight.
But I can't rise. I can't walk. Not without Maxim's help.
You can. You shall. You've got to fight out of the weakness to strength and freedom.
Yes. Fight out of weakness to strength and freedom. I can. I will stand.
I see their game. They want a freedom apart from me, but they shan't have it. I stopped them before. I'll stop them again.
No, Maxim. Don't stop them this time. Don't.
Serena, you standing alone. How dare you stand alone without my help?
I'd rather die, Maxim, standing alone as God intended me to stand, than go on in a living death of the weakness that comes of your constant support.
You two, After all I've done, devoted my life to you. What madness is in this place tonight?
Madness is lifting from this place tonight, Maxim.
What is that voice? Who speaks?
Perhaps it is your conscience speaking, Maxim. Your conscience.
Serena, what is that voice? Do you hear it? Or is this whole thing some crazy dream?
I only know that I can stand alone and move alone. And if it's a dream, I hope I never wake.
Listen closely, Maxim. Your conscience speaks again. You gave these poor creatures the things your millions could so easily buy. You felt great and noble and princely in the giving. And for that you robbed them of their strength of will and muscle and heart. It is a crime. Just as stealing money is a crime.
This is how they repay me, is it? They hurl my liberality back into my teeth and make it a reproach.
Maxim, you are consumed by selfishness. A selfishness so great that it has sacrificed 1,000 people and your wife and your son to its greedy demand.
It's a lie! My whole life has been devoted to others. My people know I love them. I'll go to them. I'll talk to them.
Will you also listen to them?
They will listen to me. And I will give them their choice of life or death. Stop those drills, I command you! Stop those drills!
No! We want to work! Yes, we want to work!
There is no need for you to work. I shall always provide for you. I have promised that. I have proved it.
We will earn money again to buy food that we earn to care for our family.
And I say you shall not. This valley is mine. And all who live here shall live as I order.
Let us work the mine. There's the way. Let us feel we've earned the right to live.
Have you so soon forgotten from what I saved you? That world outside where every man sets his hand against every other man? For money?
At least we know we live. Better that than this, where we grow soft with the rotting softness, and the hills and the silence close us in. We want no more.
This valley is the fulfillment of a dream. For you.
It's a dream and nothing more. There is no life in it.
I tell you, I know what is best for you. You will not accept life as I have given it to you. Then you shall have death as I give it to you. I shall save them from themselves. A quick, merciful death. Yes, one turn of this lever, and in a few minutes the valley will be a deep and silent lake. Yes, one turn of the lever.
For the second time, Maxim, your conscience speaks.
Let it speak. I know what is best for my people.
You care nothing about those people.
How wrong you are, voice. I care enough about them to exterminate them all, rather than submit them to the corruption of an outside world. Just one turn of this handle.
Just one turn of that handle, and you would be a murderer.
The ungrateful have no right to live.
Close those gates before it is too late. You have no right to pronounce death. For if there's a guilty man in this valley today, you are that man.
I guilty. Of what am I guilty?
You attempted to buy the freedom of 1,000 people, Maxim. To force them to the knees before you, and to keep them there for the rest of their lives.
No! No, I didn't mean it that way. This lever. Oh, I'm turning back. The rush of water against the gate is too strong. I can't turn it.
Maxim, I'm here. Cranston. Lamont Cranston. Here beside you.
Oh, Cranston,
I'll help you.
Before it's too late.
Yes, together. Our combined strength.
It's done. They shall live.
Maxim, what's wrong? There's blood on your lip.
Something in me is broken. The weight of closing the gate.
Here, lean on me.
Wait. Look, Cranston, look. Coming there. Walking toward me. Look. Walking. My wife and my son.
Yes, walking. Here, Maxim, take my arm.
No, Cranston, I am dying. I gave my life closing those gates, saving my people. Tell them that. Tell my wife and son.
Please lean on me. Let me help you to your feet.
No, look. The weaker I grow, the more strongly they walk. My wife and son, they are getting back what I took away.
You're a great man at this moment, Maxim. And listen, down by the mines as the water recedes, they're cheering you, Maxim.
Yes, I hear them cheering me.
And they are the cheers of a living and a free people.
Before you hear a preview of next week's Shadow story, here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert, with more of his time and trouble-saving hints on furnace care and attention. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, friends. A great many homeowners are under the impression that they can save money by putting only a little coal on the furnace. On the contrary, that's one of the surest ways I know to actually waste money. A flimsy, shallow fire is apt to go out. It won't give you enough heat, and it causes constant trips to the cellar to refuel the fire. The economical way to fire your furnace is to keep a deep fire bed at all times. Build the fire up to the level of the bottom of the fire door. Of course, in milder weather, you can leave a little heavier layer of ash on the grates. This keeps the fire burning slowly, yet it keeps enough coal burning to give plenty of heat if the temperature should suddenly drop. And remember, if you feel your furnace isn't giving you 100% heating results, here's what you do. Phone your nearest blue coal dealer. Ask him to send a John Barclay serviceman to look over your furnace. These men are trained heating experts. They're fully qualified to locate the source of any possible furnace trouble and show you how it can be corrected. This John Barclay service is yours without any charge or obligation of any sort on your part. So always feel free to call your blue coal dealer. I thank you.
And now for a preview of next week's exciting shadow adventure entitled Prelude to Terror. The eminent scientist, Professor Baker, is sitting in his study late one night when there is a knock on the door. Thinking it is his butler, Cooper, he says,
Come in, Cooper. Oh, I thought it was Cooper.
Shut up, Professor Baker. I got a present for you. Here's what the boss wants. And before he's through, the people of this city will wish they were dead like you, Professor Baker.
Why did this man kill Professor Baker? For what reason does he say an entire city will welcome death? Be sure to find out next week when you hear the Shadow's newest adventure, Prelude to Terror. Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
Of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
Of men. The Shadow knows.
Your local blue coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay.
Before the Shadow's adventure begins, here's news that no homeowner can afford to miss. When you order fuel, remember that there's a tremendous difference between various kinds of anthracite. And remember that there's only one trademarked anthracite, Blue Coal. Blue Coal is a superior quality fuel, a guaranteed product of the world's largest hard coal producer. So when you call and ask for Blue Coal by name, you're assuring yourself of better heat at less cost. Why not order your supply from your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow? The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. His friend and companion, Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs.
the only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Death is Blind.
Ladies and gentlemen, just see my free outside.
Come on, Lamont. If I have to inspect another blue ribbon pig or Parr's pumpkin pie, I think I'll faint.
Nonsense, Margot. We've hardly seen anything yet.
Who'd have thought the dignified Lamont Cranston would go crazy about a county fair?
Now, Margot, you don't begrudge me a little relaxation, do you?
Relaxation? Isn't it enough you're leaving tonight for a week's hunting trip by yourself? I should think that would be enough relaxation for anybody.
Well, maybe you're right at that. Wait a minute.
Oh, now, Lamont, that's just a shooting gallery. You've seen shooting galleries before.
Come on, Margot. You can just walk by it anyhow.
Oh, Lamont, you're incorrigible. All right, I'm with you.
Hey, watch him shoot. That guy's a sharpshooter. Hey! Did you see that shot? He had his back to the target, and he shot over his shoulder, looked in the mirror. Boy, that's some shooting, huh?
What's going on? I can't see over these people.
You need to get into today, Margot. Now, come on. Let's try to get closer.
Heavens, what a crowd.
Squeeze in here now. Yeah, that's right. Now, can you see?
Yes, perfectly.
Oh, it must be the boy standing by the counter there who's been doing this miraculous shooting.
Look, he's going to shoot again. The man behind the counter is handing him another gun.
Hey, Arthur, wouldn't you like to try another shot?
Oh, gee, I don't believe so. I'm sorry,
well,
but...
Walter, do not go.
Well, Dr. Layden, I didn't know you were here.
I've been in the crowd watching. I'm proud of you, Walter. What I've just seen you do is a credit to my teaching.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Layden.
Lamont, that old man with the hunchback, the one the boy calls Dr. Layden.
Yes, what about it?
Oh, I don't know. There's something I think it's his eyes.
Well, you know who he is, don't you?
Should I? Who is he?
Pictures in the papers occasionally. That's Dr. Franz Layden, head of the research laboratories of the Jordan Process Company. There are plants in this town.
I don't care who he is. That face, it's evil, Lamont. He gives me the shivers. Let's go.
Go quiet. I want to hear this.
Yes, but Dr. Layden, I ought to go home. You see, my mother didn't...
Not yet, Walter.
Did I understand you to say, sir, that you're responsible for this boy's remarkable skill with a pistol?
Yes, I think I can say I am in a way. He had the natural instincts himself, of course, but I helped him develop them. You see, Walter has not only the perfect eye, but the perfect ear. It is a rare gift.
Ear? What's the ear got to do with marksmanship?
I will demonstrate. Walter?
No, please, Dr.
Walter,
Layden.
you will do as I say.
Yes, Dr. Layden.
Now I take this handkerchief, so...
Lamont, he's blindfolding the boy.
Yeah, I wonder just what...
Now he is completely blindfolded. He can see nothing. Can you, Walter?
No, Dr. Layden.
The boy will now give you a demonstration of marksmanship that I bet you have never seen before, nor will see again. Give him the loaded pistol. Hey,
here, now, wait a minute.
We have conducted this experiment safely many times before.
Well, all right. Here's the gun.
Take it, Walter. That's right. Now, this blindfolded boy, unable to see anything at all, will shoot once and hit the bullseye of that target.
This safe. I'm getting out of here.
Calm yourselves, everybody. There is no danger.
How's he going to know which direction to shoot in?
That's where the ear comes in. You take this cane of mine, stand by the target, and when I give you the signal, strike the gong in the center of the target with the cane. The sound of the gong will give Walter his cue. His ear will give him the direction, and his shot will hit the bullseye.
With me standing there, huh? Not on your life. The guy's good, but how do I know he's that good?
You doubt my word?
Well, mister, I don't say I doubt it, but if he's going to play William Tell, he can do it with somebody else.
You are cowards. All cowards. I will strike the gong myself. Are you ready, Walter?
Yes, I'm ready.
Good. I will strike the gong.
Bullseye blindfolded!
Impossible. You see, what did I tell you? He struck the bullseye blindfolded. Now, do you doubt my word?
Come on, Margot. Let's go.
Yes, it's about time.
Margot, do you realize how powerless the Shadow would be against a boy like that?
Yes, I know, and just as the boy was about to shoot, did you see that old man? He was trembling, and his face was white as a mask.
Yes, I noticed that. Definitely not nice.
I wonder what it means.
I don't know. This way, Margot. Here's the car.
Oh, now you're the one who's in a hurry. You've got plenty of time to get back to town and pack. The train doesn't leave till 9:30.
I know. I may have something else I want to do first.
Something else? What?
If I knew definitely, I'd tell you, Margot. Offhand, it looks as if the Shadow...
The Shadow? Now, Lamont, when you agreed to take this hunting trip, it was to be an absolute rest. And you promised me you'd forget all about the Shadow for a week at least.
I know. That's just what I intend to do. But before I go...
Yes?
Well, before I go, I think the Shadow is going to imitate our young friend Walter back there and take a shot in the dark.
Dr. Layton. Hey? I just wanted to ask whether you need me here in the laboratory anymore tonight.
Walter, don't you know enough not to talk to me when I'm engaged in an experiment?
I'm sorry, sir. I just thought that...
Don't pay any attention to me, my boy. When I'm absorbed in my work, I'm afraid I may be a little irritable.
Well, I do my best, sir.
Yes, I know, my boy. You are a great help to me, Walter. I picked you especially from over 1,000 applicants to train in research work.
I'm sorry, sir, if I interrupted your experiment.
That's all right, my boy. The experiment is worthless anyhow. You run along home and don't think too harshly of me for my little outbreaks.
Oh, I won't, sir. You know I won't. You've been wonderful to me, giving me this opportunity to study under your direction. Gee, I only hope that
Don't worry, my boy. As I just said, you're invaluable to me. And I think in the future, you're going to be more so.
I appreciate that, sir. Oh, good night, Dr. Layton.
Good night, my boy.
You know I'd do anything in the world for you and the Jordan Company.
For me and the Jordan Company. The Jordan Company! Bah! A group of hot-blooded capitalists living off someone else's brains. If it hadn't been for me, there would have been no Jordan process. I made the Jordan Company, and they take it away from me because they have money and I have none. They have the fine homes and the expensive cars, while I'm left to rot in this laboratory where nobody ever comes. Nobody even knows I'm here. But soon my revenge will come, and no one will suspect. And what is it? Who laughs?
Don't you know me, Dr. Layton?
Know you? How should I know you? Who are you?
Many people would like to know, Doctor. But for want of a better name, they call me the Shadow.
Shadow? What is this childish hocus-pocus?
Others have called it childish hocus-pocus in the past, Doctor. They have lived to regret it.
Are you trying to threaten me?
No, Doctor. Not threaten. Warn is the better word.
You're trying to warn me? Warn me against what?
I believe you know as well as I do.
Oh, you know nothing. You can't. Don't try to bluff me. I don't know what you're talking about.
Perhaps not, Doctor. But don't forget, I shall be watching you.
Oh, man!
I shall be watching you.
They're after me. Everybody's after me. They're spying on me. Oh, I must hurry, or it will be too late. Who's there?
It's me, Dr. Layton. I was just passing the door on my way out, and I thought I heard you say something. Were you calling me?
Oh, yes, Walter. Oh, I'm glad you're still here. I'm afraid you won't be able to go home right away after all. Yes, there's a particular experiment I want to make. I was going to put it off for a few days, but I think I'd better do it tonight before I forget. Wouldn't you to forget? Would it, Walter?
No, sir.
That's right. You're a good boy, Walter. A very good boy. Now, let me see. A little of this powder in the retort. Then a pinch of like the Bunsen burner, Walter.
Yes, sir.
There. We're almost ready. We fill the retort with this liquid. Now we put it over the flame. You watch this, Walter. When it boils, let me know. I will prepare the other ingredient.
Is there anything else I can do to help, Dr. Layton?
No, thank you, my boy. Just watch that liquid. I want to know as soon as it boils. Can't afford to let any of it boil away, you know.
Yes, sir. I'm watching. It's boiling now, sir.
Good. Now, the success of this experiment depends on you.
What do you want me to do?
I have here a certain powder. I want you to take this powder, and when I give you the word, drop it into that boiling liquid.
Oh, I see, sir.
Wait, now that is not all. You drop the powder in. I want you to observe closely what changes occur in the liquid.
Well, that doesn't sound very difficult.
It is more difficult than you think because of my calculations are correct. Those changes will be very minute, hardly visible to the naked eye. My eyes are bad. That's why I want you to watch.
Well, I'll watch very carefully, sir. My eyesight's very good.
Almost as good as your hearing, eh? Now, when I give you the word, drop the powder. And don't take your eyes off that liquid. Are you ready?
Yes, sir, I'm ready.
Go ahead, then. What are you waiting for? My eyes!
continue with the second part of the Shadow's thrilling adventure in just a moment. Meantime, a question. Men, wouldn't you like to end those tiresome trips to the furnace for your wife or other members of the family? Wouldn't you like to know that when you fix the furnace and leave the house in the morning, the fire would burn steadily throughout the day and give more even, more dependable, and more useful heat? If you want that kind of time and trouble-saving performance from your fuel, then insist on blue coal when you order anthracite. Blue coal is different from any other anthracite. It's a medium, free-burning hard coal. That means it will burn steadily and more evenly, right down to a fine, powdery ash. With blue coal, there's far greater all-around economy. There's less heat lost up the chimney, far less wasted unburned coal in your ash pit. And, too, you'll find that blue coal requires less furnace attention. It's carefully sized so that it banks better, burns better, and can be handled far more easily. Furnaces in this part of the country were especially designed to burn anthracite. So if you want America's finest anthracite, order blue coal. Then you'll be sure to get better heat at less cost. Call your blue coal dealer tomorrow. You'll find his name listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words blue coal. Play safe. Don't take chances with ordinary anthracites. Save money with blue coal, the only trademarked anthracite. It's the solid fuel for solid comfort. Order your supply tomorrow.
Who is it? It's Gates, Dr. Layton. Come in? Oh, yes, Gates. Come in, come in. Sorry to bother you at home like this, Dr. Layton, but I wanted to see you about that unfortunate boy, Walter Dunn, who was injured in your laboratory several days ago.
Well, what about him?
Well, as personnel manager of the Jordan Company, I'm especially concerned about the boy. I understand at the hospital that the poor fellow will be totally blind for life.
Too bad, but accidents will happen.
We're paying all his hospital and doctor's bills, of course, and in addition, the directors had a meeting today, and they thought it was only right for the company to make some provision for the boy's future. And Mr. Gilmore, the president of the company, thought that perhaps you could suggest what's the best thing to do.
Oh, Mr. Gilmore thought that, did he? Well, Mr. Gates, I'll tell you what I'd advise the company to do in the case of Walter Dunn.
And what's that?
Exactly nothing.
But, Dr. Layton, surely you
Suppose I were to tell you that Walter Dunn was a worthless, no-good scoundrel, that I caught him making tracings of various things I was working on here in the laboratory with the intention of selling them to our competitors.
Well, you can't be serious.
I never was more serious in my life. The boy spied on me. He spied on me, I tell you. Luckily, I discovered him before he could do any great damage.
Well, of course, what you told me alters the situation considerably, Dr. Layton.
Yes, I thought it might.
Well, I hardly think it will be necessary for the company to take any further responsibility for Walter Dunn.
I'm sorry to have to bring this up when the boy is in such trouble. But after all, my first loyalty is to the Jordan Company. Eh, Gates? The officers are such a splendid group of men.
Thank you, Dr. Layton.
Now that you're blind for life, Walter, you must try to readjust yourself.
Blind? I'm blind.
Yes, and I'm afraid it's going to be very difficult to get along with your mother to support.
I know it.
Of course, the company should have made some provision for your future. After all, if they hadn't supplied the laboratory with inferior chemicals, that explosion never would have happened.
You told me all that before.
I'm repeating it so you know that what you're going to do is...
What I'm going to do is best.
Exactly. Remember, I went to Mr. Gilmore, the president, and to the directors myself and pleaded with them. But to no avail. They absolutely refused to help you.
They refused to help me. I'll show them. I'll show them.
Oh, get excited, Walter. Nice boy, Johnny.
Where are they? I'll show them.
I wouldn't be surprised if we met Mr. Gilmore coming along here any minute now. He generally walks home from his club this way about this time. And
I'll show them.
Ah, here comes someone now. Ah, it is Mr. Gilmore, Walter. The man who wouldn't help you. Now, I'll just sit behind the screen. And don't forget to put the gun in his hand. Afterwards.
I won't forget.
Good. Good.
Pardon me.
Yes, young man?
Could you please tell me the time?
I'm blind, you see. And,
Why, of course. Hey, aren't you Walter?
I wonder where it is. Hello. What's the idea of waking me up at this? What's that? Gilmore's committed suicide. Good Lord. Special directors meeting tonight at the Jordan Company? Yes, I'll get dressed and come right down. Gilmore shot himself. Can't believe it. That. Thought I heard a tap on the window. Imagination, I guess. Oh, Gilmore. Where did I put my shoes? Hold on. Did hear something at the window. Can't see anything, though. Hello? Oh.
I'm coming. Don't be so impatient. Well, what do you... Walter Dunn, well, what...
Margot! Well, am I glad to see you. Here, Porter, take these.
Oh, dear, I feel as if you've been away a year instead of just a week.
Well, I feel that way myself. Well, anything out of the ordinary been happening?
Well, nothing much except a rather strange epidemic of suicide. Seems as if the directors of the company all got tired of life at the same time.
Epidemic of suicide? It's not by any chance the Jordan process.
Why, yes. How did you know it was the Jordan company? Wait a minute. Jordan, what do I associate that name with?
A county fair, an old hunchback with a face you didn't like. The boy's harmful.
Of course. Why am I so stupid?
But tell me, what do you know about these suicides, Margot? Was there any significant fact connected with all of them?
I don't think so. Oh, wait a minute. I did notice something that was true. Each suicide shot himself through the mouth.
Margot, a week ago, the Shadow warned a certain man on the telephone. I see now that one warning was not enough. Your suicides were not suicides.
What do you mean, Lamar?
I mean this, Margot. When a man is going to shoot himself, he doesn't do it through the mouth. There's something about looking into the black muzzle of a gun that seems to deter even an unbalanced mind. One of these men might have done it that way, certainly not all. No, Margot, they didn't commit suicide. They were murdered. Let me see, Margot. 221 Elm Street. This must be the place. Stop the car. That's right, Margot. Yes. You want to come in?
He was calling on Lamar.
Blind boy.
Yes, I'll come.
Right, Margot. Yes, this thing's the bell.
What do you want?
Does Walter Dunn live here?
I'm his mother, but he ain't in.
You don't know where I could find him.
No, I don't. He's probably off somewhere with that Layton man.
Do you mean Dr. Layton?
That's the one. Ever since he got hurt, well, Walter's always with him. It seems like he... Who are you, from the company?
No, I'm a newspaper man from the city.
Well, I can't tell you anything.
Come on, Margot. It's all here.
Poor thing. She'd been crying. The her eyes were all red and swollen.
Yes. He's probably suffering as much as Walter. Margot, do you remember that afternoon at the fair, what you said about Dr. Layton?
I said he had an evil face. Lots of people have evil faces. I mean, some awfully nice people sometimes.
Dr. Layton is not a nice person, Margot. I knew that when I first saw him. He has the face of a man suffering from an inner torture. A torture so all-consuming that when he's not on guard, it shows through his eyes. Torture and hate.
Lamont, you mean you think that Walter Dunn is under the influence of Dr. Layton? Oh, that's fantastic. You've no evidence.
Haven't I? Don't forget, Margot, these murdered men were all shot in the mouth.
Well?
If you were blind and had to rely on sound to guide you to the target, and a man spoke to you, you would shoot him in the mouth.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to pay a little call on the eminent Dr. Layton as the Shadow.
Lamont, you can't call on Dr. Layton. If Walter is with him, your invisibility won't help you. Or the minute you speak, Walter can kill you as he's killed the others.
I fully realize that possibility, Margot. The shadow must take that chance.
Well, Walter, things are coming along splendid.
Yes, Dr. Layden.
With all the executives committing suicide. Our own special brand of suicide, eh, Walter? The company's stock is dropped to nothing. Soon I will have control. I, Dr. Franz Leyden, the despised old crank puttering around in his laboratory.
Yes, Dr. Layden.
Oh, the country police are stupid. They suspect nothing. It's a wonderful scheme, Walter. A brilliant scheme. Nobody could see through it.
Nobody, Dr. Leyden.
Who speaks? Walter, the door is open. I closed it. I'm sure I closed it.
Don't get up, Doctor. I'll close it again. There.
Who is it, Dr. Layden?
I don't know. I can't see him.
Can't see him. Are you blind too, Doctor?
No, I'm a blind
But you can't see me, is that it, Doctor?
I don't know. Walter, tell me. There is someone in this room, is there not?
Yes, Doctor. He's standing right near you. His voice comes from there.
Well, who are you? A disembodied spirit? Speak.
We have talked before, Dr. Leyden. I am the shadow.
Shadow?
Though you cannot see me, I am here. Doctor, I'm afraid your little game is up.
You're done.
Yes, Dr. Layden.
Walter, this man, this Dr. Leyden.
Shot him, Walter.
Yes, but only in the arm. Listen, Walter.
Shoot him again, Walter. Shoot him again.
Walter, stop. Listen to me. Dr. Leyden's made a cat's paw out of you.
Shoot again, Walter. Shoot again, you fool.
Walter, listen to me. Leyden lied when he told you the company wouldn't take care of you. They planned to provide for you and your mother for life.
No, I don't believe it.
Wait, don't shoot. I'm telling you the truth. Dr. Leyden has tricked you from the beginning. Has deliberately plotted that you commit the crimes he had the nerve to carry out himself.
He's lying. Shoot, Walter. Shoot.
Walter, listen. Would a chemist as brilliant as Dr. Leyden have an accidental laboratory explosion?
Shoot, Walter, you fool.
Walter, you've got to believe me. He deliberately blinded you.
You deliberately blinded me. No, Walter. My word of honor. Walter. No.
I'm so foolish. I believed him and trusted him. I shot you.
I'm not badly hurt, Walter. You better put that gun down now.
What are you going to do?
I'm afraid I'll have to send for the police.
Oh, the police? No, I know the best way.
Justice has been triumphant again. It's horrible that a fine young boy like Walter Dunn should have to come under the influence of a man like me. But the near guilty must suffer with the guilty. Law and order must prevail.
In just a moment, you will hear a preview of next week's exciting shadow adventure. First, an important message from your old friend, Blue Coal's heating expert, John Bartlett.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. There are still many homeowners who make the mistake of leaving the fire door of the furnace open in order to check the fire or to bank the fire at night. That is not only unnecessary, but it's a bad practice and false economy. Gas is given off by burning coals to go up the chimney. When the fire door is left open, these gases escape and are wasted. That's why I urge you always to rely entirely on your furnace dampers, not only to regulate the speed of your fire, but when you're banking it as well. Never open the fire door except when refueling. When you want to retard your fire, simply close the ash pit damper and open the check damper in the flue pipe. This is the correct way to check your fire quickly and safely. Remember that your blue coal dealer will be glad to send a John Barkley serviceman to inspect your furnace dampers and see that they are in proper working condition. John Barkley men are trained heating experts. They will be glad to assist you in properly heating your home without any obligation on your part. I thank you.
Next week's Shadow Story is one of the most unusual Blue Coal has ever presented. We now give you a scene from this startling dramatization.
Dr. Mahler, Lamont, look, Mrs. Conan's not dead. Not dead.
Margot's right, miss. She's not dead. Listen to her. Look at her. Her skin was yellow, and now look. The color's coming back into it. Her eyes, they're opening. She seems to be growing younger.
Younger. Dr. Mahler. I feel better. Dr. Mahler. Dr. Mahler.
Dr. Mahler, look at her. She's sitting up in bed. She's alive, healthy.
Lamont, it is a miracle. Dr. Mahler. I see, Mrs. Weimar. I am. I'm younger. Look at my arms. They're warm and alive. My cheeks are round and full, like they were years ago. Oh, you make me young, Dr. Mahler. Young. Young.
What is the secret of this amazing rejuvenation? Be sure to find out next week in the Shadow's newest adventure, Fountain of Death. Today's program has been a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine, now on sale at your local newsstand. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present The Shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Your local blue coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Today, at the close of our Shadow adventure, we have a distinguished guest whom we are very anxious to present to our audience. Our guest is a very charming young lady who spends her time preventing crime. I know you will all be interested to hear what she has to say, so be sure to listen.
Before today's exciting adventure with the Shadow, a word with you homeowners. Wouldn't you welcome steadier, more healthful heat throughout your home this winter? Wouldn't you like to put a stop to colds in your family brought on by on and off variations of heat? Then be sure to order Blue Coal next time you need a supply of fuel. It's America's finest anthracite. Your family will enjoy Blue Coal's dependable, even warmth. You will welcome its greater health protection and all-around economy. Ask for Blue Coal by name. It's the solid fuel for solid comfort. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Guest of Death.
Guard, this is certainly a tremendous prison, isn't it? I had no idea it was so big.
And this is your first visit here?
Yes, Mr. Kesey. I'm in town on a convention. Here, one of the boys gave me the pass to the prison. I was afraid he might be playing a joke on me that might be a fake.
Oh, the pass is quite good, quite good. Entitled you to a complete tour of the prison.
Boy, will this be something to tell the folks back home. Oh, excuse me, guard. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Not at all. What is it?
That little gray building down there across the courtyard. What is that?
That's the death house.
Oh. Well, I don't suppose you take visitors in there, too, do you?
Oh, yes, certainly. You want to see it, of course.
Well, Mr. Kesey, well, I guess it would be a thrill.
Thrill? Yes, it would be the greatest thrill you've ever experienced. And now, here's the last site on your tour. Step right in, please.
Thank you. What place is this, Mr. Kesey?
The building you saw across the courtyard, the death house.
Oh. Oh, I see.
Oh, don't be afraid. Step right in.
Oh, thank you.
There, you see? It's not an unpleasant room at all, is it?
Well, not in appearance, no. But, Mr. Kesey, when you start to think of the men that have died here, what...
Oh, nonsense. Death is nothing to fear. There's a majesty and nobility about it that makes people's revulsion stupid. Those benches there are the observer's seats.
Uh-huh.
The pre-execution cells are just beyond that door. And this, as you see, is the electric chair.
Yeah. Say, it's quite warm in here, isn't it?
I suppose, a bit. This panel here is where the executioner stands. He holds his hand on the switch, and at a signal from the warden, he throws it in, like this. Oh, now, don't be alarmed.
Shouldn't we leave now?
First, of course, you'll want to sit in the chair?
But no, I hadn't thought of anything like that at all.
Oh, my. You're a timid soul. Why, this is an experience you'll never have again. Here, let me help you. Just sit right down.
Well, if it's the customary thing, why...
Of course, there you are. You see, nothing to it at all, is there?
Imagine. Men have died just like this.
Yes, men have died. Just like that. Here, I'll show you how it feels to be strapped in.
Well, I can imagine how.
There, the chest strap across here.
You've drawn that a bit tight, Mr. Kesey. That took the wind out of me.
That's the way it goes. Now the right arm strap, like that. And the left.
Well, this thing certainly hugs a man close, doesn't it?
Yes. It's a powerful embrace. Now we'll strap the left leg and the right leg like this. Now, there you are. Ready for the most noble and majestic experience of all.
God. What do you mean?
Death.
No! No! Keep away from that! Don't!
X-ray, visitor dies in death house. Read all about it. Visitor dies in death house. X-ray, visitor dies in death house. Read all about it.
Shall I call you a taxi, sir? Yes, please. Well, Margot, how did you like the opera?
Oh, it was simply grand, Lamont, but I'm tired. I'll be glad to get home.
Read all about it. X-ray, visitor dies in death house.
What's that? Visitor dies in death house?
Oh, now, Lamont, please, let's not spoil a lovely night with scare headlines. People are liable to die most any place.
Your cab, sir?
Read all about it. Visitor dies
A boy! A boy!
Our cab's waiting, Lamont.
Just a moment, Margot. I have reason for wanting to know the story back of that headline.
Paper, sir?
Yes, son. There you are.
Oh, thank you, sir. Read all about it.
All right, Margot. Sorry to keep you waiting.
That's all right. Oh, I know you're just dying to get to your story, so go right ahead, Lamont. Go ahead, read it. Here, I'll switch on the light.
Well, thank you, Margot. Well, isn't much to it. Newspaper's strangely brief. Merely the headlines and a 7-line box on the first page.
What did it say?
Well, simply that a visitor died in the death house on a tour of inspection.
There doesn't seem much in that to excite the imagination of the shadow.
I'm not so sure about that, Margot.
Surely you don't see anything sinister in such a bare announcement, Lamont?
That's just the point, Margot. The account is too bare.
What do you mean?
Well, the newspapers don't seem to know anything. And it says here that the prison officials are saying nothing.
Oh, perhaps there's nothing more to say.
There's an old proverb, Margot, to the effect that virtue rarely lies behind a tight lip.
Well, I noticed that ferret gleam in your eye, so I might as well accustom myself to the idea that you're off on another adventure in crime.
Yes, Margot. Off on an adventure that promises to be one of the most exciting I've ever had.
Quiet, boys. Hello? Commissioner Weston speaking. What? You can't get the warden on the phone?
Yeah, I can't.
This is the police department. He can't ignore us. Well, you try him again, and keep trying until you get him. Now, hold it a minute, boys. Ropey.
Yeah?
What happened when you went out to the prison?
Well, the same thing that happened to your phone call, Chief. Nothing.
Couldn't you get any information?
All I could find out was that the guy was in town on the furniture convention. He got a pass to see the prison, and some guard by the name of Kesey took him through.
Did you question this Kesey?
We couldn't get a hold of him.
Why not?
Well, Chief, we found out that he lives way up on the Cape, so Jim here and me went out there.
And then what happened?
Nothing.
If somebody says nothing to me again, I'll... Just a minute.
Yes.
Hello? Commissioner Weston speaking.
Good evening, Commissioner Weston.
Oh, you again?
Yes, Commissioner. The Shadow.
Just a minute. Hold the line. You men wait outside. I'll call you if I need you.
Okay, Commissioner. We'll be right out.
All right, Shadow. Go ahead. What's on your mind?
I called to find out what you know about the death of that visitor out of the prison.
I don't know a thing, and I can't find out anything. The prison officials don't seem inclined to cooperate at all.
Did you know, Commissioner, that a short time ago another visitor died in the death house?
What? Another visitor?
Yes. The first visitor's death passed almost unnoticed. But now, Commissioner, another.
Say, this puts a new light on the whole matter. Calls for immediate action.
No, Commissioner. Hold everything until you hear from me.
Oh, hello, Margot. Come in. Hey, don't take your hat off. We're leaving right away.
I just get to your house, and then we have to leave. What's all the haste about?
We're driving up to the prison.
Oh, Lamont, don't tell me you're still thinking of that visitor's death.
Thinking of it. Margot, I've discovered some things that make me feel I've got a big job on my hands. For one thing, I've discovered that another visitor died in that same death house. I've come to the conclusion that there's only one way I can find out what's back of it all.
And how is that?
Here. You see this? It's a visitor's pass.
Yes.
I'm going up there and go through that prison, just as those other men went through, as a visitor.
Oh, no. No, Lamont, you mustn't.
I've got to, Margot. It's the only way.
Well, I'm not usually given to superstition, Lamont, but there's something supernatural, something unearthly about those deaths. I don't want you to expose yourself to the same fate that overtook those poor men. I won't let you do it.
Come now, Margot. Don't let this get the best of you.
Oh, Lamont, I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
This is all right, Margot. Park the car right here. Now, that's the entrance to the prison down there at the bottom of the hill.
Lamont, I wish you wouldn't go through with this. You may be walking to your death.
Don't worry, Margot. You stay here in the car. And remember this. Don't lose your courage, no matter what you may hear or what you may see.
Hello, Kesey. You here again?
Yes, Mr. Harper. I'm taking this gentleman, Mr. Cranston, on a tour of our institution.
You'll have to be searched, sir. Raise your arms, please.
There you are.
When are they going to stop handing out these visitors' passes, Kesey?
Stop? Why should they do that?
Well, I should think they'd be a little more careful because of what's already happened around here.
Oh, nonsense, Mr. Harper. Accidents will happen, you know. No reason why prison routine should be upset unnecessarily.
All right, Mr. Cranston, you're okay.
Thank you.
Open up, Tom.
Right. Okay, Kesey, the place is yours.
Thank you. Come right along, sir.
Don't forget, Kesey. Bring him back alive.
We'll return you to the second half of the Shadow's exciting adventure in just a moment. In the meantime, homeowners, let me remind you that there's one sure way to save yourselves time, trouble, and money in heating your homes this winter. And that's by insisting on blue coal when you order your next supply of anthracite. With blue coal, you'll get steadier, more dependable heat at far less heating cost. For blue coal is mined from the heart of the northern Pennsylvania fields, the richest hard coal deposits in the United States. Each carload, as it comes from the mines, is washed with 12 1/2 tons of water for every ton of coal to remove any existing impurities. Then the coal is carefully sized and finally submitted to a thorough laboratory test by inspectors. Only the coal which meets the high standard of quality is accepted for shipment to Blue Coal dealers. Blue Coal's harmless blue coloring guarantees you that you're getting a coal that has been quality tested, a coal you can be sure is superior in every way. You'll find that Blue Coal banks more easily and gives you longer firing periods. And it saves you money by burning itself down to a fine ash. Blue Coal will heat your home with a minimum of attention and a maximum of heating comfort and efficiency. So call your nearest Blue Coal dealer for better heat at less cost this winter. You'll find his name listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal.
So, this is the death house, eh, Kesey?
Yes, Mr. Cranston. The end of your prison tour.
Eerie sort of place, isn't it?
Oh, that depends on the viewpoint.
You've worked in this prison a long time, haven't you, Kesey?
I've been here 35 years, Mr. Cranston.
Really?
Yes, sir. 35 years in the service.
Yeah. Is this your regular job, taking visitors through the prison?
Yes, I've been doing this for several years. But it's a poor substitute for the place that rightfully belongs to me.
The place that rightfully belongs to you? What do you mean by that?
Nothing. Nothing at all. I shouldn't even have mentioned it. Come now, this has nothing to do with your tour of the prison.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry into your affairs.
Oh, now, pay no attention to what I've said. I'm a bit out of sorts today, nervous, I guess.
Yes, I understand. I suppose I'd be nervous, too, if I did the things you've done.
The things I've done, Mr. Cranston? What do you mean by that?
Oh, nothing, Kesey. I'm just thinking of how I'd be affected by 35 years spent in a place like this. That's all.
Oh, it does play on a body's nerves. But a single visit can affect the nerves even more than 35 years.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Oh, not now, perhaps. But you will. Oh, yes, you will.
Well, it's been a very interesting tour, and I'm much obliged to you. I must be running along now.
But I haven't explained this room, the death house, to you.
Well, that's hardly necessary.
Surely you wouldn't leave without sitting in the electric chair, Mr. Cranston.
My curiosity doesn't go to such extremes.
But every visitor sits in the chair.
Well, Kesey, you've been very thorough in showing me through the prison, so if you feel I'm spoiling your final touch, why, of course I'll sit in your chair.
Ah, good. Sit right down.
All right. There we are.
Now I'll strap you in. Oh, it won't take a minute. There. The chest strap's on already, you see.
Well, you certainly did that with amazing speed, Kesey. Like an expert.
I am an expert, Mr. Cranston. Years ago, I was a member of the execution squad.
Really? Then you participated in the actual executions?
I was one of the men whose job it was to strap the condemned in the chair. There's a man for each strap, you know. Speed is important. The quicker it's done, the less the condemned suffers. I was on the chest strap. That happens to be the most important one.
Well, I can testify to your efficiency. I can hardly move a muscle.
I don't suppose you can. There we are. Snug as a bug in a rug.
But not so comfortable.
By the way, Mr. Cranston, you remember the famous Cosden case, don't you?
Oh, very well. Cosden was brought to justice as a result of the efforts of a character known as the Shadow.
Then surely you must remember me. My picture was in all the newspapers at the time.
Oh, really? I suppose you helped to strap Cosden in the chair.
Oh, no. I executed him.
You what?
Oh, it was a very unusual case. You see, we had a new executioner. At the last moment, the poor fellow's nerve gave away. Oh, there was quite a to-do. Cosden was already strapped in the chair. The warden was beside himself. Somebody had to bring matters to a conclusion. So, I volunteered my services.
As executioner?
Yes. Oh, it was quite an experience. First and only time I ever attracted the least bit of attention. But it was the cause of the most bitter disappointment in my whole life.
Disappointment?
You see, I'd hoped that my service would be rewarded with a permanent appointment as executioner.
You had an ambition to make a career of it?
Oh, well, why not? Hundreds of others applied for the job. Oh, it's a position of distinction.
You say you were promised the job?
Yes, but the authorities didn't live up to the promise. They cheated me, robbed me of what was mine.
Oh, I wouldn't let it disturb me so if I were you.
Disturb me? It's rankled in my heart throughout the years and left me with one consuming desire. shall hate.
A hatred like that can hurt no one but yourself.
You think not, and I know better. I'll make them pay for what they've done to me. I'll make them pay.
I think you have an entirely wrong attitude, Kesey. Well, this has all been very exciting, and now if you'll unstrap me and let me out of this electric chair, why...
What? Let you out of the chair, Mr. Cranston? Never. I'm going to give you what I gave the others.
What do you mean, Kesey?
The moment I'm going to pull the switch and fling you into eternity.
Let me out of this chair.
Yes, I'll let you out.
You can't do anything like that. You can't get away with it.
I told you I'll make them pay for what they've done to me.
Get yourself together, man. Why do you want to wreak your vengeance on people like me?
Because you are people, and the people cheated me, and they'll pay for it.
Kesey, you're a fiend.
I'm a cheated man.
That's only your excuse, an excuse you offer your conscience to justify the things you do.
Shut up.
There's only one reason for you doing a thing like this, Kesey. The desire to satisfy a vicious urge in your diabolic nature.
Shut up, I said.
You can't go through with this thing without your excuse. Well, I'm going to take that away from you. I'm going to turn you inside out and show you the fiend you really are.
I won't let you. I'll shut you up. I'll put the headpiece on and cover your face with a death.
Don't you dare!
You can say what you want now. I don't have to hear you. Now, the switch and eternity. You wanted to get out of the chair. Very well. I'll take you out now, Mr. Cranston. I've killed him. He's dead.
Hey, lady. You can't park here all day. You'll have to move along.
I'm waiting for a friend, officer.
Don't you know you're not allowed to park within 500 feet of a prison?
But my friend should be along any minute now.
Where is he?
He's in the prison. He's a visitor.
Visitor. Did you say he's a visitor?
Yes. What's the matter, officer? Why do you stand there like that? Tell me what's the matter. Officer. Oh, Lamont. Lamont.
Can't figure out why people have their water pumps outside the house so they'll freeze. Oh, here you are, Mr. Kesey. I don't expect this water pump will give you any more trouble. Leastwise, not tonight.
You've done a good job, Mort. Sorry I had to get you up on a night like this.
It ain't no pleasure plodding up that there sand road any night. Say, what's the matter with that hound dog of yourn? Doing a powerful lot of howling tonight, ain't he?
Yes, quite a lot.
They say hounds howl like that when somebody dies.
Dies? Yes, I've heard that said.
Chimney crickets. It's enough to make a body's skin creep. You don't suppose he sees something, do you? A spirit, I mean?
No, it's nothing. Forget it.
Don't reckon even spirits would come up here. Does he often howl like that?
I've only heard him do that twice before. Tonight makes the third time.
Well, there's your water pump. Fit and fine, Mr. Kesey. I'll be getting on down to home now. Good night to you.
Good night, Mort. Rex, here. Come here. In the house with you. Go on. Get. Enough of that now. Lie down. Chicken-hearted old hound. Just like a human, you fear death, too. That fool, Mr. Cranston, I sent to eternity today, he was afraid of death. But that didn't save him. He's no more. He's dead. And I'll send many others after him. What was that? Who's there? Who's out there? Is that you, Mort?
No, Kesey. Mort is well down the hill now. There's nobody out there. I'm right here, in your house. Right here in the room with you.
I know where you are. You're in this house.
You see, I'm not in the closet. I'm right here, behind you.
Who are you? What do you want?
You, Kesey. I've come for you.
Don't you touch me. Don't you come near me.
Surely you're not afraid of death.
Death?
Remember, only fools fear death, Kesey.
Get out. Get out. I'll brain you. I'll kill you here.
You have a poor aim, Kesey.
Get out. Get out.
You see, it's useless, Kesey. You can't destroy what you can't see.
Why have you come here?
To end your criminal career.
I've committed no crime.
I'm going to make you confess to the murder of those innocent visitors. at the prison.
I don't know what you're talking
You
about.
cannot lie to me. I know. You killed those men in cold blood.
That's a lie.
I'll admit you're clever. You did your job with fiendish genius. But you're at the end of your rope, Kesey. The only hope left for you is to confess and clear your soul.
Oh, no, I'll admit nothing. Leave me alone. I won't confess.
Oh, yes, you will. I'm not through with you yet. Look, Kesey. In this corner of the room. Right here. That's it. Now watch carefully. And you'll see someone you met not many hours ago. Look, Kesey. Look.
Cranston.
There. Now you see standing before you the man you strapped in the chair a few hours ago.
Go away. Go away. You're dead. You're dead.
Confess, Kesey.
I killed you. You're dead.
Confess.
I won't. Go away.
Confess.
Wait.
Confess.
All right. I did it. I killed him. But I'll never be taken alive. Never.
Lamont, stop playing for just a minute.
Very well, Margot.
No, I can't understand how Kesey could have hidden his crimes for so long.
It's quite understandable, Margot. Each of Kesey's victims seemed to have died from natural causes.
But, Lamont,
Let me explain, Margot. You see, Kesey was somewhat of a student of the psychology of fear. And this knowledge and the victim's natural fear of a factual instrument of death, the electric chair, enabled Kesey to produce a fear paralysis that stopped the hearts of his victims. They died of heart failure.
Then he didn't actually electrocute them?
He couldn't, Margot. The electric chair is never hooked to the powerhouse except during a legal execution.
But you, Lamont, I thought you were dead.
Well, Margot, I produced a death condition by a little trick in self-hypnosis that I learned from an old Hindu. I let Kesey think he had actually killed me.
But it's an amazing case, Lamont. I'm glad it's over.
Yes, Margot, it's over. Kesey was a fiend consumed by the heat of his own hatred. He's now the men he destroyed. And who knows, perhaps theirs is the final and most complete vengeance.
In a moment, we shall present to you our charming guest of the afternoon. But first, here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert, with an important message.
Thanks, Ken Roberts. Friends, I'm not going to do the usual thing and remind you just how many days are left before Christmas. But I do want you to know that a Blue Coal heat regulator is one present a man can give that he and everyone in his family will certainly appreciate this year and in the years to come. A Blue Coal heat regulator is a thermostat which automatically controls your furnace dampers. It enables your family to keep the entire house at just the temperature they wish, day and night, by simply raising or lowering the thermostat control. And a Blue Coal heat regulator is one present which will pay for itself in the long run. It will save coal, eliminate constant trips to the cellar, and cut down much of the time and trouble of constant furnace attention. So, homeowners, be sure to get in touch with your nearest Blue Coal dealer. Ask him about a Blue Coal heat regulator. It's one Christmas gift that will be long appreciated by every member of your family. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the sponsors of The Shadow are extremely happy to introduce to you a young lady who devotes her time to the problems of New York City's maladjusted families, from which so often spring undesirable citizens and lawbreakers. It is with great pleasure that I introduce to you Miss Ann Halperin, probation officer of the Family Division of the Domestic Relations Court of the City of New York. Well, that sounds like a big job for such a little lady.
Trying to help other people adjust their difficulties is always a big job, Mr. Roberts. But knowing that we are helping parents and children make the most of their lives makes it intensely satisfying work.
And a mighty fine piece of work you're doing, too, Miss Halperin.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. I certainly hope so. I feel that I cannot stress too strongly the part that an unhappy or broken home can play in the formation of criminal habits. The Domestic Relations Court attempts to check the problem at one of its roots, just as you attempt to meet it in another way, by showing your listeners so dramatically and convincingly the folly and complete futility of crime.
Thank you, Miss Halperin. It makes all of us feel we're doing something really worthwhile, especially so knowing that you and your associates in the business of crime prevention believe our efforts are not in vain. It's been a real privilege to have you as our guest this afternoon, and we thank you very much, Miss Halpern. Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen and be sure to burn Blue Coal.
While we're waiting for the first act of the Shadow's latest adventure to begin, I'd like to ask every motorist to do this. Take a ride on the new Goodrich Safety Silvertown tire. See for yourself how it grips wet, slippery roads like you never felt a tire grip before. That's because the amazing Silvertown Lifesaver tread acts like a battery of windshield wipers. Sweeps wet roads so dry you can light a match on its track. For the quickest non-skid stops you've ever had, equip your car with Goodrich Silvertown tires. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, The Man Who Murdered Time.
Yes, Stuart?
Mr. Cranston, on behalf of all the employees of the club, I wish to thank you for your generous New Year's gift to the personnel.
It's quite all right, Stuart. Happy New Year.
The same to you, sir. And may I thank you, too, Mr. Hughes, for your gift.
You're very welcome, Stuart. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, too.
I wish I could have made it more, Cranston, but it hasn't been a terribly good year for me. Well, I'm sorry to hear it, Hughes. Oh, by the way, how is Mrs. Hughes feeling these days?
Poorly. Well, the doctors at the sanitarium say she may pull out of it next year. That's why I'm looking forward to the new year so eagerly.
Well, Hughes, if there's anything I can do in the way of financial assistance...
Thanks, old man, but it won't be necessary. I expect to be out of debt very shortly.
Business improving?
No, a trust fund is coming due in 2 weeks. Inheritance from my Uncle Matthew, you know.
Well, I'm delighted to hear it, Hughes. It's 4 o'clock. Well, only 8 hours to a brand new year and new hope for all of us.
Amen to that.
You're coming to my New Year's Eve party tonight, aren't you?
Oh, I meant to tell you, Cranston. I'll be late. I got a call this morning from a second cousin of mine. Wants me to come to see him this evening. Brilliant scientist, but I suspect he's losing his mind.
Oh?
Know what he claims to have invented? A time machine.
A time machine?
Yes, it's fantastic, isn't it?
Well, come, Hughes. Is anything really fantastic in the modern world of science? 30 years ago, the notion that a human voice could circle the Earth without the aid of wires would have been called not only fantastic, but impossible. Radio, electric light, airplanes, all were called fantastic in their time, but today they're accepted facts. Why not the time machine?
Well, I'm from Missouri. Anyway, I'm really going to see my cousin, not because of his alleged invention, but, well, because he's dying.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yes, the poor chap's got an incurable heart condition. He told me his doctors don't give him more than a few days to live. Well, I've got to be off.
See you tonight, then, Hughes.
Only a miracle will keep me away, Cranston. A miracle like the time machine. Oh, here, Willard. Drink this water. There. Feel better now?
Yes, better Hughes.
Perhaps you'd better get into bed, Willard. Frankly, I didn't expect to find you up and about, dressed to kill.
Dressed to kill. Very good. Such an apt phrase. Well, why not? This is probably the last day of my life.
Well, I'm sure it's not as bad as all that, Willard. If you take care of yourself.
Come, Hughes. I'll never see the new year. That's what you're really thinking. Know what I've done today?
What, Willard?
The things I've wanted to do all my life. Packed them all into this one long, glorious day. I've smoked $2 cigars, eaten the finest foods, bought thousands of dollars worth of completely useless things just for the fun of indulging myself.
Willard, I thought that
I'm broke? I am.
Then how did you...
Borrowed, dear cousin. Spent other people's money, incurred enormous debts. Payable next year. Next year, which will never come.
I'm sorry, Willard.
Oh, what are you sorry about? I'm not. Matter of fact, I've just begun to celebrate. And you must join me, Hughes. Absolutely insist. I bought a marvelous sherry today, a rare vintage.
You rang, sir? Really, Willard, you needn't bother.
The sherry, John.
Yes, sir. I have it here, sir.
Fine. Put it on the table.
Shall I pour, sir?
No, I'll do it myself. That's all, John.
Very good.
Here you are, Hughes. Drink hearty.
Thank you.
How do you like it? Nectar. Ambrosia, huh?
It has a peculiar flavor, hasn't it?
Oh, it'll grow on you. Finish it, Hughes. Drink to my last day on Earth.
Oh, no, Willard. Not to that.
To my last day on Earth. And yours, my dear cousin.
To my last day?
Hughes, I told you that today I meant to satisfy every ambition I ever had. Well, I've left for the last my greatest ambition of all. To kill you.
To kill me? Why, you're joking.
Think so, Hughes?
But why? What have I ever done to you?
What haven't you done to me? You've been a bone in my throat ever since we were boys together.
I believe you're really
If it
serious.
hadn't been for you, I'd have been Uncle Matthew's fair-haired boy, his favorite, his pet. He would have raised me in luxury instead of you.
You quarreled with him. You were
He would have left me his money, not you, you Judas. You had everything while I starved, scraped, suffered. I've brooded over that, my fine cousin, a whole lifetime. And now, this wonderful day, this last day of the year, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you not once, but 1,000 times. You see that machine in the corner?
I see, Willard. Calm down.
That's my time machine.
Your time machine, yes. I remember your saying.
Do you know what this machine can do? It can prevent the future from happening.
The future from happening? Oh, now, look, Willard, look. Let me call your physician.
Don't be a fool. I'm as sane as you are. That's a scientific machine, not a madman's toy. Do you know how it works? No, of course not. I'll explain it in simple terms. Hughes, what is time?
Why, time is...
Time is like a railroad track. A straight railroad track, Hughes. And the world is a train running along that track. On the track behind us lies yesterday, December 30th. Today, we're traveling along that section of track we call December 31st. And at midnight tonight, the train, you, I, the whole universe, is scheduled to plunge straight ahead into January 1st of the new year. You follow me so far, Hughes?
Yes. What has this to do with your so-called time machine?
Just this. By using a revolutionary principle of physics, my own discovery, my machine bends the straight track of time, curves it, so that the time track forms a perfect circle.
Incredible.
You fool, it's a scientific fact. I've done it.
Oh, mad, I say, mad.
Listen to me, Hughes. At midnight tonight, when I turn on the switch, time will instantly be curved back on itself. So that instead of continuing into January 1st, we'll go back 24 hours. We'll live December 31st over again and again and again like a phonograph needle caught in a groove.
You expect me to believe that this day will never end? That you can make December 31st repeat itself forever?
Laugh, you fool. You won't laugh long. Today, I've been especially careful to make it the fullest, happiest day of my life because I'm going to live this wonderful day forever. I'll catch time in that groove and hold it there. The future will never come. I'll never have to pay my debts, Despite my bad heart, I'll never die.
I'll have to be as insane as you to believe that.
Would you like a demonstration?
Playing the farce out to the end, are you? Well, go ahead. Demonstrate.
That's the proper scientific spirit used. I'll set the machine to affect merely this house and ourselves. What incident of the last half hour do you want me to make repeat itself? Choose.
Oh, the butler and the sheriff.
John and the sherry, eh? Very good. And I want you to bear in mind that just as time will be repeated here in this room for the next few moments, so can I repeat time throughout the whole world, not once, but again and again. Now, let me adjust my machine. There. Now to close the circuit.
You rang, sir?
Really, well.
The sherry, John.
Yes, I have it here, sir.
Fine, fine. Put it on the table.
Shall I pour, sir?
No, I'll do it myself. That's all, John.
Very good.
There. The automatic circuit cut us off, and we're back in ordinary time again. Convinced, Hughes?
It can't be. It's impossible. It's a trick, a dream, a nightmare.
You'll be saying that for all eternity.
I'm getting out of here.
Are you, cousin? Try it if you can.
I can't. I'm paralyzed. I can't get out of this chair.
You feel pain now, don't you, Hughes?
Yes. Yes, horrible pain.
You shouldn't have drunk the sherry, Hughes. Your glass contained a slow poison, you see.
No, help! Help!
There's an antidote on the table. You see that little green bottle, Hughes, just beyond the reach of your fingers? Isn't it ironic? If you could only move your arm 5 inches. Try. Oh, you can't. Dear me, how very, very sad. All you can do is look at the antidote while you die in agony.
Please, will it help me? Help me! I don't want to die.
Just a little while now, cousin, a little while. It's almost midnight. You'll die just before midnight. And then I'll turn on my machine. Set it to affect the whole world forever, and time all over the world will snap back 24 hours. Everybody in the world will live December 31st over again and again, forever and ever. You too, you.
No.
You'll visit me again. Drink the poison cherry again. Die again. Live again. Die again.
Oh, Lamont, this party of yours is the loveliest New Year's Eve party I ever attended.
Margot, you danced beautifully.
Thanks, Lamont.
I wonder what's happened to yours. He said he'd be late, but I didn't think...
Hold it, everybody. Here comes the new year.
Happy New Year, Lamont.
Not yet, Margot. 8, 9, 10, 11...
Why, Lamont, where are we? I'm still in your arms dancing with you, but it's not the party, the New Year's Eve party in your apartment. How could that be?
I don't know, Margot.
What was that awful crash?
I don't know. But look around you, Margot. We're dancing in the Honolulu Club.
But we were dancing in the Honolulu Club right here last night. Last night at midnight. I mean, 24 hours ago. Oh, I don't know what I mean.
Keep dancing with me, Margot. I've got to figure this out. It seems like a dream, and yet...
That's it, Lamont. It's a dream. I dreamed through the whole day, December 31st, right up to midnight. Then that crash, and I woke up here in the Honolulu Club.
Margot, it wasn't a dream, I tell you.
Then what was it, Lamont?
I don't know. But something's gone wrong, Margot. Something's gone wrong with the whole world.
But everything seems all right, Lamont.
Margot, hold on to me. Don't let go. Let's walk back to our table.
Well, all right, but I don't understand.
Keep holding on to me. Margot, Do you remember last night, just about this time, as we were dancing, a waiter accidentally dropped a whole tray full of dishes?
Why, yes, that's so, Lamont. Lamont, it's happened. He dropped it just as he did last night.
Yes. I see it all now, Margot. We actually lived through December 31st. We, everybody, the whole world. But just as the last stroke of midnight came, something happened to time.
Time?
Yes. Time snapped back 24 hours. Instead of going on to January 1st, the world went back to the first moment of December 31st.
But nobody else seems to realize what's happened.
Yes, that is strange. Apparently everybody's forgotten that they lived through the last day of the year.
Why do we remember?
Margot, I believe that the same power that makes me invisible to others has something to do with this.
What do you mean, Lamont?
Years ago in India, I was studying with the yogi priests. I developed my powers of concentration, my power of will, to such an extent that apparently this accident of time doesn't affect me. How long I'll be able to fight against it, I don't know.
But I haven't your power, Lamont. Why do I remember, too?
Margot, because at the instant time flashed back, you happened to be dancing with me. You were in my arms, within the aura of my will, my influence.
No.
Just so long as you're touching me, you'll remember, too.
Oh, Lamont, I can't believe it. I can't.
Well, then try it. Let go of me. Go on, let go, Margot.
Well, all right. You're right, Lamont. You remember the Higgins, don't you?
Margot.
Yes, that's the family.
Margot, stop.
Well, they're very
Margot,
anxious
listen to
that
me.
you and I go south
Margot.
for this year. What am I saying? What happened? Oh, Lamont, you're holding me again.
Margot, the instant you let go of me, you said exactly what you said 24 hours before. When I grabbed you, you snapped back, free of the new time spell.
Then it's true. Oh, Lamont, I'm afraid. Don't let go of me.
Steady, Margot.
Oh, but it's horrible. People will go on living through December 31st to eternity, never knowing, never realizing. Lamont, there'll never be a new year.
You're absolutely right. Unless this can be stopped.
But how can anyone stop it? Nothing human could have caused a thing like this to happen.
I'm not so sure, Margot. Hughes told me that a cousin of his, a brilliant scientist, claimed to have invented a time machine. That cousin of Hughes may be responsible for what's happened to time.
But who is this man? Where does he live?
Hughes didn't say. I'll have to find him some way. And when I do, Margot, it'll be as the Shadow. Perhaps the Shadow will be able to switch time back to normal. Bring the new year to a world doomed to live a day which never ends.
In just a minute, the curtain rises on Act 2 of The Shadow's adventure. Meanwhile, a word to you motorists. Do you slow down passing a school? Do you pass other cars on a hill? Do you come to a full stop at street intersections?
The shadow wanders. The terrific toll of deaths and injuries indicates that too many motorists fail to exercise caution, fail to consider the other fellow. Play safe. It pays.
And motorists, here's one thing more. If you only realize the importance that safe tires, too, play in safe motoring, you wouldn't hesitate a minute to put the new Goodrich Safety Silvertowns with the Lifesaver tread on your car. For remember, this new Silvertown is much more than a new tire. It's a new kind of tire safety. On the inside, it has the famous blowout protection of the Goodrich Golden Ply. And on the outside, it has the amazing new Lifesaver tread. The tread that sweeps wet roads so dry, you can actually light a match on its track. Yes, sir, that's plenty dry. So it's hardly surprising that Silvertowns will give you the quickest non-skid stops you've ever had.
Margot, keep holding on to me.
I will, Lamont. We can walk. My apartment isn't far. Oh, why don't you let me come with you?
No, Margot. This is the Shadow's job. It may be dangerous. I want you to be safe.
Safe in a world gone mad? Oh.
Watch yourself. The streets are slippery with ice. Here, hold on to me more tightly. We'll cross here.
What happened? He might have hit my cab. Hey, here comes a cop. Somebody call an ambulance. That woman's hurt.
Oh, how awful.
Come on. Do you remember, Margot, last night, on this very spot?
Same taxi, the same corner. Same poor woman struck down. It's happened all over again.
Yes, Margot. And it'll happen all over again every 24 hours from now until doomsday.
Oh, it's frightening. Think of that woman over and over.
Unless I can put time back on its track, Margot. I must. Let's hurry.
Oh, look at that poor man shivering in the doorway there. He hasn't even an overcoat.
He looks hungry, poor devil. Margot, remember last night? In a moment, he'll step out of that doorway and ask me for a dime.
Excuse me, mister. Could you give me a dime for a cup of coffee? I'm so cold, I'm freezing. Oh, thanks. Thanks, mister.
There's one thing I'm glad of, Lamont. He doesn't know. He doesn't know he's doomed to shiver and freeze and starve like that forever. And millions like him. Millions of unfortunates shivering and starving all over the world tonight.
That machine. I must find that machine. Well, here we are, Margot.
Don't bother to take me up. There's so much for you to do. So much, Lamont. The doorman will let me in. It's exactly the same time we got home last night.
Good evening, Miss Lane. Bad night, ain't it?
Hurry, Lamont. Find Hughes's cousin.
Since time's repeating himself.
Well, I always say when...
Hughes will meet me in the afternoon at my club, just as he met me yesterday. We'll talk as we talked then. Perhaps he'd be able to tell me.
Lamont, what's the matter? You're so pale suddenly.
It's funny, I felt weak just then. As if my strength of my will were fading away. Could it be that
Lamont,
I, too...
you mustn't. You've got to be strong. The world needs your strength.
Let go of me, Margot.
All right.
You're draining my power, my strength away. Let go.
The wind is very biting, Miss Lane.
Yes, it is. Fred, will you take me up to my apartment? Please?
Yes, sure, Miss Lane.
Gone. Safe upstairs. Goodbye, Margot. Until tomorrow. Tomorrow ever comes.
Mr. Cranston,
Stuart.
on behalf of all the employees of the club, I wish to thank you for your generous
Stuart,
New Year's gift to the
listen to me.
personnel.
Can't you hear? Don't you
The
understand what
same
I'm saying to you?
sir. And may I thank you, too, Mr. Hughes, for your gift.
You're very welcome, Stuart. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
Stuart, stop.
I wish I could have made it more, Cranston, but it hasn't been a terribly good year for
Hughes,
me.
let me take your hand. You're merely repeating what you said 24 hours ago.
Poorly, though
Now
the
listen to
doctors
me.
say she may pull out of it.
Who is your
next year.
cousin?
That's why
Who
I'm
is he?
looking
Where does
forward
he
to the
live?
New Year so eagerly.
Oh, hopeless. He's not attuned to my will. I'll have to follow him. Make him lead me to this cousin of his,
Expect
to the
to be
time
out
machine.
of debt very shortly.
I must concentrate. My willpower seems to be failing. I must hold on until Hughes visits his cousin.
Convinced, Hughes?
Can't be. It's impossible, Willard. It's a trick, a dream, a nightmare.
You'll be saying that for all eternity.
I'm getting out of here.
Are you, cousin? Try to, if you can.
I can't. I'm paralyzed. I can't get out of this chair.
Hughes, you can. You're not paralyzed.
Pain now,
Yes.
don't you, Hughes?
Yes, horrible pain.
Hughes, there is no pain.
You
None.
shouldn't have drunk the
Hughes,
sherry,
hear me.
Hughes. Your glass contained the slow poison,
No,
you see.
no, help! Help!
I have helped you, Hughes. You were not poisoned. I substituted this antidote for the poison in the glass of sherry Willard handed you. You're not poisoned, I tell you. Exert your will, attune it to mine. Try to get out of that chair. Here. Hold me. Hold me. Now try. I've broken the grip of the time spell a little. I made something happen that didn't happen yesterday. You did something just now you didn't do then. You drank the antidote instead of the poison. Try, Hughes.
I heard a voice. A voice. But there's no one here. No one but... Try, it said. Chair. Out of chair. I'm standing. I'm free. Free.
Thank the Lord. Hughes, can you hear me now?
Who are you? Who are you? I see only Willard. I don't think he sees me. I feel someone holding me. Who are you?
Never mind who I am, Hughes. Get out of this house at once. Go to the home of your friend, Lamont Cranston.
Yes.
You are to attend the New Year's Eve party there. Remember?
Yes. I seem to remember.
Go now, Hughes. You don't need me to hold you now. I will you to go.
Yes.
A little while now, cousin. A little while. It's almost midnight. You'll die just before midnight. Where am I? Who is that?
You feel my power now, Willard. I'm holding you fast. Fast to use hear? My will. Submit to my will. It dominates you. It snatches you from the field of that evil time spell you cast over the world.
I'm powerless in the grip of some invisible force. And it speaks. Who are you? Who?
I am the Shadow.
The Shadow.
Dr. Willard, you are guilty of the greatest crime ever perpetrated against mankind. You thought to condemn the rest of the world to an eternity of cold and darkness and suffering.
No, I didn't mean to do that.
You wanted an eternal life of pleasure, of evil. You tried to stave off forever the death that hung over you like a sword.
I don't want to die.
To satisfy your selfishness, you tried to, you did, break the laws of nature. And so you must be punished, Dr. Willard.
Punished? How?
In a moment, I shall smash your devilish time machine, reduce it to splinters and scrap. And the instant the machine is smashed, time will snap back to normal. Instantaneously, time will take up where it left off when you put the machine into operation. And so will come what you thought had destroyed forever. The new year. The blessed new year. That means new hope and happiness for the good and the innocent people of the world. While for you, it will bring what God decreed for you. Death.
No, don't smash the machine. Give me one more day of life, just one, and I'll smash it myself.
Not 1 hour, not 1 minute, not 1 second.
Don't let me die. Stop.
Yes, Margot. The new year. At last.
Why, Hughes. Oh, I'm sorry to be late, Cranston. I don't know what happened to me. I feel as if I just woke up from a bad dream. I found myself running up here.
Mr. Hughes, you're ill.
No, he's all right, Margot. You are all right, aren't you, Hughes?
I guess I am. What time is it?
It's just past 12 o'clock, Mr. Hughes. Happy New Year.
New Year? Yes. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, Hughes. Happy New Year.
As a matter of fact, Lamont, it seems to me I had a dream, too. The strangest sort of dream.
Perhaps you did, Margot.
Well, anyway, Happy New Year, Lamont.
Happy New Year.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows. Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? shadow knows.
Your local blue coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Before we present the first act of today's Shadow story, a brief reminder to you homeowners. You all know what an unpredictable month March is. The weather's blustery, bitter cold one day and mild the next. And I don't have to remind you how very dangerous those extremes of temperature are to the health of everyone in your family. Now, if you want to ensure steady, comfortable warmth inside your home and help prevent late winter colds and illness, here's what you do. Call your nearest blue coal dealer. Get a supply of blue coal, the quality-tested hard coal that guarantees you steadier, more healthful heating performance and satisfaction. Don't gamble with just any ordinary coal. Insist on blue coal. Ask for it by name. It's the coal that's trademarked blue, so you can identify it at a glance. It's the coal that will give you better heat with less furnace attention. As our story opens, we find Lamont Cranston with his friend Margot Lane in his apartment, busily turning the dials of a shortwave radio receiver.
Margot, a few nights ago, I came across a very peculiar noise on the radio. Couldn't figure out what it was, so I got my recording set out tonight, and I'm going to make a record of this strange broadcast.
Yes, I remember when you first got the recorder. We recorded everything we could think of. It was a lot of fun.
Yes, particularly our duets. Listen, there it is. Start the machine. We'll record it right now.
The oddest thing I've ever heard. It doesn't make any sense.
I can't make head or tail out of it. It doesn't sound like a human voice. And yet it's... Wait. I'll play our recording back on the phonograph. See now, wait a minute. There.
Can you make it play slower? We might be able to analyze it better.
Oh, yes, I'll slow it down.
We cannot bring it down on land at
Margot, it's a man's voice. Why, it's very clear when the record is played slower. What a simple trick. They've merely made a record at a slow speed and played it fast so you can't get it.
But how could anyone receive the message?
They must have a recording outfit like mine and play it back at the low speed. Let's listen to the record again.
Yes.
Yeah, just a minute, I'll start it. There's the group.
Speed. Operator speed. New battle plane lands here tonight. This mystery ship will be destroyed tomorrow.
Margot.
We will fly this plane to the Gordon Lightship and then 10 miles due south.
Gordon Lightship?
We will cruise to that point in our boat and pick us up. This plane will be destroyed at sea.
What do you suppose?
We cannot bring it down on land at any cost. It will never be recovered.
Right.
We have the only existing set of plans, and the designer is dead. Operator one in command.
Do you know what that means, Margot?
No, I don't know.
A new army plane is due tomorrow or next day at the aerodrome. It's one of the most revolutionary inventions in the history of military aviation. Only one of these planes has been built. And not one of the men who worked on its construction was permitted to know all its secrets. And its designer is dead.
Oh, I see.
With this plane in the hands of an invading power, this country would be wiped out before our defenses could be mobilized.
Well, tell me about it. What kind of plane is it?
The plane is revolutionary in design, Margot. It's equipped with a very intricate shortwave radio control outfit. By means of this shortwave, one of the planes can control up to 50 flying bombs.
Flying bombs?
That's precisely what they are. Unpiloted miniature airplanes. They're extremely fast, can be directed by the mothership at any target, from a speedy bombing plane to an army tank or battleship. As far as I know, they've only built 3 or 4 of the flying bombs.
We have so little to work on. What can we do?
We've got to find the shortwave station that broadcast that record.
But how can we ever find it?
You know, Margot, the closer you get to a broadcasting station, the louder the program comes in.
Yes, naturally.
In my car, I have a simple device with a needle and dial that shows accurately when you're getting near a radio transmitter. With the aid of that device, Margot, we're sure to find that station.
I don't think it's any use to any further west, Lamont.
What does the dial read now, Margot?
It's down to 9.
Well, we'll go southeast now.
The signal is getting stronger, Lamont. The dial reads 20 now.
Good. Covered every inch of the city. There must be a road that goes further east from here.
Well, the only place I know east of here is Robbers Reef. Do you think it could... Oh, it couldn't be out there. Why, there's only an old tumble-down house on the reef.
I think you've hit it, Margot.
How do you get there?
There's an alley between a couple of these buildings here that leads out onto a sort of short, narrow sandbar connecting the mainland with the end of the reef.
Is that it there between those old buildings?
It's so hard to see in this fog.
There.
Yes, that must be it. We'll try anyway.
This is the gloomiest place I've ever seen. Lamont, look. The dial reads 30.
Good. We're headed right. Margot, I'm going to stop here. Now, you stay in the car. Keep the doors locked till I come out of the house.
Please don't go in there, Lamont.
I won't, Margot. But I think the shadow will pay a call.
That's awful funny. What was that? Who's there?
Only the shadow.
The shadow? Well, who are you? Where are you hiding? I can't see you.
I'm hiding in the shadows, where no man can see me.
What'd you come here for? What do you want?
I came to listen to you play that record you have in your hand.
You can't do it. Nobody can hear these records, not even my son.
Your son?
Yes, this is his shortwave radio set. He lets me run it when he's at work nights.
Did you make these records?
You think I'm crazy? Of course not. Well, I don't even make sense. Some darn fool pays me $5 to play them on the air. He says it's just a joke, and they do sound pretty funny.
Who is he?
And down if I know, he's some kind of a foreigner, comes here every so often and leaves me some more of them to play.
What's your name?
Joe Ryan.
Of course, Joe. I knew you, and all about these records. I was just testing you.
Yeah.
You and I are going to play a joke on our friend. I'll bring a record here in a little while, just like one of his. And I'll pay you $10 to play it in place of the one you've got there. He'll think it's a great joke.
$10. You're twice as much of a darn fool as he is.
What do you mean?
You're paying me just twice as much. That's why. The joke's on you.
He'll think it's very funny, too.
Well, here's to you, Corbin. I guess our work's about done. Tomorrow the Army's new plane will disappear, and so will we.
Yes, Borla. We'll be all finished up. It's been a pleasure working with you. Perhaps your methods are a bit ruthless, but they produce results. Shall we listen into your last shortwave broadcast and record it just as a souvenir? No, it's time for it now.
Well, all right, tune it in.
Such a simple idea, that high-speed recording. No one in the world can understand that.
Wait a minute. Listen, there's something wrong with that message. It's a good thing we are recording it.
I think it's your imagination, Borla. It sounds like all the rest of your records.
I know what my voice sounds like even at high speed. Now, play the recording back at the slow speed.
Mm-hmm.
Listen.
Operator 1. Operator 1. Your plan to steal the new Army bomber
Sounds very strange.
If you do not want this plan revealed, come at once to Joe Ryan's shack on Robbers Reef. If you want your secret to remain a secret, come immediately, for I have things of grave importance to discuss with you. I'll be waiting for you, Operator 1. This is the Shadow.
Shadow? I've heard of him. He's dangerous. Perhaps we should leave tonight, Borla. You have the only plans, and the designer's dead. Let's leave at once.
Fool, we have yet to destroy the plane. Besides, Corbin, the Shadow knows too much. Borla will teach him a lesson he has long needed. Borla will teach him not to meddle with affairs of importance. Let's go at once. Don't drive so fast, Corbin. This fog is pretty thick.
But you told me to hurry.
Yes, but it would be a pity to disappoint the Shadow. Put out your headlights, Corbin. We turn on to Robbers Reef here.
All right.
Drive slower, you fool.
I'm just barely creeping.
No, we can't take any chance on any accidents now. Look, what's that? right ahead of us.
It's a car with no lights. Car with no lights. Coming in from Robbers Reef.
It must be the shadow. Quick, Corbin. Steer out of its way.
I can't without going into the bay.
Going to hit us. Look out!
Are you all right?
Yes. Fortunately, we're both going very slowly.
Somebody getting out of that car.
Stop where you are before I shoot. Corbin, flash a light on his face.
It's a woman.
I thought it was our friend, the shadow. What are you doing out here, young lady?
I lost my way.
And why are you driving without lights?
Well, I thought I could see better that way in the fog.
I don't believe you. Corbin, look in the car and see if there's anyone else.
Yeah.
Perhaps you brought someone out to Robbers Reef. Young
I don't
lady,
know what you're talking about. I tell you, I lost my way.
Well, we'll soon find out. You are coming with me.
No one else in the car, Bob.
Good, Corbin. I'm sure there's nothing the matter with the cars. Drive hers into the water. Then bring ours to Joe Ryan's shack. The young lady and I are going to walk. Unless she is foolish and tries to run away.
The Shadow's adventure continues in just a moment. You know, friends, it's true that nothing succeeds like success. In fact, nothing proves the merit of a product or the claims made for it as conclusively as its sales record. And the fact that Blue Coal ranks first in nationwide volume of sales is proof that it is a better anthracite. Countless thousands of you homeowners here and in communities the nation over have made that record possible. You've tried Blue Coal. You've compared it with other fuels. And you've kept Blue Coal's top-ranking position unchallenged throughout the years. Now there's a real treat ahead for you homeowners who haven't yet tried Blue Coal. There's the satisfaction of knowing you're getting the most in heating comfort that money can buy when you order Blue Coal by name. For the harmless blue coloring which identifies Blue Coal also guarantees you far better quality, far better all-around performance. Just try Blue Coal. Compare it with the coal you're burning at present. You'll see why Blue Coal is America's largest selling anthracite. You'll join those thousands of satisfied homeowners everywhere who know there's no substitute for Blue Coal for better heat with less furnace attention. So call your nearest Blue Coal dealer. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified phone directory under the words Blue Coal.
Step in there, young lady.
What? Oh, it's you, mister. Hey, did you hear it? Did you hear the funny record?
Yes, very funny. Where's the shadow?
I don't know where he is. Said he was a friend of yours.
He is a great friend of mine. I'd like to see him.
You can't see him, because even when he's here, he isn't. He just talks to you.
You're a fool, old man. Now, young lady, suppose you tell us what you know about the shadow.
The shadow?
Don't pretend that you don't know him. You brought him here. All right, you, Corbin.
Yes, Paula.
Take that piece of rope and tie the old man up.
Hey, what for? I ain't done nothing. I just did what you told me to. Honest, I did.
Shut up. Tie him well. No, you don't, young lady. Stay away from that door. Here, Corbin. Give me a hand. The young lady doesn't want to stay here. Tie her up, too. That's it. Tie her to this chair. Fine. Now we will see.
Oh! What hit me? Paula, did you do that?
You may thank the shadow, Corbin.
The shadow? I can't see you. Where are you?
You hear where my voice comes from, don't you?
That's all I wanted to hear. I guess the last laugh belongs to Paula. It was too easy. Come, Corbin. We must get to the aerodrome. We have work to do. Come, Corbin. Hurry. Hurry, Corbin. The X-1 should land just at dawn. It will be light in a few moments.
I'm doing the best I can. I'm still worried about that girl and the old man back on Robbers Reef. You should have gotten rid of them.
As soon as I leave you at the airport, I will go back and close their mouths forever.
Leave me at the airport?
Certainly, Corbin. You're a pilot. It's up to you to fly the army ship out to sea alone and bury it.
Yes, but suppose something happens when I get out over the ocean. Suppose they don't pick me up. This is dangerous, Paula.
Your strong suit is not courage, Corbin. But don't worry. You will be picked up, as will I. The rest of our operatives are waiting even now on the boat, 10 miles south of the Gordon lightship.
Do you still have the plans for the plane with you?
Those plans have not been out of my sight since the day I got them. There's the entrance to the airport directly ahead.
What do you plan to do, Paula?
Simply this. The flight of this new plane has been veiled in greatest secrecy. There will be but one guard at the airport to meet us. You and I represent ourselves as inspectors from the War Department. Once we get aboard the plane, it is simple. We'll overcome the pilot and anyone else on board, and the rest will be up to you. Here. We can stop right here now.
Look, Paula. Look, there she is now. She's just landed.
And look right behind her. There are the 3 flying bombs coming in perfect formation. Come. Let's get over to the plane.
Sorry, sir. No one's permitted on this field.
I'm Harry Johnson from the War Department, and this is Mr. Andrews, my assistant. We have been sent out to check the landing of the new plane.
Do you have any identification?
Identification? Why, the best in the world. Look, here are the plans for that ship. Is that good enough identification?
It sure is.
Who is piloting her?
I believe Lieutenant Flynn, sir.
Well, I'd like to get his report as to how she handled on her trip east.
Well, there he is, just coming out of the cabin. Oh, Lieutenant Flynn. Yes? Mr. Johnson and Mr. Andrews from the War Department, sir.
We came up to get your report on the flight firsthand. Did you fly in alone?
Yes, sir. She handled beautifully in the air, and the flying bombs responded perfectly.
I've gone over these plans here, of course, but I would like to step into the cabin and see what it looks like.
Certainly. Right this way, sir. The pilot sits up ahead here in this heavily armored cockpit. Now, by closing this metal door, he can be shut off completely from the rest of the ship.
What is the purpose of that, Lieutenant?
It's just an added armor protection for the pilot and the shortwave mechanism that controls the flying bombs.
But, Lieutenant, can the pilot communicate with anyone in the other part of the ship when the door is closed?
Yes. Step into the cockpit here. Now, you see this microphone?
Yes.
That's connected with a loudspeaker installed in the rear of the ship so that the pilot constantly can be in contact with the rest of the crew, even if the armored door is shut.
Well, where's the equipment for the control of the flying bombs?
That's right here, sir. See this dial with numbers up to 50? You just set the indicator at any one of the numbers, and that throws the flying bomb of that particular number in line with the corresponding controls so that it can be manipulated separately. And these 3 dials here control speed, direction, and altitude. It's perfectly simple. Is there anything more I can show you, sir?
No. You have been a great help, Lieutenant. What is that switch in back of us?
Oh, this? Well, that's the...
All right, Corbin, take off immediately. As soon as you get in motion, I'll push the pilot out and jump out myself and tell the guard that you are running away with the ship. There. There he goes. Now, hurry, Corbin. Take her off. Good luck, Corbin. I'm going to jump now. Help! Stop! Help! Stop!
Well, Corbin, your plan has worked perfectly. Up to now.
What? Who said that?
The Shadow.
But how did you get here?
I came with you in the car from Ryan's shack on Robbers Reef. You cannot escape from the Shadow.
But Paula killed you.
No. He only shot at my voice.
Where are you now?
I am in the shadows of a cabin in back of you, but I can see you well enough to shoot you if you don't bring this plane down immediately.
No, don't shoot. I'll bring it down, only don't shoot.
Open the door. Open that door, I tell you.
Well, Mr. Shadow, you can shoot your heart's content. Perhaps you heard Lieutenant Flynn say that the pilot's cockpit is well armored.
Corbett, bring this plane down.
I'll bring it down, all right. The 3 flying bombs in the ocean 10 miles south of the Gordon lightship. But when the plane lands, you will land in it alone. For I will leave it by parachute before it goes into its last power dive. What do you think of that, Mr. Shadow? Why don't you speak? Shadow, can't you hear me?
I hear you all right, Corbin. And thanks for the suggestion about a parachute. It was nice of you. I'm going to leave you, Corbin, but not for long. I'll chase you to the ends of the earth. You'll never get away. Goodbye, Corbin.
What's the matter with those mechanics? Can't they get that pursuit ship started? Look at that plane gain altitude.
Take it easy, Lieutenant Flynn. The mechanics are warming it up as fast as they can. How's your head? You got a nasty crack.
It's all right. It's all right. Wait till I get my hands on that guy. Where did the other one go to?
In the excitement, he ducked into a car and beat it.
You send out a police call?
Sure, first thing. Hey, look. Look. Someone just bailed out of the ship.
Oh, that's funny. The parachute's opening, but I can't see anybody.
That's the darndest thing I ever saw in my life.
Look, the number 1 flying bomb is diving for the parachute.
Will it explode if it hits the parachute?
Once the firing mechanism is released, it'll go off if it hits anything.
Oh, my Lord. He just missed the parachute. And it's diving. It's diving straight towards us. It's out of control. Quick, I pedal the
Hey, you all right?
Yeah, but boy, I hate to be any closer.
What happened to that parachute?
It came down right in back of us. But I still can't see anyone.
Well, I can't stop now. I gotta take off and force that guy down.
Lieutenant Flynn?
Huh? I'm hearing things. Boy, must have gotten a worse smack on the head than I thought.
No. It's not your imagination, Lieutenant. You're hearing the voice of the shadow.
The shadow? Well, who are you? Where are you? How did you get here?
I'm in the cockpit right behind you. And we have no time for explanations. Lieutenant, you and I have caught up with a gang of international spies.
Oh, so that's their game. Well, how do you know this?
I've been with them all night, followed their every move. Perhaps you saw me bail out of the stolen plane.
Yeah, and you nearly got blown to Kingdom Come by that flying bomb.
Too close for comfort. What is your first move, Lieutenant?
Well, I'm going to fly close to the stolen plane and call by radio. And if that crook won't listen to reason, I'll force him down.
Good. You're almost close enough now.
Yeah. He sees it. Look, one of the flying bombs is turning. It's heading right for us.
Can you turn out of its way?
I'll try. Those things are too fast. They can turn on a dime. Look at that thing fly.
Your only chance is to shoot it down. Can you hit it?
I've got to.
Good shooting, Lieutenant.
My lord. Look, that madman has released the one remaining bomb.
Yes. He's right behind us. Our only chance is to put this plane into a power dive.
Here goes.
It's still right on our tail.
If I could only get to that rear machine gun.
I'll handle it.
You know how to use it?
Yes.
You got it. You got it, Shadow. Wow, that was close.
Now I think Corbin will listen to reason. I'll call him by shortwave. Calling plane X1. Calling plane X1. Corbin, this is your last warning. Land that plane.
No, don't shoot me down. Don't shoot. I'll land the plane. Hold it. Don't shoot.
Turn immediately and go back to the airport.
All right. I'm turning.
Boy, that's a good day's work finished.
For you, but not for me.
Now, what do you mean, Shadow?
There are several things left undone. The Coast Guard must be instructed to pick up a boat 10 miles south of Gordon Light. It has Baller's operatives on board.
Oh, we can do that right now.
As soon as we see Corbin safely landed and in the hands of the guards, you must fly me to Robbers Reef. Baller's headed there and he must be captured. I'll call the ground at once and have the police notified to follow up.
Who's there?
Baller, what do you want? What are you doing here?
Well, I'm glad to see my little birds have not flown. And now, young lady, there are a few questions I would like to ask you.
Can't you loosen these ropes a little? They're cutting my arms.
In a few minutes, they won't hurt your arms anymore. Nothing will hurt you anymore. Was that a boat or did a plane land here?
A plane? You couldn't land a plane on Robbers Reef. Say, mister, When are you going to untie me?
I'm not going to untie you. I'm going to kill you.
Me? I ain't done nothing. What do you want to kill me for? I only did what you told me.
Oh, you fiend.
You are the only one left, young lady. The shadow is dead, and you... Who's there? Who closed that door?
The shadow.
But the shadow is dead.
No, Bola, the shadow is not dead. Put that gun away. I showed you once that you could not shoot a voice.
No, but I can shoot a very lovely young lady, Shadow. And I don't think you'd care for that. I'm going out this door, and I'm going to shut it after me. If it opens, I shoot. And if I don't hit you, Shadow, I'm going to kill this girl. You can't stop Bola. No one can stop Bola. But the police, I'll shoot them like dogs. I'll kill every one of them. I'll kill...
They got it. You all right, Margot?
Yes, Lamont.
Here, I'll cut these ropes. We have to get out of here.
Thank you, Lamont.
Well, Margot, they've killed Borland. I hate to see any man die by violence. But if that man dedicates his life to the evil task of plotting and espionage against a friendly country, he faces but one fate. And that fate is justly death by violence.
And now here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, everyone. I think it's a fact that of all things a man owns and operates, he knows less about his furnace than anything else. Now, the weather this time of year, as Ken Roberts said earlier in the program, is particularly treacherous. You've got to pay strict attention to the control of your fire and your furnace dampers to keep the house from becoming chilled off or suddenly overheated as the temperature falls and rises outside. So if you have any question in your mind about damper control, or if you want to be sure you're operating your furnace in the most efficient and most economical manner, here's what I suggest you do. Call your nearest Blue Coal dealer. Ask him to send a John Barclay serviceman to check up on your furnace. John Barclay men are trained heating experts. They can show you how to get the best possible heating results. And there's absolutely no charge or obligation of any sort for their advice. Always feel free to call on your Blue Coal dealer. I thank you.
Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
Of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
What evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcefully to old and young alike that crime does not pay. As you probably know, reliable sources forecast that all home heating fuels will be scarce this winter. If you heat with coal, you're lucky. You can store coal, but get your order in early. Ask your Blue Coal dealer to schedule your delivery as soon as he can, and make sure that you order the right size of coal for your furnace. If you're not sure what it should be, Ask him. Your blue coal dealer will be glad to inspect your heating plant and may be able to make other recommendations, too, that will help you to get more heat and to burn less fuel. First thing tomorrow, call the nearest blue coal dealer and ask him to schedule an early delivery of your blue coal. The shadow who aids the forces of law and order is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, Dream of Death. From a lonely house high on a gale-swept cliff, a curtain flaps at an open window. A path leads from the lonely house down past sharp crags and mossy rock, down to the wave-lashed beach below.
Come along, my darling. We're almost to the beach.
Kurt, I'm frightened.
There. Feel the wet sand beneath our feet.
Yes?
Listen. Listen to those waves, Lyra, crashing against the shore.
Kurt, no.
Look at them, black and hungry. They know. The waves know why we're coming to them.
Kurt, I'm afraid.
Hold tightly to my hand. Soon, my darling, we'll be together once again for all eternity. Slowly, slowly now. Down into the water. Don't look back.
Kurt, does it hurt to die?
No, Lyra, no. See, the water swirling above our knees.
Wet and cool.
Above our waist. Above our shoulders. Higher. Still higher.
Kurt.
Oh, we die and live forever.
No, I don't want to die. I don't. Help me. I don't want to die.
Wake up, Lyra, for heaven's sake, wake up. Oh. Celeste? Yes, darling, your sister. It's all right, Lyra, you're all right. You were just having a bad dream.
Dream? No. I was on the beach. In the water. With my husband. With Kurt.
With Kurt? Oh, no, Lyra, no. Don't you remember?
What?
He's dead. Kurt was drowned last night.
Margaret and I came right down as soon as we got your message, Celeste.
Oh, I'm awfully glad you're here, Mr. Cranston.
So are we, Celeste. Especially if there's anything we can do to help.
Yes, after all, Kurt Sander was a friend of mine, even though I didn't see him for some time.
Oh, I'm sure you can help, both of you. We'll see Lyra in just a moment. She was still sleeping when I went in. The doctor prescribed all the rest she could get.
Of course.
This is a beautiful view from this window. Beach down there below the cliffs and the sea beyond.
Yes. Kurt loved solitude.
There's a wind rising. Must be a storm coming up.
It was just this kind of a day that Lyra and Kurt went sailing.
You mean when Kurt was lost?
Yes.
Still haven't told us what did happen, Celeste. Perhaps before we see Lyra, we should know.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, they were out sailing. A violent squall came up and the boat capsized.
How awful.
Apparently, Kurt struck his head against the boat when it turned over on him.
I see.
Anna, our housekeeper, and I were shopping at the time. When we got back, we found Lyra down on the beach, nearly dead from shock and exhaustion.
And how is she now?
Well, physically, the doctor says she'll be all right, but... Oh, Mr. Cranston, it's her mind. She insists that she's going to die.
Die?
She thinks that Kurt's spirit has returned to take her back with him into the sea.
How terrible.
She says they had some kind of a weird pact with death. Oh, do you think you'll be able to reason with her, Mr. Cranston?
Try, Celeste. I'll do everything I can.
I'll see if she's awake now. I'll be right back. Lamont, darling, what are you looking at?
These books on spiritualism. I'd almost forgotten.
Forgotten what?
Kurt Sander was a student and a firm believer in life after death.
All right, Mr. Cranston.
All right. Come on, Margot.
He just woke up. Lyra. Lyra, this is Lamont Cranston.
Lamont Cranston?
Yes, Mrs. Sander. I was a friend of Kurt's, and this is Margot Lane.
Hello, Lyra. You've come to take me away, haven't you? You must take me away from this house.
No, they can't, Lyra. You know you can't leave yet, not until you're better.
But I can't stay here. He'll come back for me.
No, he won't, Mrs. Sander.
Yes, he will. He said, if I should die before you, my darling, I'll return from wherever I may be and take you with me.
No, Mrs. Sander, that isn't possible.
But it is. He'll come back. I mustn't stay here. He'll come back for me. He'll come back.
Lamont, listen.
Kurt? Kurt, is that you?
Lyra.
Quiet. Get back, Margot. I'm going to throw open those French windows and grab whoever...
Oh.
That's a woman.
Oh, it's Anna, our housekeeper, Mr. Cranston. Anna, what on earth were you doing?
I just wanted you to let me in the door.
Why didn't you come in through the back?
I just came up from the beach. I was gathering clams for dinner.
All right, Anna. Come inside so I can shut these doors again.
You'd best shut 'em tight.
Why?
I've been down on the beach, and I've seen it.
Seen what, Anna? Well, Anna, what did you see down on the beach?
I saw another storm coming up. Another storm like the one the night Mr. Sander died.
Mrs. Sander, it's Lamont.
Oh, Lamont.
You're all right.
Lamont, what is it? What happened?
I don't know, Margot. What made you scream, Mrs. Sander?
Well, I was asleep, and something woke me up. I felt cold fingers around my throat. It was Kurt. He'd come for me. Look, Lamont, the French doors.
The wind must have blown them open. That's probably what woke her up. I'll have a look outside.
It was Kurt.
No, Mrs. Sander. Oh, what happened, Margot? I was asleep. I heard a scream.
She thought someone was in the room, her husband.
Oh, no, darling. It just couldn't be.
Right, Mrs. Sander. There's no sign of anyone. You merely had another bad dream.
That's what you say.
Anna.
I've been outside the room, listening. It was him, wasn't it? He's lonely. He's come back.
Anna, what are you trying to do?
Go back to your room, Anna.
All right. But I know. I know.
Now, Mrs. Sander, try to understand it. It was all in your mind. Do you understand?
Yes. All in my mind.
Now try to go back to sleep. Celeste.
Yes.
I think it'd be a good idea if you slept in here for the rest of the night.
Oh, yes, of course I will.
Come on, Margot.
What is it, Lamont? There is something wrong, I can tell.
Let's get your coat. Going to do a little investigating.
But...
I lied in order not to frighten Mrs. Sander. I found this just outside the French doors.
Seaweed?
Yes, seaweed. That someone or something brought up from the ocean below.
Oh. Who's there? The door. Someone...
It's me, Mrs. Sander. Anna.
Anna.
Shh. Don't wake Miss Celeste.
No, I won't.
Come with me. It's about him.
About him?
Hurry.
All right, Anna.
That's right. Now through this door.
the hall. And into this room. But this was Kurt's room. Yes. And look, here on the desk. Picture of me. My necklace. He was to get these things that belong to you. And maybe he'd go back to the sea and leave you alone. That's insane. I'll take them to him. You know where he is? In the cave at the bottom of the cliff. How do you know? Have you seen him? Have you? No. There's a black pool in the cave, and I've seen strange footprints around. No! Things live in that pool. Terrible things that come up from the sea. Anna, don't! Don't go near there, please. I'll be all right. Nothing will harm me. No, Anna! He doesn't want me, Miss Lyra. He wants you. But what are we looking for, Lamont?
Anything here on the beach, Margaret, that might give us a clue as to who or what lit the seaweed outside Lyra's room?
You think someone has taken advantage of Kurt's death to deliberately frighten Lyra out of her mind?
It seems to be the logical explanation right now.
That old housekeeper Anna's certainly been acting strangely enough.
Yes. I haven't been able to make up my mind yet whether Anna's a slightly demented old servant or a very shrewd woman. Then another thought has crossed my mind.
What's that?
Kurt was a very odd person, as I remember him, Margot. Moody, introspective, and, as we know, a firm believer in spiritualism.
Well, you aren't suggesting that there might be some basis for this wild idea Lyra has about Kurt returning from the dead?
Nobody's ever discovered just how far spiritualism can go, Margot.
That's a fantastic idea, Lamont.
Fantastic and terrible. But an idea we may have to consider. We're going to learn the truth about Lyra's dream of death.
So dark in this cave. There's the pool. The black bubbling pool. Don't be scared, Anna. Dead things can't harm honest folk. The lantern down here. Kneel down by the pool. Now, give him the things. Give him the things and tell him to go away. Leave us alone. There's the picture. And the necklace. Now, someone kicked over the lantern. Who's there? Who's there? Coming closer. Someone covered seaweed. Kurt! You! No, you're dead. Go away, no, don't! Oh, you're pushing my head under the water.
We'll return to the shadow in just a moment. Friends, you're missing a lot if you don't have a Blue Coal Temp Master heat regulator on your coal furnace. You're missing the wonderful work-saving ease that automatic temperature control gives. You're missing the even, steady, healthful heat that could be yours. And you're missing the big savings in fuel that a Temp Master makes possible. Altogether, you're missing the carefree heating comfort you should have. But why wait any longer? Call the nearest Blue Coal dealer and ask him to demonstrate the new Blue Coal Temp Master. The Temp Master is an entirely new kind of automatic heat regulator for coal furnaces. The electric eye thermostat upstairs keeps your home exactly at the temperature you set on the dial, eliminating all those trips to the basement to adjust dampers. Furnace controls are operated automatically as needed, and the electric eye thermostat actually shows you the exact position of those dampers. This winter, save coal, save trouble, and get much better, much more healthful heat with a Blue Coal Temp Master. It can be easily installed without interrupting the heat in your home. Only Blue Coal dealers have them. Blue Coal dealers are listed in the classified section of your telephone book. Call the nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow and ask him for a demonstration of the new Blue Coal Temp Master. And now, back to the Shadow. On the trail of a man who apparently has returned from the dead to claim his bride, Margot and Lamont are plunged into a series of weird events. Now we find them walking down a dark beach, while above them tower the black cliffs that rise forebodingly. Suddenly, Margot stops and touches Lamont's arm.
Lamont, look up ahead.
Good Lord, come on.
Lamont. Body here in the water by the edge of the shore.
Yes. It's Anna, the housekeeper.
Is she dead?
Yes, drowned apparently, and the body washed ashore. This is strange, Margot.
What?
There are finger marks around her neck. Someone deliberately held her head under the water.
No. Lamont, what are you doing?
Trying to pry something loose. She's clutched in her hand. There.
What? It's a torn piece of cloth, and there's a gold button on it.
It's the kind of button that's usually found on men's yachting jackets.
And Kurt was in sailing clothes when he died.
Yes, Margot, he was. But look here. It's a faint trail in the sand.
Looks as though Anna's body was dragged down here.
Trail leads up to a kind of opening in the cliff. Come on.
Lamont, I just don't understand.
Neither do I, but there must be a logical explanation behind all this. I've got a feeling we're getting close to the answer.
I certainly hope so.
Here we are. It's kind of a tunnel into the base of the cliff.
You're not going in?
Yes. Stay behind me. I'll use my flashlight.
Why, it's a big cave.
Yes.
Do you see anything?
Black pool of water in the center of the cave.
You sure that's all?
Yes.
Oh, thank heavens. Oh, let's get out of here. It gives me the creeps.
Quiet, Mark.
What?
Look out through the mouth of the cave. Out there on the beach. Someone kneeling down by Anna's body.
What? It's Celeste.
Yes. What would Lyra's sister be doing out there on the beach at this time?
She's coming towards us.
She's following the same trail up here we followed. Stand back, Margot. I'll switch off the flash.
Kirk, are you in there?
Lamont.
What's that? Kirk, was that you?
No, sir.
Lamont, she's running away up the path to the house.
Yes.
Lamont, do you realize what this means?
I'm beginning to, Margot.
Kurt is alive, not dead. He must be the one who's trying to drive Lyra mad. Anna must have found out the truth, and that's why he killed her.
Perhaps and perhaps not, Margot. Now I think I can find out.
How?
I think Celeste will tell me a great deal when she talks to the Shadow.
The gun. The gun, it must be... Oh, yes, there it is. Who's there? Who laughed?
Shadow laughed, Celeste.
The Shadow. Oh, yes. The gun. Somebody took the gun from my hand. But who? Where?
No one sees the Shadow.
Shadow, what do you want?
What were you going to do with this gun, Celeste?
Why,
Are you going to kill your sister, Lyra?
No, why should I do that?
Because you haven't been able to make her kill herself the way you and Kurt planned.
That's not true.
Kurt's not dead. You've been working together. That's true, isn't it, Celeste?
No.
Kurt was in love with you, wasn't he? But Lyra stood in your way.
Oh, yes, he was in love with me. He begged me to marry him.
And Kurt is alive.
Yes, that's why I came for the gun. He's out of his mind. He killed Anna, and he'll kill my sister, too.
What were you doing down on that beach by Anna's body?
I was looking for Lyra. She's gone. Oh, he'll kill her, don't you understand? Oh, Shadow, you've got to find him before it's too late.
Shadow will find the truth, Celeste. If you've lied, I'll be back. You will answer to the shadow.
Vera? Vera, are you in there?
Try the door, Lamont. Empty.
Yes, Celeste told the shadow the truth. Kurt must have taken her off somewhere.
The French doors are standing wide open again.
Yes, look at this, Margot, over here. Some muddy footprints on the carpet.
What'll we do?
I don't... Wait a minute. Margot, this isn't mud on these footprints. It's slime. Green slime. The kind that grows on rocks.
You think Kurt has taken her to the cave?
I don't know, Margot. All I know is we better get back there as fast as we can. Here we are, Margot. Be careful going into the cave.
Lamont, it's so dim in here.
I couldn't afford to bring my flashlight, darling. We'd make too good a target.
Yes, if Kurt's as mad as he appears to be, he'd probably shoot first and ask questions later.
Easy now, darling.
Come on. Over there.
Good Lord, it's
Kurt in there.
Lyra! I'm coming, Lyra. Try to hold on. Lyra!
Kurt. Oh, Kurt.
It's all right, Lyra. I've got you.
Oh, Lamont. He had a gun. He was going to kill me. I grabbed his arm and it went off.
Lyra?
She's fainted.
You better lie here for a moment. I could have a look at Kurt.
Well?
Now, have to light a match.
Lamont, what?
He's dead, Margot.
Right. I suppose it's just as well.
Yes, I think it is, Margot. Look at this over here.
Yes. A shallow grave. Good heavens, you mean he was going to kill Lyra and bury her in there?
No, Margot, I mean that Kurt Sander came out of this grave. Lyra's shot didn't kill him. He's been dead for at least 2 days.
Mark, why on earth are we leaving the cave with Lyra still in there with that body?
No time to explain, Margot. I want you to get up the house right away and be careful.
Is that all?
Yes.
But Lamont...
By the time you get there, Margot, the shadow will have trapped the real killer.
What? Oh, I'm still in the cave. All alone. I've got to get out of here. Kurt's body. It was by the pool. Oh, it's gone. What? Noise. Is someone in the cave? Oh, Lamont, is that you? Why don't you answer? There, I can almost see you now. I can almost see you. Kurt! Kurt, it's you! No, it can't be you. You're dead. Keep away. Keep away.
Why did you kill me, Lyra?
Oh, I didn't, Kurt, I swear.
Yes, you did, Lyra. You must confess. Tell the truth.
No.
If you don't, Lyra, I'll tell them. I'll tell them your story of how I drowned was a lie.
No.
Tell them you killed me 2 days ago in this cave.
Please.
I'll tell them how you crushed my skull with a rock.
No,
I'll tell them how you killed Anna, too. Covered yourself with seaweed and pretended to be me.
No.
Then confess. Confess.
All right, I did. I killed Anna. I killed you both. Now go away. Who are you? Who are you?
The shadow.
No.
Yes, Lyra. You confess to the shadow. You've condemned yourself to death, Lyra. Because now the shadow knows.
Lamont, it's incredible. I can hardly believe that Lyra is a murderer.
Well, apparently she's a violently jealous woman, Margot. Kurt arranged a rendezvous with her near the cave, asked her for a divorce. Told her he wanted to be free to marry her younger sister, Celeste. She flew into a jealous rage, killed him, left his body in the cave.
Then her story of the drowning, her dream of death, all those weird happenings, even Anna's murder, were done to frighten people away from here so that no one would learn the truth.
Yes. After she killed Anna, and after we started investigating, she became panicky.
So she decided to dispose of Kurt's body.
Exactly. In the dim light, we thought Kurt and Lyra were struggling together. When she heard me call to her, she fired a shot in a crazy last-ditch effort to make us think that Kurt had been alive up to that point. Was responsible for everything.
Oh, how horrible. And stupid.
Yes?
Well, it's all over now, thank goodness.
It's all over. Except that soon Lyra will be going to her death. This time, it won't be a dream.
And now let me present Blue Coal's distinguished heating authority, John Bartley.
Thank you, Andre Baruch, and good evening, friends. Here's an important tip on economical home heating that will save you time, trouble, and fuel. If you tend your furnace fire the right way, you'll find that your fire will burn more slowly and evenly, and that you'll get more heat from the fuel you burn. When you add coal, do it like this. First, shake the grates gently until the first faint red glow is visible in the ash pit. Then, with the shovel or a small hoe, pull the live coals from the back of the firebox up toward the feed door, forming a sloping hollow that leads toward the back. Into this hollow, put your fresh coal. Leave a few glowing coals just inside the fire door to consume gases. The way to conserve coal is not by skimping. Keep a deep fire at all times. I thank you.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again, next week, the shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. The Shadow is presented by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of blue coal. Lamont Cranston is played by Brett Morrison. Margot by Grace Matthews. Your announcer is Andre Baruch. Remember, it's blue coal for finest heating service. It's blue coal for finest modern equipment. It's blue coal for the best home heat money can buy.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows.
Your local blue coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay.
Before The Shadow's adventure begins, a reminder to all homeowners. There's one sure way to get extra quality,
extra value and complete heating comfort. And that's by ordering Blue Coal by name. Blue Coal's harmless blue coloring is the trademark of the world's largest hard coal producer. But even more, it assures you that each ton of blue coal has been laboratory tested for quality and sized and prepared to give you better heat with less furnace attention. So don't gamble with ordinary fuel. Ensure your family perfect heating comfort and satisfaction by ordering Blue Coal by name. Call your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. At the close of this afternoon's program, we have a most distinguished guest, one of the special assistants to the Attorney General of the United States, the Honorable Francis H. Horan. I'm sure you will all be anxious to hear what he has to say, so be sure to listen. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Ghosts Can Kill.
Court will come to order.
Proceed, Mr. District Attorney.
Your Honor and gentlemen of the jury, you have heard the evidence against this man, Ralph Gorman. 3 eyewitnesses of unimpeachable character saw him commit the murder. He was caught at the scene of the murder with a gun in his hand. It is the duty of the jury to convict him. Ralph Gorman has been brought to court 7 times for serious crimes.
I object. Although I admit my client has been brought to court in the past, he has always furnished an unbreakable alibi and has been acquitted. Therefore, I claim that this record is irrelevant.
Objection sustained.
Very well. That doesn't alter the state's case. In this instance, the accused has no alibi. He is guilty of murder and should therefore be sent to the chair.
Order in the court.
I think the question before the jury is a clean-cut issue. The defendant, Ralph Gorman, committed a peculiarly cold-blooded murder. There are no halfway measures. He is either guilty or not guilty. I therefore instruct the jury to return a verdict of acquittal or first-degree murder. The jury will retire to consider the verdict.
The prisoner will cease this disturbance at once.
What's the matter? Don't you like my music?
This is a court of law, Gorman. While you are awaiting the verdict of the jury, you will please conduct yourself in a more seemly manner.
Well, Margot, I've seen many murder trials in my time, but I've never seen one where the accused man played on a mouth organ while waiting for the jury to send him to the chair.
Lamont, isn't Gorman one of the toughest gangsters alive?
Yes. In my estimation, Ralph Gorman is public enemy number 1, Margot.
Yet he's never been caught and sent to prison, Lamont. You heard that in the testimony.
Oh, he's been caught often enough. They've never been able to convict him, because he's always been able to furnish an absolutely airtight alibi. This time, for some unexplainable reason, he has no alibi. So if there's any justice, he should be put away for good.
Here comes the jury back in again. It certainly didn't take long to come to a decision.
After the evidence they heard, they shouldn't.
Court will come to order.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor. We find the accused, Ralph Gorman, guilty of murder in the first degree. The court will come to order.
The prisoner will stand. Ralph Gorman, you have been proved a menace to society, and society has passed judgment upon you. You have been found guilty of willful, deliberate murder in the first degree. Have you anything to say before a sentence is pronounced upon you?
Yeah, I got something to say.
Very well. Be brief.
Society passed judgment on me, huh? Okay, then if you're going to kill me, I'm going to come back from the grave and get even with society.
Empty threats will avail you nothing, Gorman.
You don't believe I can do it, huh? All right, I'll even tell you who I'm going to get.
That will do. I'm not going
to... First, I'm going to get that big financier, Oscar Borden, that's always giving away money. I guess Borden's what you'd call a pillar of society, ain't he?
Stop, Gorman.
Then, just for fun, I'll kill that young guy, Frank Collins, that just got engaged to that social register dame. I'll come back after death and get both of them. Collins and Borden. Yeah, you don't think I can do it, huh? But I can. Yes, I can.
Quiet in court.
Ralph Gorman, I hereby sentence you to be taken to the state's prison and to there be executed in a manner provided by law. And may God have mercy on your soul.
Hey, quit it, will you, Gorman? Bad enough being in prison without having to listen to that.
Lay off the music, will ya?
Come on, shut up, man. Shut up. Hey, what are you doing?
Hey, what's going on here?
Hey, listen, guys, make that guy Gorman stop playing that mouth organ. He's driving us all nuts in here. What's he think this is, Carnegie Hall?
No, I don't think this is Carnegie Hall. It's the death house. And you guys are in it just like me.
Stop it! Stop it, you guys! Or you'll all get solitary. Gorman, you've only been allowed to keep your mouth organ as a special favor. If you're going to make trouble, I'll have to take it away from you.
Have a heart, will you? That's all the fun I get.
Fun? He's driving us nuts.
Oh, why do you care, buddy? They're burning me tonight. Tomorrow it'll be quiet around here. Quiet as the grave.
Listen, Gorman, you'd better keep quiet. The warden will be here in a minute.
The warden? What do I care for the warden? He can't do any more than give me the hot seat, and he's doing that anyhow.
Here comes the warden now.
What's all the disturbance in here, guard?
It's Gorman, warden.
Hey, did you hear from the governor, warden?
Yes. I'm afraid I've got bad news for you, Gorman. Governor Roberts has refused to do anything about your case.
And they're going to burn me tonight, huh?
I'm afraid so.
Looks like society put the finger on me. Just like the judge said. Well, okay. I warned him. Like I said in court, within a week, the millionaire Oscar Borden and Frank Collins are going to be dead.
Don't talk like that, Gorman.
You'll see. And I think I'll get Governor Roberts, too, while I'm about it. That makes a nice trio, don't you think? Oscar Borden, Frank Collins, and Governor Roberts. I'm going to come back from the grave and kill them. All three of them, yeah. Society passed judgment on me, huh? Okay, I ain't kicking. We'll see who laughs last.
Making stupid threats won't do you any good, Gorman.
Stupid, huh? Listen, in a week, those guys are all going to be dead. Lots deader than me.
Come along, guard.
You better warn them. Tell them their time is up when they hear me playing on my mouth organ like this.
Extra, hey, read all about it. Ralph Gorman electrocuted. Ralph Gorman threatens life of Oscar Borden, Frank Collins, and Governor Roberts before he dies. Gorman executed. Hey, read all about it. Extra.
Is there anything else you want me to do tonight, Mr. Borden?
Before you go, draw the curtains and turn off the overhead lights, Taylor.
Yes.
I'm going to stay here in my study for a while where it's quiet. There's some things I want to look over.
Yes, Mr. Borden. You won't be disturbed, sir. I think everyone else has gone to bed.
There's a newspaper here. I haven't had a chance to look at one all day.
Right on your desk, sir.
Oh, yes. Well, good night, Taylor.
Good night, Mr. Borden.
Well, I'll glance at the headlines before getting down to work. Let's see. Rebels push into province. Merging relief agencies. Gangster executed amid great interest. Dramatic scene in the death house last night. Ralph Gorman threatens to come back after death and murder. The philanthropist, Oscar Borden, Frank Collins, millionaire sportsman, and Governor Roberts. Well, let's see. On the way to the chair, Gorman warned his intended victims that they would know of his presence by hearing him play a mouth organ. These were his last words, after which he was electrocuted. From his picture here, I'd say he was of rather low mentality. The mouth organ, well, that's a bizarre note. Oh, I wonder. Wait a moment. I can hear a mouth organ now. No, it must be my imagination. That's odd. I could swear I hear it again. Seems to come from the other room. Who opened that door? Why, you're Ralph Gorman.
You see me, Mr. Borden?
This is impossible.
I've come back from the dead to keep my promise to society.
You're mad.
Ghosts ain't never mad, Mr. Borden.
Ghosts? Preposterous. We'll see about
this. Don't touch that bell, because it ain't going to do you no good. Oh. Well, that's one of them. 2 more to go.
Well, Lamont, as long as you just seem to be walking me around the streets aimlessly, you might at least answer my questions. What do you think of those threats?
Threats? What threats, Margot?
The threats made by Ralph Gorman last night before he was executed.
Oh, I wouldn't give them a second thought. 6-year-old child knows it's impossible to come back from the dead and murder people.
The Oscar Borden murdered, famous philanthropist found in his study, shot to death.
Yes, I hear it, too. Boy, give me a paper.
Yes, sir.
Keep the change, son.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Taxi.
Yes, sir.
Where are you going, Lamont?
I think this will bear a little investigating. I'll see you later, Margot. I'm going to drop in on the scene of the crime. Our friend Commissioner Weston should be there.
Cardona, see who that is. Whoever it is, don't let him in this study of Mr. Borden's until I get through questioning these people.
Okay, Commissioner Weston.
The body was found here, but...
Mr. Lamont Cranston, sir. He says you know him.
Oh, yes, I know him. Tell him... Oh, wait a minute. He tries to be an amateur criminologist. Let him come in. I'll show him how the police department really works.
Yes. All right, you can come in, Mr. Cranston.
Thank you.
Commissioner Weston.
How do you do?
I just happened to be passing by the Borden house, and I thought you might be here.
Well, Cranston, you want to test some of your amateur theories on crime, I suppose.
Always willing to try, Commissioner?
Well, you're liable to beat your brains out over this one. About 3 hours ago, Oscar Borden was found at his desk here with a nice round bullet hole in his head, and not a clue.
Well, how distressing. Not a single clue, Commissioner?
Well, we have 2 clues, but they don't make sense.
Well, perhaps they don't make sense to the professional detective, but
No.
an amateur on the intellectual side of crime might be able to help you out, Commissioner. What were the clues?
Well, first I asked the cop on the beat if he'd seen any known crooks hanging around the building tonight.
And?
And the dumb guy told me he hadn't seen any, except at one time during the afternoon he thought he got a glimpse of Ralph Gorman. And Ralph Gorman is known to have threatened Oscar Borden.
I see. And the other clue, Commissioner?
The other clue was even slimmer. One of the maids says she heard a mouth organ being played in Mr. Borden's study about the time the murder must have been committed.
Why, it all hinges together perfectly, Commissioner, don't you see? Ralph Gorman has threatened Oscar Borden. He plays the mouth organ, and he's been seen hanging around the house. Why, he's your murderer.
Very pretty theory, Cranston. The only hitch is that Ralph Gorman was put to death last night at 11 o'clock in the electric chair at State Prison.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, you should read the papers. You see, as an amateur criminologist, you're not so hot after all, Cranston.
Well, have you solved Oscar Borden's murder?
No, not yet.
Well, you're no better than I am, then. Commissioner Weston, if I were you, I'd put a guard of large, solid policemen around anyone Ralph Gorman might have had a motive to kill.
Oh, yeah? And then what?
Then I'd look for the ghost of Ralph Gorman.
It's lucky you're not police commissioner. Now, you'd better get out of here, Cranston. I've got important work to do.
We continue with the second act of Ghosts Can Kill in just a moment. Homeowners, would you like to stop those tiresome trips to the cellar and keep furnace attention down to a minimum? Well, then, here's what you do. Get in touch with your nearest Blue Coal dealer and ask him about Blue Coal's automatic heat regulator. It's a thermostat which is attached to the wall of your living or dining room that controls your furnace dampers automatically. Just set the thermostat control at the exact temperature you wish, and your Blue Coal heat regulator will maintain that temperature day or night. You know yourselves how costly and dangerous to health overheating the house can be. But a heat regulator will ensure you steady, even warmth, which is most beneficial to the health of all. What's more, by stopping this overheating of the house, a heat regulator will save you fuel. And saving fuel means saving money. You can own one of these Blue Coal heat regulators for only $18.95 plus a small installation charge. And believe me, it will pay for itself in the time and trouble of constant draft adjustment it saves you. So, call your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. His name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal.
Hello. Hello. Oh, I thought we were cut off, darling, but now I tell you, I'm all right.
Oh, but Frank, I'm so worried. If only I were in town so I could be with you.
But what is there to worry about, darling?
Why, those threats that awful man Gorman made against you.
Oh, that was just nonsense. I never even knew him, and besides, he's dead.
Yes, but Oscar Borden was threatened, too, and he's dead.
Oh, now, Ruth, darling, please stop worrying for my sake. Nothing's going to happen to me. I'm in my own apartment, and I have no intention of going out.
so nothing can happen. Now, you go to sleep and get your beauty rest. You know, you've got to look your prettiest for our wedding Tuesday.
Oh, all right, dearest. At least I'll be with you by tomorrow. I'll be down on the 11 o'clock train in the morning.
Oh, that's wonderful. And I'll meet you at the station. Good night, darling.
Good night.
Poor Ruth. I don't know why women get so nervous about... Oh, I wonder who that could be. Hello?
Is this Frank Collins?
Yes, who's this?
This is the Shadow.
Oh, the Shadow. Yes, I've heard of you. What do you want?
I want to warn you, Collins. Warn you against a death.
Whose death?
Yours.
And why should you be warning me?
Because if you're not very careful, you'll meet the same fate as Oscar Borden, and for the same reason.
Oh, nonsense.
Furthermore, I would suggest that if you value your life, you will apply without delay for police protection.
Look, I don't know who you are, Shadow, or what your game is. But I'm not afraid of you or anybody else.
Have it your own way, Mr. Collins. Have it your own way.
Wait a minute. Wait, listen. He hung up. I wonder what that was all about. Certainly wasn't a very cheerful person to talk to. Maybe I'd better get... See, now, what's Commissioner Weston's home number? See, I think I've got it in here someplace. Oh, yeah, here it is. Main 999.
Phone. Who could be calling at this hour? Now, where's that phone? Hello, Commissioner Weston speaking.
Commissioner, this is Frank Collins. I just received a threat.
Frank? Oh, you did?
Yes, I was informed I'm about to meet Oscar Borden's fate.
How are you warned?
Over the telephone just about 5 minutes ago. By a man who calls himself the Shadow.
The Shadow? Is he mixed up in this?
How should I know? Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I thought for a minute I heard a mouth organ play.
Mouth organ? Oh, that's just your nerves, Collins. Is your door locked?
No.
Go lock it quick.
All right, just a minute.
Good Lord. I can hear the mouth organ myself over the phone. Collins!
You're too late, Collins.
Collins!
You should have locked that door before you made the call.
It's Ralph Gorman's voice. Collins!
Who are you?
Maybe you heard of me, Collins. I'm Ralph Gorman.
Gorman! Oh, don't shoot! Don't! Oh!
Now only one more to go.
Operator! This is Police Commissioner Weston. Get me headquarters. Hurry, operator. Hurry!
Lamont,
Come in, Margot.
I just heard that Frank Collins was murdered in his home last night, Lamont.
Yes, I've been reading the papers.
It's dreadful. How could Ralph Gorman have come back from the dead to commit these murders?
Margot, yesterday I would have said it was totally impossible. Today, well, frankly, I don't know. This moment, I can't think of any other hypothesis that would account for the known facts.
Then that means... Jiminy,
What did you say?
I merely said Jiminy.
Why did you say that?
Jiminy? I don't know. I was just thinking. Why, does it mean anything?
Ordinarily, no. In this instance, it may mean everything. At least it gives me a clue. Margot, is your car outside?
Yes, Lamont.
Well, come on. We're going places. Be careful, Margot. Watch how you're driving.
You told me to step on it. I thought you wanted to get to the Regal Hotel in a hurry.
I do, but I'd like to get there all in one piece.
This is a fine time to tell me that. Incidentally, why the Regal Hotel?
Governor Roberts is staying there. He's addressing the manufacturers' dinner at the Colossus Club tonight. I'd like to be sure he lives to make it.
Oh, Lamont, now you're being mysterious again. Why shouldn't Governor Roberts live to make his speech?
Because I have reason to believe he's next on the list, marked for murder. I have an idea that if any attempt is made on the governor's life tonight, it'll probably be tonight. Here's the hotel. You'll just pull up the curb.
All right.
I said up to the curb, dear, not over it.
Oh, I think you're horrid.
If I'm not mistaken, so will somebody else before the night's over. Well, goodbye, Margot, and thanks for the ride.
This is the service entrance, Governor. Go right through that door there. You'll be on Marine Street.
Good, thank you. That's what I told my car to wait.
Governor Roberts, do you think this is wise?
Wise, Latham? Of course it's wise. What danger can there be? I'm going straight to the dinner at the Colossus Club alone in my own car with my own chauffeur.
Well, just as you say, sir.
Through this door to the street, you said, Porter?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, where's my car? I told Henry to wait. Oh, there he is. To the Colossus Club, Henry. Henry, this is the most preposterous thing I ever heard of in my life. What's our police force turning into? A bunch of old women? Ralph Gorman? Of course I couldn't pardon him. The man was guilty. But he certainly can't come back from the dead, can he, Henry? All this cock and bull story about playing a mouth organ, you don't believe... Henry, what's making that noise? Henry, did you hear me? Henry, what's the matter with you? This isn't the way to the Colossus Club. You're heading for the river. Stop the car. Henry, Why, you're not Henry.
That's right, I ain't Henry, Governor. Don't you remember me, Ralph Gorman?
Ralph Gorman? No. No, it's not possible.
Well, you see me, don't you? And you remember how I used to play the mouth organ in the death house? Like this.
Stop the car. Let me out.
I'll let you out, all right, in 10 feet of water when we get to the river.
No. Let me out.
You didn't let me out of the chair, did you, Governor? I burned, remember? Well, you'll drown.
Stop the car. Stop it, I say. You'll kill us both.
You can't kill a dead man, can you, Governor? The old fool went and croaked by himself. Scared to death. Well, it saves me the trouble.
I wouldn't be too sure of that, Gorman.
Hey, what's that?
Governor Roberts is unharmed. He's only fainted. He has a weak heart.
Who's that? Where are you?
You didn't know you had the Shadow as a passenger.
Oh, the Shadow, huh? Well, you can't hurt me. Even a Shadow can't harm a ghost.
But you're not a ghost, Gorman.
Yeah, that's what you think. Don't you know that Ralph Gorman is dead?
Certainly. But you're not Ralph Gorman. You're his twin brother, Arthur.
That's a lie.
No, it isn't, Arthur. I went down to the city records office and checked up on the birth certificate. A very pretty little story. Your mother had twin boys and concealed the fact from everyone. She brought you two up deliberately for a life of crime. Very convenient, wasn't it, Arthur? No matter what crime one of you committed, the other was always seen somewhere else at the same time to furnish a complete alibi.
Yeah, I'm Arthur Gorman, Ralph Gorman's twin brother. But if we hadn't got the hour mixed up, they'd never have convicted Ralph that last time.
Too bad, wasn't it? After all the trouble your mother had taken for years to conceal the fact you were twins.
How did you get onto it?
Why, a friend of mine used the expression Jiminy, and I naturally connected that with Gemini.
I don't get it.
You wouldn't. Gemini is the sign of the zodiac, which means the twins. Well, Arthur, this is a very interesting discussion, but I think now you'd better stop the car.
Oh, yeah? What do you think I am, crazy? They're never gonna burn me.
That's a matter of opinion.
All right, you got me, but I got you, Shadow. Got you where I want you. There's the river right ahead of us. I'm gonna drive over the embankment. I'll drown, but so will you. I'll drive right over the edge.
None of this emergency brake works, you won't?
Oh, my Lord. Oh, what happened?
Boy, look at that smasher.
Oh, those drunken drivers, they ought to be put in jail.
He ran head-on into the warehouse wall there. Did you see
Two
him?
men in there.
Here's the doctor. Let me through.
Let the
there they
doctor
are, Doc.
stand
I see. Stand back, please.
Well, how about it, Doc?
Well, I'll be... The man in back is Governor Roberts.
Hey, Governor Roberts?
Is he? No. He's all right, I think. Just fainted. Shocked, probably.
Hey, Doc, how about the other guy?
The chauffeur here is dead.
Dead? That's too bad. Say, his face looks familiar.
What is it? You know him?
That dead guy in the chauffeur outfit is the living image of a gunman called Ralph Gorman.
Ralph Gorman, it can't be. Ralph Gorman went to the chair last week.
Well, if it ain't him, it's his twin brother.
If only you'd been able to tell us that a week ago. Justice would have been served a great deal more quickly.
In a moment, we shall introduce our distinguished guest, one of the special assistants to the Attorney General of the United States, the Honorable Francis H. Horan. But first, here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert, with some money-saving hints on furnace care and attention.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good afternoon, friends. Last week I discussed the three factors which cause heat to be lost up the chimney and how they can be corrected. This afternoon I want to tell you about another common cause of wasted coal and heating inefficiency, namely ash pit loss. Ash pit loss means the unburned or partially burned coal which falls through the grates into the ash pit. This loss is due simply to shaking the grates too often and too vigorously. Don't shake the fire every time you throw on fresh coal. Let that depend on the weather outside. And when you shake the grates, stop immediately when you see the first red glow in the ash pit. If you think you're not getting full value for your heating dollars, here's what you do. Call your neighborhood blue coal dealer. He'll be glad to have a trained John Barkley heating expert inspect your furnace. Remember, there's no charge or obligation on your part. So feel free to call on your blue coal dealer. I thank you.
And now, on behalf of our sponsors, the Blue Coal Dealers, the nation over, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you one of the special assistants to the Attorney General of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Francis H. Horan.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. I'm very happy to be here with you this afternoon and to have the opportunity of speaking to the audience of the Shadow program. I am sure all law enforcement bodies in the United States agree with me when I say that constructive radio programs are a very great help in the prevention of crime. I can't emphasize strongly enough how important it is to prove, particularly to growing boys, the truth that crime in any form does not pay. Your program helps to bring this message to millions of people. So keep up the good work.
We certainly shall, Mr. Horan, and thank you, sir, for stopping in. It's been a great honor to have had you with us. Today's program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows. Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Again, Blue Coal Dealers present radio's strangest adventurer, The Shadow. The curtain rises on The Shadow's thrilling adventure in just a moment. But first, may I advise all homeowners who want steadier, more dependable home heating to be sure and order Blue Coal. It's America's finest anthracite, the coal that will ensure you and your family greater heating comfort at less cost. Blue Coal is mined from Pennsylvania's richest anthracite deposits. It's carefully sized, prepared, laboratory tested, and trademarked a harmless blue as your guarantee of its superior quality. Remember, insist on Blue Coal. Order your supply from your nearest Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard, his true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, Death Stalks the Shadow.
Mally's in the end cell, Mr. Murdoch. Just talk to him through the bars. You're the last visitor, you'll see.
In cell, right. Hello, Mally.
Huh?
It's me, kid. Peter Murdoch.
Murdoch. Gee, I thought you'd never get here.
Come on, pull yourself together, Mally.
It's easy enough for you to talk. You ain't been sitting here waiting. Every day the chair getting closer.
Now, Mally.
It testing the current. Listen. Hear that big dynamo turnover? Coming. They're testing it for me. For me.
Shut up.
Murdoch. Did you see the governor?
Yeah, I saw him, yes.
Well? Oh, say something.
There won't be any reprieve, kid. We're licked.
We're licked. That's funny, Murdoch. You ain't in here. You ain't gonna sit in that chair.
I didn't kill anybody, Melly.
Why, you dirty double-crossing rat. Who planned that killing? Who promised I'd never even do time for it? You did.
Well, I didn't figure on the shadow, Melly.
Yeah, I know. The shadow. He caught me. He didn't know I was only doing your dirty work for you. I should have told him.
Yeah, but you didn't.
I trusted you. Peter Murdoch, the great lawyer. You said you'd get me off.
I can't win all my cases.
You didn't even try. Throw me to the wolves. So the shadow wouldn't learn the truth about you.
Well, it worked, didn't it?
Yeah. If I could get through these bars, I'd fix you, Murdoch. Anyhow, I can tell the truth about you. I'll sing so loud.
Sing your head off. My reputation is too good. Nobody will believe you.
The shadow might believe me, Murdoch. Suppose I told the shadow who turned Dan Malley from a decent kid into a killer.
Stop dreaming, Melly. This is the death house. Tonight you're walking right through that door down there, and you're not coming back.
Why, you...
Oh, you'd better forget all about the shadow. So long, Melly.
Come back here! Come back here!
So long, sucker.
Hey, Mally, any news for you?
Yeah. Bad news.
Gee, tough luck, kid.
Yeah, but I ain't through yet. Before they burn me, there's something I gotta do. Guard! Hey, guard! Where's that tin cup? Guard!
Pipe down, you guys! Pipe down! What's the matter, Mally?
I want to talk to Commissioner Weston. I gotta see him right away.
What for?
He's gotta locate somebody for me. Somebody I want to talk to. Well, don't stand there. Get me Commissioner Weston!
How did you happen to choose this cafe, Lamont?
Well, Margot, this is a place Commissioner Weston showed me, and I had hopes the gaiety might stop my thinking.
What's bothering you?
Today is the 12th, Margot. Young Dan Malley goes to the chair tonight, thanks to the shadow.
But, Lamont, surely you don't regret the Shadow's having captured that murderer for the police?
No, not exactly. Malley fired the shot all right, but I've never felt the case was completely solved. Oh, well, let's forget that.
Oh, Lamont, look. When that waiter started for the kitchen, the door opened without his touching it.
Yes. Works by photoelectric ray.
Oh, what's that?
Look each side of the door, Margot. See those chromium fixtures sticking out of the floor? Lights hidden at the top of them?
Yes.
There's a beam of light between those two bulbs. When anyone approaches the door, his body breaks that ray. And whenever the ray is broken, the door opens without touching
How
it.
clever.
Yes, and convenient. But, Margot, I've sometimes thought it might even prove dangerous to a certain friend of yours,
Whom do you mean?
the Shadow.
But I don't understand.
The Shadow can hide himself from the human eye, Margot. But he has a physical being, and the photoelectric beam could detect his presence.
Hush, Lamont. Here comes Commissioner Weston now.
Oh, I see. Well, good evening, Commissioner.
Cranston, how are you? And you, Miss Lane?
Very well, Commissioner Weston.
Won't you join us?
Thanks, but I think not. I'm rather upset tonight.
Oh, what's the matter, Commissioner?
Well, Miss Lane, have you ever heard of the Shadow?
The Shadow?
Oh, yes, Margot. You've heard the absurd stories about his great deeds, huh? All poppycock, of course.
I'd give anything to contact the Shadow right this minute.
But why?
A boy named Dan Malley goes to the electric chair tonight with vital information. The only person he'll talk to is the Shadow. It's because I don't know how to find the Shadow I'm beaten. Well, I won't find him here. So if you forgive me, I'll run along. Good night.
Good night, Commissioner Weston.
Good night. Margot, my hunch about Danny's case must be right. Waiter.
Yes, sir.
Waiter, here's money for my bill. Never mind the change.
Thank you, sir.
Come, Margot, quick. I'm going to the death house now. As the Shadow.
Why doesn't he come? Why doesn't he come?
Were you waiting for me, Dan Malley?
Who's that? Who spoke?
The Shadow.
The Shadow.
There isn't much time, Malley. They're coming after you to take you to the chair. Speak quickly. What have you to say?
Plenty.
I can't save you, you know. You killed a man, Malley.
Yeah, I know. But it wasn't my idea, Shadow. Honest, it wasn't.
There was no evidence against anyone else.
Yeah, don't I know it. He's too clever for that.
Who is too clever?
The bird that got me into this. The smart fellow that sold a dumb kid on crime being a good business.
His name?
Peter Murdoch.
you're saying, Dan? Murdoch's a famous criminal lawyer. His reputation...
His reps are blind. Listen, Pete Murdoch's the biggest crook in this section. He's got a piece of everything. Well, right now he's planning a slum fire that'll kill thousands and net him $1 million from insurance companies.
You're telling the truth?
A man doesn't lie when he's only got a few minutes to live, Mr. Shadow. The job's going to be pulled late this week.
I'll investigate it, Dan. If it's true, Peter Murdoch will pay for his crimes. But how can I get proof?
That's easy. Now, listen. There's a friend of mine named Dopey Jake, down by the wharves, number 5 South Street. Jake knows enough about Murdoch's latest plan to prove what I said.
I'll see him.
Yeah, listen. If you can get to the filing cabinet in Murdoch's house, there's records and things, enough to finish him.
The Shadow promises justice, Dan Malley.
That's all I want.
They're coming, Dan.
Okay. I can take it. Thanks, Shadow. Thanks for coming.
Well, Dan, it's time.
Yeah. I know, Warden.
Unlock the door, Gus.
Right, Warden. Well, here goes.
Take his arms, Gus.
Steady, kid. I ain't scared. I ain't. Not as scared as Murdoch will be. Wait till the Shadow gets him.
All right, men. Forward.
Shadow. Yeah, and don't be Jake. They'll fix him.
Goodbye, Malley. Come on, kid. Keep your chin up.
So long, Malley.
Dan, the other prisoners are saying goodbye.
So long, boys.
We'll be seeing you, Malley.
Murdoch. Jake. The Shadow. The Shadow.
Hey, what was that about the Shadow?
The Shadow caught Dan Malley. He put him here in the big house.
Oh.
Hey, do you suppose it hurts much when they pull a switch?
Well, we'll find out.
Yeah. You know, it's funny how a nice kid like that gets to be a gunman.
Yeah, ain't it?
The man responsible will answer for that, my friend.
Hey, who said that?
The Shadow.
What the...
There it goes. The juice.
Well, Murdoch, like you planned, I got the job of getting Dan Malley out of the hot spot, and he went raving.
Yeah, Gus, they usually do.
That's right.
All right, cut it, Chick. Gus, what did Malley say when he was raving? Something about you, Murdoch.
He mentioned names?
Yeah, Bess, he was yelling something about Dopey Jake and his Shadow.
The Shadow?
Seems like he'd been talking to the Shadow in the death house.
Murdoch, this means the Shadow got to Dan Malley.
All right. Beat it, Gus. I'm busy.
Okay.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah, boss.
Show Gus out.
Okay. All right, come on, Gus. This way out. Okay.
What? The Shadow.
The Shadow?
Malley plan.
Shut up, all of you. Gus didn't see a soul get near to Malley.
You fool. The Shadow hides from human eyes.
Yeah, that's right. And he knows about Dopey Jake now. If he should get Dopey to talk...
Listen, you half-wits. We've got to beat the Shadow or lose the juiciest setup a gang ever had in this country. A fire that'll net us $1 million.
But, Murdoch, you can't lay hands on the Shadow.
But that's just what I'm going to do.
But the Shadow ain't real. He's kind of a spook.
Oh, he's real enough. He's a man, all right. He can die like any other man. Wait till you see the trap I'm building.
But how can you find the Shadow?
You know, and I know where he can always be found. Where a crime has been committed.
Yeah, but there ain't any crime, Murdoch.
There's going to be one. A crime that'll set the Shadow on my trail.
Well, I won't meddle with him.
Yeah, leave me out of this, Murdoch.
And me.
Now, you listen to me, Bess. Chick, and you too, Joe. You're in this, all of you. If anyone tries to rat, I'll put you on the same spot with Dan Malley. I mean it. Well, what do you say? You going to be good?
All right, you win. Well, what's this wonderful crime going to be, Murdoch?
A little job down on the waterfront at number 5 South Street. I want you and Joe to go down there tonight and kill our good friend, Dopey Jake.
The Shadow's adventure continues in just a moment. But first, here's advice every homeowner will profit by following. If you'd like to be sure of maintaining steady, even warmth throughout your home this fall and winter, call your blue coal dealer tomorrow. Lay in a supply of blue coal, America's finest anthracite. Blue coal is mined by the Glen Alden Coal Company from Pennsylvania's richest anthracite deposits. Every carload is carefully sized, prepared, and laboratory tested. Only that coal which comes up to the highest standard is trademarked a harmless blue, guaranteeing its superior quality. Blue coal requires less attention. It saves you time and energy. And you'll welcome its steady, dependable, healthful heat that stops quick chilling off of rooms and so prevents colds and illness in your family. No on and off type fuel can possibly offer you the security and heating economy of blue coal. Remember, furnaces in this section of the country were designed especially to burn anthracite. And in any of the 4 popular domestic sizes, egg, pea, chestnut, or stove, you'll get America's finest anthracite when you order blue coal. So plan today to order your supply tomorrow. Your dealer's name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Let me have that flashlight, Margot. Here we are. 5 South Street. Here's where Dopey Jake lives.
Lamont, do you hear that water?
Yes. These old empty tenements are built on piles over the river. It's the tide rushing out to sea.
This place gives me the creeps.
Here. Take my arm, Margot. We've got to go down a dark passageway to the door. Margot, after we enter the passageway, we mustn't speak. Just go up to the door, and I'll knock.
Yes, Lamont. I'm ready.
Come.
There's no one here.
Wait.
Lamont, let's get away from here.
No, wait. Margot, the door's not locked. I'm going in.
I'm going with you. I won't be left behind. Now.
Let me get my flashlight out. There. Come on, then.
Lamont!
What is it?
Turn your light that way on the floor. There's a man lying there.
Yes. Let me get a look at him. Oh, poor old fellow.
He lies so still.
Yes. There's a knife through his heart.
Oh, no.
It's pinning a note to his breast.
A note, Lamont? What does it say?
Let me see. It says, "This is our pal, Dopey Jake. Get him to talk to you now, Shadow." Margot, this is Murdoch's challenge to the Shadow, and it must be accepted. I'm going directly to Murdoch as the Shadow.
Nearly finished with your wiring job, Steve?
Yeah, almost, Mr. Murdoch.
Gee, I hope it worked.
Oh, don't you worry, Miss Bess. When I get the electric wires connected with this sliding steel door, this room of Mr. Murdoch's is going to be fixed so nobody can get in or out.
Good.
Say, I've been wondering why you want this arrangement, Mr. Murdoch. What's it for?
Well, we call it the lion's cage, Steve.
The lion's cage?
Mm-hmm.
You aren't going to put a lion in it, are you? You're kidding.
Sure, of course I am. Though we do plan to use the room soon. By the way, you haven't mentioned this job to anyone, have you?
Well, no, sir. You said not to, so... Well, I didn't.
Hey, how does this steel door work, anyway?
I'll show you, miss.
Ready?
Yeah. Now, Mr. Murdoch, if you'll have your man outside throw the switch.
Bess, step out in the hall and tell Chick to switch on the current. He's in the room next to this.
Okay. Chick, turn on the juice.
Oh, Steve.
Yeah?
Won't that photoelectric ray be visible to anyone coming down the hall toward the door?
Oh, no, not a chance. The ray is infrared. Invisible. Look for yourself.
Yeah, you're right. You can't see the lights.
Yeah, you understand, the ray goes from one door jamb across to the other.
And anyone crossing the threshold breaks the ray?
Yeah, that's right.
Uh-huh.
And when the ray's broken, the steel door slams shut. Watch. Miss Bess, would you mind stepping back into the room for a minute?
Sure. What happens after you... Good night, what happened?
When you came in, you broke the ray, and the steel door slammed shut.
Yeah, and it locks automatically.
Say, I don't like being locked in. I'm going out.
Hey, look out!
Don't touch that door.
What's the matter?
Well, that door is charged with electricity, man. And if you touched it, you'd been electrocuted.
You see, Bess, I figure even our clever friend, the Shadow, will do the first natural thing after we trap him in here. He'll try the door to see if it's locked.
I get it. And when he does...
When he does, it's goodbye, Shadow.
You're sure he'll come?
When he finds Dopey Jake, he'll be here.
Say, Mr. Murdoch, you don't want to fool around with this door, you know. It's dangerous. I don't know who this guy Shadow is, but...
Young man, you talk too much.
Yes, doesn't he? Bess, go over to that panel in the wall. It's open. Yell at Chick in the next room to shut off the current.
Okay, Murdoch.
I don't get the idea of the panel in the wall with a steel screen over it, Mr. Murdoch.
Don't worry about it.
Chick, shut her off and come in here. Chick's coming.
Good.
Door's heavy.
If you hadn't turned off the current, you couldn't have moved it.
Chick, pay off this man like we agreed.
Okay.
Oh, thanks.
Buddy, your bill's gonna be civil. In full.
Hey, put that gun down. What are you doing?
This is the payoff, mister.
No, you can't. Mr. Murdoch! Mr. Murdoch!
Good hunting, Chick. You know where to hide the body. Chick.
Yeah, Murdoch.
Stand by the front door, ready to open it for the shadow.
I'm supposed to let him in?
Yes, you are, you fool. And if he speaks to you, you know what to do. Pretend to be scared and answer his questions.
Yeah, I don't have to pretend. I'm scared, all right. Nobody's ever beat the shadow yet.
Well, there's a first time for everything.
You're sure he'll come? It's getting late.
He'll come all right. Doesn't matter how late it is. We'll be here waiting.
Why don't you talk to him? I'm crazy to talk.
No, I've got to get behind the glass panel in the room next to the lion's cage so I can see what's happening in there.
What's that?
It's the doorbell, you idiot. Go ahead, peek between the curtains.
There's no one out there. Nobody's touching the bell, but it's ringing.
Pull yourself together. It's the shadow. Now, you give me a second to get away before you let him in. And remember, watch yourself.
I don't like this. I don't like it a bit, but here goes. What do you want? Who's there? Who is it? Who shut the door? Who is it?
The shadow.
What do you want? I never...
Speak softly. Where does Peter Murdoch keep his filing cabinet? Quick, if you know what's good for you.
Down the hall in that room. In that room. That's Murdoch's private room. Go straight ahead of you.
Yes, and I won't stop until I get Murdoch.
It worked. That electric ray saw him, all right. Murdoch, we got him. We caught the shadow.
Shut up, Chicken. Come here.
Can you see him, boss?
No, but he's in the lion cage, all right. Right in the next room. Only this panel and a steel screen between us.
Open the panel, Murdoch. Maybe we can hear him move.
All right, Bess.
Gee, not a sound.
Maybe he ain't in there.
Oh, yes, he is. Hello, Shadow. Allow me to introduce myself. Peter Murdoch, the one man in the world who's too much for the Shadow. Come on, speak up so I'll know you're there, even if I can't see you.
Yes, Murdoch. The shadow is here.
Getting all ready to beg for mercy?
No, Murdoch. You're doomed to disappointment. I warn you.
Warn me? You're my prisoner. You can't get away. If you don't believe me, try the door, Shadow.
No, Murdoch. I'm sure that it's locked.
Well, try it. Why don't you? Go on, you can't be sure. Try it.
You're much too anxious to have me touch that door. I don't wish to be electrocuted as young Dan Malley was.
Yeah, you're smart, Shadow. But I'm smarter. Smart enough to trap and kill you.
I'm not dead yet, Murdoch.
But you will be very soon.
Then before I die, I might at least read the record of your crimes. Dan Malley said they were in this filing cabinet.
All right, go on then. Open the cabinet.
No wires lead to it, I see. Yes, Murdoch. I think I shall open it. Good Lord.
You like what you found, Shadow? Don't be afraid. It's only a body, just a dead body.
Who was this man? Murdoch, answer me. Let me see. A young man in overalls. A pair of pliers in his pocket. So, he's the poor devil who wired this room for you. You killed him so as to keep the secret of this death chamber.
It is a death chamber. The death chamber of the Shadow.
Margot Lane. The Shadow calling Margot Lane. Phone Commissioner Weston. Tell him to surround the house of Peter Murdoch. I'm held captive there. Hurry!
Gee, Murdoch, this looking into an empty room gives me the jitters. You're sure he's still there?
Sure, Bess. Wait. I'll raise the panel and speak to him. Shadow, does the time drag? Don't you admire my room?
Don't put too much hope in this room of yours, Murdoch. The Shadow has escaped from worse places than this.
You talk a lot, Shadow.
Yeah, I wish we could see him, Murdoch.
We'll see him soon enough. We'll see him dead. We'll be able to see you when you're a stiff, Shadow.
What are you planning? You can't shoot what you can't see.
No, but we can smoke him out. You ready with that gas line, chick? Joe?
All set, Buster.
Anytime you say.
This is your finish, Shadow. We're slipping a tube through this panel and feeding you a nice little smoke screen of poison gas. There, Shadow, take a deep breath of this gas. In 10 minutes, you'll be dead. Turn the valve, chick. Give our regards to Dan O'Malley, Shadow, when you see him. How do you like it, Shadow? Makes you cough, doesn't it? But not for long.
Slam that gas panel. Don't smell any of that stuff.
All right, watch now. Watch, he'll be dead in 10 minutes. Then we'll be able to see just who the Shadow was.
He's fuzzing around the corpse.
How do you know, Bess? You can't see him.
No, but the body of the electrician moved.
Chick, that workman didn't have a gun.
Nah, Murdoch, I went through his pockets. Nothing left in them but a pair of pliers.
Pliers?
Yeah, he can't do much with pliers.
I wonder.
Calm down, Bess. Won't be very long.
Murdoch, look. The light in the room went out.
He unscrewed the bulb.
I don't like that.
Ah, you're all scared silly. It's only... The lights. They're out. Come on, turn off that gas.
It's all dark. The current's off.
The Shadow blew the fuse. He must have used those pliers.
That means the steel door's unlocked.
That's the steel door opening. He's out. The Shadow's out.
To the front of the house, quick. Don't let him get away.
I can't see in the dark.
Come on, everybody in the hall. Hurry. Come on, now. Line up there. Across the front door.
But, Mayor...
You fools. We can't let him slip through our fingers now after we've nearly had him.
But we can't see.
We can hear. Be quiet now. Everybody listen.
I hear something. Murdoch, it's outside the house.
Open up in there. Open up.
That isn't the Shadow.
Open. We're police officers.
The cops.
We're raided.
Shut up. Don't let them hear you.
They can hear me, Murdoch. Smash in the door, Commissioner Weston. They're all here.
The Shadow.
Yes, Murdoch. The Shadow. Hurry, Commissioner.
All right, men. Go to work on that car.
I'm getting out of here.
Come on, run for it.
I'll shoot the first one that moves.
Murdoch, we gotta run. It's a cop.
Stay here and I'll bluff it out.
You stay yourself. I'm getting out.
No, you're not.
Murdoch shot Bess.
Shadow, where are you? Come on, I dare you to show yourself.
I'll take that gun, Murdoch.
You'll take you. Here. My arm, Shadow. Let go of me.
There. Now stand still.
All right. You've got my gun. Shoot. Go ahead. Shoot.
Grab those men.
Commissioner Weston, these men are criminals. Peter Murdoch, the leader, just murdered the woman lying on the floor. And there's another body down the hall, an electrician.
Peter Murdoch, eh? This is a surprise.
Well, why didn't you shoot, Shadow? I tried to kill you. Were you afraid to fight back like a man?
No, Murdoch. I saved you for the same death that you sent Dan Malley to. Death in the electric chair. You've evaded the law for the longest time, Murdoch. You had a great mind. You were a brilliant lawyer. But for wealth, you threw all that away, piled crime upon crime. But you went too far. Now you will meet, as must all men, justice.
Before today's episode comes to an end, here's John Buckley, Blue Coal's heating expert.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, everyone. Every fall and winter, thousands upon thousands of people burn up money needlessly in heating their homes. They pile on excess coal in their efforts to get satisfactory heating results and never realize that their furnace is to blame for their failure. All too often, the fault lies in the fact that the damper, draft, or grate may not be in proper working order. So this year, why not have a checkup now at the start of the season? Make sure from the beginning that you're going to save money, not waste money. Call your Blue Coal dealer first thing in the morning. Ask him to send a trained John Barclay serviceman to your home to give your furnace a thorough inspection. And while he's there, ask him about Blue Coal's automatic heat regulator. It's a thermostat which opens and closes dampers automatically, maintains a constant temperature in your home, and does away with constant furnace attention. With a Blue Coal heat regulator installed in your home, you'll enjoy far more uniform, economical heat than even the most expensive oil burner could give you. Yet it costs but $18.95, plus a small installation charge. Find out for yourself how the Blue Coal heat regulator can more than pay for itself in time and fuel savings for you. Call your Blue Coal dealer tomorrow. I thank you.
This has been a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine, now on sale at your local newsstand. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of the Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcefully to old and young alike that crime does not pay. All types of fuel for home heating apparently are going to be scarce this winter. So if you heat with coal, you're fortunate. You're able to store fuel. But get your order in early. Call your blue coal dealer tomorrow and ask him to schedule your delivery as soon as he can. And make sure that you order the right size of coal for your furnace. If you're not sure what it should be, ask your blue coal dealer. He'll be glad to inspect your heating plant, and he may be able to make other recommendations, too, that will help you to get more heat and to burn less fuel. So first thing tomorrow, call the nearest blue coal dealer and ask him about scheduling an early delivery of your blue coal. The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret: the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Death Hunt. A slight, elderly man steps off the private penthouse elevator of the Town Central Hotel. He walks toward the massive carved door at the end of the hallway. He hesitates for a moment as he reads the nameplate, Randolph Prince. Then...
Come in. Mr. Prince, I am a trusted wife.
Stand on one side, White.
Yes.
See this weapon I'm swinging over my head?
Why, yes, I...
3 rawhide cords with leaden weights at the end. Called a bolas. Comes from South America.
I see.
Keep your eyes on the head of that store dummy down at the far end of the room.
Yes.
Now, I swing the bolus around my head like this, and then release it like this.
Oh.
Rather novel way of losing one's head, don't you think? During my last visit to the South American jungle...
Yes, Mr. Prince, my reason for...
Oh, yes. Suppose you sit down.
Yes.
Obviously, you're in trouble. What is it?
I'm 63 years old, and I'm married. My wife, Clara, doesn't know about my weakness for gambling. Last night, I had a lucky spot.
Where did you play?
At the Paradise Club.
Maddox place, eh? You say you were winning?
Yes, my luck was phenomenal. I was winning game after game.
That's when Maddox asked you to come into his private office and cut cards? Trouble on nothing?
Well, yes. How did you...
I know Mr. Maddox very well. Go on.
We cut for a very high stake. I lost everything. Was getting myself in debt for $50,000.
I see.
Where do I come into this? I have a business deal for you. I'm an adventurer, big game hunter, not a businessman. Well, now, this concerns a hunt. What kind of a hunt? An animal even you have never hunted before, Mr. Prince. A human being. Human being? Oh. Me. You? Yes, it's my only chance. I know you're adventurous. You're willing to do anything that's different. So I thought of this plan. I have it all worked out. The time limit will be 24 hours. You designate a certain, let's call it a hunting area, perhaps a single city block of condemned houses. I'll stay in that block, and then you hunt me. Yes, that's all there is to it. Not so fast, White. Where does money come into this? If I can elude you for 24 hours, you pay me $50,000. Otherwise, I kill you? Yes. And have the police hold me for murder? No, thank you. No, I thought of that, too. Here, it's all written out. I have a suicide note in my own handwriting. I think it's, of course, absolutely fantastic. That's digging. Good luck. Get the men to watch that you stay inside. Please, Mr. Prince, I can't allow Clara to find out about the gambling. She has a bad heart. The slightest shock would kill her. I must have that money. Can I use any weapon I wish? Yes, that's up to you. Right? You've made yourself a deal. Then you accept? I do. Now suppose we look at a map of the city and pick out the hunting area.
That's it, Mrs. White. Now just lie back on the couch. Thank you, Margot. Now you mustn't get yourself excited. I came as soon as I could, and I brought Mr. Cranston with me. I'm glad you did, Margot. I've been so terribly worried.
Wasn't quite clear to Margot over the phone, Mrs. White. Just what is it that's upset you?
It's Augustus, Mr. Cranston, my husband. He left a note saying that he'd be gone for 24 hours. Nothing else, just not to worry. He'd be back in 24 hours.
Has he ever done anything like this before, Mrs. White?
Never. But he's been acting strangely lately. For weeks now, he seemed worried and upset. The last few days, he hasn't been himself at all. And he left a strange note this morning, and you haven't heard from him since. I woke about 5 in the morning, and Augustus was gone. There was the note on the desk.
Could I see the note, please, Mrs. White?
It's still over there on the desk.
Very well, I'll get it.
Mrs. White, you mustn't worry. You know what the doctor said about keeping quiet. I know, Margot. But I just have a feeling that something terrible's happened to Augustus. I have a feeling I'll never see him alive again. Now, Mrs. White.
Mrs. White, would you mind if I keep this note for a little while?
I know, Mr. Cranston. Have you found something in the note?
I don't know. I think we'd better go now, Mrs. White. I'm sure your husband's going to be all right, and we'll check back with you.
Oh, thank you for coming. Thanks so much. Goodbye, Mrs. White, and please don't worry.
Goodbye.
Well, Lamont.
Look at that note, Margot. Here.
Darling Clara, please don't worry. I will be back in 24 hours. Augustus. Oh, that's just what Mrs. White told us it said.
Hold it up to the light.
Indentations on the paper.
Yes. White's been doing some figuring on this same pad of paper, Margot. Mark of the pencil shows through.
It's a column of large numbers.
The total of which is $50,000. You can see that clearly.
Don't you think Mr. White may be in some kind of financial difficulty?
Be a good guess, I'd say, Don. Especially when this is stuck inside the back of the pad.
Part of the match folder from the Paradise Club. What's the Paradise Club, Lamont?
Well, it's supposed to be an intimate little supper club.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, the club's just a front for a gambling casino. Run by a racketeer named Maddox.
Oh.
Mr. Weston's been trying to get something on him for months.
Well, that still doesn't explain why Mr. White mysteriously left his home for 24 hours.
No, but somebody at the Paradise Club might be able to help explain that, Margot. Perhaps Mr. Maddox himself.
I know you're at the top of this flight of stairs, White. And I'm coming up to get you. Only 4 hours.
And the hunt is almost over, White. I'm using a bow and arrow. Shall I put an arrow through that box you're hiding behind, or will it come out? All right. White!
Missed me. Hey, watch that box, White. Don't fall down the stairs. You watch.
It's simple for me to tell you to this warehouse. I found you again, White. Only 10 hours are gone. You remember this bowler, don't you, White? Remember what it did to the store dummy in my apartment? It'll do the same thing to you.
I can dodge around these pillars all night, Vince.
We'll see about that.
You'll have to do better than that.
All right. I'll get another weapon. And this time I won't miss, White. Next time you'll be looking into the open end of a gun. You're somewhere in this basement, White. I know it. That's where I thought you were.
Try again, Vince. I'm over here now, Vince. The echoes down here are deceptive, aren't they?
I'll kill you, White, if it's my last act on earth.
Was that your last act, Prince?
White, listen to me a moment. I'll take my hat off to you. You're a clever man. You win. I'm calling the bet off.
What did you say?
I said I'm calling it off. Call over. Come to my house tomorrow to collect your money.
It's certainly a luxurious little spot.
It ought to be with all the revenue Maddox takes in from the casino.
Think you'll see us?
Yeah, we'll know in a minute. Now, this is his office. Come in. Mr. Maddox? Yes? My name is Cranston. This is Miss Lane.
How do you do?
What can I do for you? We've come about a little gambling debt.
You're in the wrong place, Cranston. This is a supper club.
We know all about the casino, Maddox. We've come about a gambling debt run up here by one of our friends. A debt of $50,000.
50? Why doesn't your friend tell me about it?
That's why we're here, Mr. Maddox. Our friend can't.
He's missing.
You'd better go to the cops.
No, I think you can tell us more.
I told you this wasn't a gambling joint.
This is not only a gambling joint, but it's a place where a desperate man with a modest income can run up a fabulous debt of $50,000.
Who are you talking about?
A man named Augustus White.
Okay, White did gamble here. But I don't know where he is now, and I don't care. Because he hasn't got a debt here of $50,000.
I think he has.
And I say he hasn't. Look the record book over for yourself, wise guy. There's the name White, and there's the amount of $50,000.
It's been canceled.
That's right, sister, canceled. Crossed out, written off the books. Augustus White doesn't owe me a cent.
Hello?
Clara, this is Augustus.
Augustus? Oh, darling, where are you?
I was working on a little business deal, dear. It's all over now.
Oh, Augustus, I've been so worried about you.
Yes, well, now you're all right, aren't you?
Well, I've been feeling faint. Please come home quickly. Right away, Augustus, as fast as you can.
Yes, I'll be there in half an hour.
Nice acting, Mrs. White. Of course, this gun in your back helped.
What did you make me do that for?
Now to set up this room for the trap. Chair has to go.
Who are you? What are you doing
Now this
here?
desk out of the way. I'll show White he can't best me.
I've never failed in a hunt yet. Never.
What are you talking about? What has my husband done?
Oh, that's what he's done. Shouldn't have gambled with Maddox.
That?
He shouldn't have challenged me to a hunt.
I don't understand.
Now, my line of sight to the door is clear. Everything's perfect.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to trap your husband and kill him.
Kill him? No.
Yes.
No.
Mrs. White. Fainted. All the better. There'll be no witness now. Nobody will see me shoot Augustus White when he comes through that door.
You think Mrs. White will still be up?
Doubt if she could sleep much without hearing some news of her husband.
No. I can't get over how strangely Maddox acted.
Yes. Gamblers don't usually cancel $50,000 debts without a very good reason.
Here we are. Sabotage By Air.
I'll knock.
Maybe she has gone to bed already.
It's unlikely.
Try the door. Maybe she left it unlocked.
All right, Margaret. So, let's go in.
We'll return to the shadow in just a moment. Friends, you're missing plenty if you don't have a Blue Coal Temp Master heat regulator on your furnace. You are missing the wonderful work-saving ease that automatic temperature control gives. You're missing the even, steady, healthful heat that could be yours. And you're missing the big savings in fuel that a Temp Master makes possible. Altogether, you're missing the carefree heating comfort you should have. But why wait any longer? Call the nearest Blue Coal dealer. Ask him to demonstrate the new Blue Coal Temp Master. They are not expensive. There is no charge or obligation for the demonstration. The Temp Master is an entirely new kind of automatic heat regulator. The electric eye thermostat upstairs, a Blue Coal development, keeps your home exactly at the temperature you set on the dial, eliminating all those trips to the basement to adjust dampers. Furnace controls are operated automatically as needed, and the electric eye thermostat actually shows you the exact position of those dampers. This winter, save fuel, save trouble, and get much better, much more helpful heat with a Blue Coal Temp Master. Call the nearest Blue Coal dealer. Ask him for a demonstration of the Temp Master tomorrow. And now, back to the shadow. Lamont and Margot, in an effort to discover the whereabouts of Augustus White, returned to his wife to tell her that his gambling debt of $50,000 has been mysteriously canceled. As they open the door, two shots ring out from the inside of the darkened room.
Back against the wall, Margaret, quickly.
What's that?
Whoever shot at us gotten away through another door. Stay behind me, Margot. I'll see whether I can find the light switch. There we are. It's all right, Margot. There's no... Mrs. White.
Mrs. White! I can't breathe.
She hasn't been hurt. I don't think the shot did much for her. Mrs. White, this is Lamont Cranston. Tell me, who is in this room with you?
What happened, Mrs. White? Oh, no. That... You couldn't kill Augustus. He was reaching out of his heart.
You know who he was, Mrs. White?
He said something about a hunt. And Maddox. No.
Mrs. White.
Monster. Same man who shot at her. He killed her just as if he'd murdered her in cold blood.
Easy, darling.
But who could have done it, Lamont? Who would want to kill people like the White?
Right now, I don't know. I'm going to find out. Look, I want you to phone Commissioner Weston and stay here to explain things to him.
Where are you going, Lamont?
I'm going to have another talk with our friend Maddox. Only this time he's going to tell me a lot more because he'll be talking to the shadow.
Mr. White.
Hey, what are you doing here, Miss Lane?
Your wife phoned Mr. White and asked to come here to your home. She was worried about you.
I know the note, but I phoned her just a little while ago. Where is Clara? Has something happened?
Don't get excited, Mr. White.
Something has happened, hasn't it? Well,
I'm afraid it has, Mr. White.
he came here looking for me, and he's found Clara.
Please, Mr. White.
Her heart. She died. He killed her. He came here to kill me, but he killed Clara.
You've got to be calm, Mr. White.
I am calm, Miss Lane. Very calm. Now, tell me exactly what you know.
Well, after we talked to Clara, Mr. Cranston guessed the truth about Maddox.
Yes.
We saw Maddox, and we're coming back to tell Clara about our talk with him. We walked in here. There was a shot. We turned on the lights, and we found Clara.
I see.
Mr. White, where are you going? Please come back, Mr. White.
I'll be back. But first, the hunter is going to know how it feels to be hunted.
That's funny. I don't remember locking this door when I came into the office.
What was that?
The key for the door is in your desk, Maddox. Just where I put it.
Who's talking? I can't see anyone.
This is the shadow.
The shadow? Well, I always knew you and I would meet up someday.
Maddox, why did you cancel White's gambling debt?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Answer my question.
Glass jumped off my desk into the floor.
Talk, Maddox. I'll use means to make you talk.
Now, wait a minute, Shadow.
Talk quickly or I'll turn this office upside down.
All right, I'll talk. The $50,000 White owed me was chicken feed. I got in on the real deal.
What deal?
Ever hear of Randolph Prince, the famous hunter? He got himself a new animal to hunt. Augustus White.
How did you find out about it?
One of the guys Prince had spotted around his hunting area tipped me off. I figured the rest out myself.
You canceled that debt to be in the clear in case White was killed, eh?
First, I'm no sucker. The police have a funny habit of asking questions.
Then you intended to blackmail Prince the moment he killed White.
All right, so I did. I was only trying to make a fast buck. Prince is loaded. He's got plenty.
Did you tell the police about this death hunt?
And spoil my chances for blackmail?
Where does Prince live?
The Town Central Hotel penthouse.
All right, Maddox. I'll take back the key to the office. You're going to stay right here till the police come.
Police? What for?
If White is killed, then you're an accomplice to murder. If he isn't, you'll be held for attempted blackmail. The hunting wasn't so good, was it, Maddox?
Hey, just a minute, Bud. Where do you think you're going?
Well, this elevator's the only way of getting up to Randolph Prince's suite, isn't it?
Yeah, but you ain't going up there. I got strict orders.
This is an emergency.
I don't care if the joint's on fire, Mac. Mr. Prince gave me instructions. Nobody goes up unless he says so.
Now listen to me.
I ain't listening to nobody. I was over at the cigar counter before, just for a second, see? Some wise guy took the car up all by himself.
And somebody went up already?
Wait till Prince hears about that. I'll probably get canned.
Now, look, it's life or death. I've got to get up to that apartment.
You're a persistent guy, ain't you? Well, listen, you ain't going up. That's all there is to it. You ain't going up. Good evening, Prince.
White, surprised to see me? Oh, no. Stay right where you are behind that desk. I may not be an expert on all weapons, but I certainly know how to shoot this gun.
Now listen, White. If you came here for your money, you don't have to...
Oh, yes, the money. I'd almost forgotten about that. And only a few hours ago it seemed so important.
I have it all ready for you.
How much money, Prince? How much money was my wife's life worth?
It was all an accident. I didn't mean for her to die. It was...
Don't move, Prince. A lot of weapons on that wall, aren't there? You'd like to get to them, wouldn't you? But you won't. Because I'm coming around the room to get to you first. Spears up there, for instance. You won't get them.
White, listen, give me a chance. We can work something out.
Maybe you prefer some of these swords.
I have a plan. You'll like it. Listen.
Maybe you'd like this shield to hide behind.
Now, wait. Listen.
How does it feel to be the hunted, Prince? How does it feel? That's right. Back up against the wall.
No. Get away from me. Get away, White, please. I'll pay 100,000. 200,000.
Here you go, Prince, to the happy hunting ground.
That's it. You forgot about the light switch, didn't you?
The door. Prince, if you're running away.
Oh, White. I'm staying right here.
Don't. My hand.
Door. I've got the gas. And that's the end of Mr. Augustus White. Once more, the hunter has been victorious. Right. Who turned on the light?
Your hunting and killing days are over, Prince. The Shadow will see to that.
The Shadow? You couldn't take away my last triumph, Shadow. I had 24 hours to kill him, and I did.
Take your Prince. The Shadow knocked me to the floor. You emptied your gun into space.
What? The hunt's over for both of you, Prince. Justice is the only victor.
Justice? Shadow, he killed my wife.
Your wife died because of your foolish schemes, White. You've had your justice. As for Prince, he'll get what's coming to him. The law will see to that.
Watch you step into the elevator. After you, darling.
Thanks.
Did you see all them cops up there in Fritz's place? I wonder what happened.
I don't know. Exactly.
Accident of some kind, I understand. Well, we haven't had as much excitement as... Hey, wait a minute. Ain't you the same guy who wanted to go up before?
It's quite possible.
Sure, you're the same guy, all right. How'd you get up there? I didn't take you.
Go on, Lamont. Tell him how you did it.
I just became invisible.
Oh, you just became... Hey, what a sense of humor. Here we are. Main floor.
Thank you. Well, bye.
See you later.
Yeah, so long. Well, some guys sure have a peculiar sense of humor. How did I get up there? I suddenly became invisible, he says. Hey, wait a minute. Come to think of it. How did he get up there?
And now, let me present Blue Coal's distinguished heating authority, John Barclay.
Thank you, Andre Baruch, and good evening, friends. If I were asked to name the three most important ways to save fuel, I'd say first, a clean furnace, second, correct firing, and third, weather stripping. You see, a clean furnace is essential because deposits of soot or fly ash on the heating surfaces acts the same as wrapping them in asbestos. It insulates them. So make sure the heating surfaces in your furnace are clean. Next, always maintain a deep fire bed. Keep the fire up to the level of the firing door. A deep fire bed retards the flow of draft and causes the fire to burn slowly and evenly. Third, weather stripping. Little open cracks or loose windows can lose a lot of heat. Look around for these leaks. This winter, make sure you get all the heat you're entitled to from the coal you burn. I thank you.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, your friendly blue coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. The Shadow is presented by the D.L.&W. Coal Company, distributors of blue coal. Lamont Cranston is played by Brett Mollison. Margot by Grace Matthews. Your announcer is Andre Barreau. Remember, it's blue coal for finest heating service. It's blue coal for finest modern equipment. It's blue coal for the best home heat money can buy. This is a Mutual Broadcasting System.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood blue coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of The Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcefully to old and young alike that crime does not pay. All types of fuel for home heating, apparently, are going to be scarce this winter. So if you heat with coal, you're fortunate. You're able to store fuel. But get your order in early. Call your blue coal dealer tomorrow and ask him to schedule your delivery as soon as he can. And make sure that you order the right size for your furnace. If you're not sure what it should be, ask your blue coal dealer. He'll be glad to inspect your heating plant and may be able to make other recommendations, too, that will help you to get more heat and to burn less fuel. So first thing tomorrow, call the nearest blue coal dealer and ask him about scheduling an early delivery of your blue coal. The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, The Ruby of Karavahl. "5 centuries ago, a forgotten king of Siam pronounced a curse on a fabulous ruby which graced the palace throne room in the ancient city of Karavahl.
If man's greed shall ever remove this jewel, it shall become an instrument of catastrophe and destruction. From this hour forward, death awaits the thief who takes from its rightful owner the Ruby of Karavahl."
Of course, in time, the ruby was stolen, and for hundreds of years it changed hands until, a few months ago, it became the property of one Hugo Zara, wealthy and famous theatrical star. Nobody, Zara included, paid any heed to the legend of the ancient curse
And yet, one stormy night, where the main highway passes through a small village.
Look, Joe! Joe, will you look what's there in the road? Good Lord. Joe, look out!
What goes on here?
It's been an accident, officer.
Well, I didn't figure it for a lawn festival. Who was in the car?
Two guys, officer. You see, we was in the bar across the road.
Where's the guys now?
They're still in the car. Yeah, they're dead, officer, both of them. They was coming down the road like greased lightning. Why, you'd have thought they were on the lam from something. Listen, here comes another car.
Flag them, will you?
You don't have to flag them. They're stopping.
It's all right. It's their car, Lamont.
Okay, Margot. Come on, prisoner. All right, officer. I'll take over. You will, huh? And who are you? My name's Weston. You may have heard of me. I'm Commissioner of Police. Oh, Commissioner Weston. Excuse me, sir. I didn't... Forget it. This is Lamont Cranston, Miss Margot Lane.
How do you do?
I'm glad to know you. I was just going to open the car and... Well, don't let me stop you. Yes, sir. Gee. Look away, Margot. They got theirs, all right.
Was coming to them.
You knew these two guys?
Yes, we knew them.
Who are they?
One on the right was Bags Huggins, stooge and gunman for the one behind the wheel.
Oh, who's he?
Wouldn't recognize him in the shape he's in, but he used to be Moonlight Joe.
Moonlight Joe.
You mean that phantom second-story character? One the papers call him on in Raffles?
Same?
Was he on some kind of a job?
Yes. His last one.
But what was he after this time, you know?
Yes, I know. I think you'll find it in his inner coat pocket.
Yeah? Well, just a second.
Gee, what's that?
That, my friend, is the Ruby of Karavahl.
Sounds like big stuff. I'd like to get a few details here for my report.
Is it okay, Commissioner? Go ahead, Lamont. Tell them what you know. Well, what I know is this. Started early tonight. Started with a theatrical makeup artist, world-famous one named Carl Manners. As I understand it, he was about to retire for the night.
Who's that? Who's there? What do you want?
Inside, Manners.
But
You heard the man move.
Gentlemen, please, it's quite late. I was on my way to bed.
Lights on, and we'll put you to bed for good.
Who are you?
Me? My name is Huggins. They call me Moonlight Joe.
Moonlight Joe? Oh, I see. This is some kind of a joke.
Yeah, this kind of joke. Get the idea, Manners?
What do you want?
Joe wants you to do one of your makeup jobs, that's all. It won't be too tough. I look something like him already.
Like who?
The man you've worked for the last 10 years. Hugo Zara.
You do that. Same build, same color.
I've been watching his movies. I got his voice down to a T. And now, well, you're going to give me his face.
What for?
That's my business.
Your business wouldn't include an interest in one of Zara's possessions, would it?
Maybe.
The Ruby of Karavahl?
This guy needs... Now, take it easy, Huggins. I don't mind if he guesses the angle. In fact, I'm going to tell him the whole story.
Joe,
you were right, Manners. I want that ruby. In fact, I've already made a few tries at it, but it's not easy. So I've decided to try a dynamite shot. I hit on an idea that includes a job of makeup. I'm going to impersonate Hugo Zara. You're going to make me look as much like him as one guy can look like another.
And?
Zara's out of town. She'll be out of town for a couple of days. I'm going to walk right into that fabulous joint of his and take my time finding that ruby.
What are you telling me all this for?
Because now you know too much. Maybe you've been around enough to understand what happens when a guy knows too much.
I see.
Okay, then get to work.
Gentlemen,
To work.
Put that gun away.
He will. After you've made me look like Zara, just like Zara. But exactly. You all finished?
Yes.
How is it, Huggins?
Turn around. Let me see.
Jeez. You scared me. You're Zara, Joe. Ain't you anymore. You're Zara. It's that good, then.
It's terrific. Professor here is sensational.
Okay, then we blow.
Remember, Manners, from here on out, breathe through your nose.
What? Huggins means you'll be healthier with your mouth closed.
And how long will you two be healthy? What? Perhaps you don't know it, but there's a death curse on that particular stone you're after.
Is that so?
A death curse 500 years old.
Oh, you give me the shake.
Yeah, you scare us to death.
What's the matter, Huggins?
Did you hear something, boss?
Eh? No.
Sounded like a big bell. Must be hearing things.
Well, cut it out. Just keep hearing the way he'll sound.
Who?
The fence. When he offers us $250,000 for the Ruby of Karavahl.
This living room looks like Yankee Stadium. Some necessar's got himself
What are
here.
you whispering for?
Huh?
We got the place all to ourselves.
You sure there ain't somebody at home?
What do I care if there is? I'm Zara.
Yeah, but we broke in that window.
So what? I forgot my last key. That's easy.
Listen, car stopped
All
outside.
right, take it easy. It's probably Zara's wife, Lorna.
Yeah, look through the window. It's a dame and some guy.
Huh? Yeah, Brother Charles. He lives here with us.
Joe, if they find out you broke the switch box and blew all the lights in the joint...
Storm did that, Huggins, a storm. Besides, this makeup looks better by candlelight.
Here they come. My niece are knocking.
What's the matter with you? I'm Zara. I came home unexpectedly. You're a friend of mine. Now, come on. We're going to meet him.
You reckon you can put this over, Joe?
Hey, you just watch.
Come on in, Charles.
Yes, dear.
I'll make it some hot tea.
Lorna! Hugo.
Why, I hadn't expected you back so soon, Hugo.
And I changed my plan.
Oh, well, what happened to the lights, Hugo?
The storm. You better get some more candles, Charles. This is Mr. Huggins.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet your acquaintance, I'm sure. I'm putting Mr. Huggins up in the guest room, Lorna. He's here on business. I'm selling him the Ruby of Karavahl.
Selling it?
You heard me. I mean, yes, I've decided to let Mr. Huggins bid for it. I want you to get it out and show it to him.
But Hugo...
Don't argue. Just get it.
Oh, now, see here.
Do as Hugo says, Charles. You changed the hiding place this morning, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
No, where is it?
Upstairs.
Huggins will go with you, Charles.
Oh, really, he doesn't need
I
to
said
go.
he would go upstairs with you. Now, who could that be?
I don't know.
You weren't expecting anyone, were you?
Who, me? Oh, no. I wasn't expecting anyone.
We'd better let them in.
No, but wait a minute, Lorna.
Well, I'm terribly sorry to disturb you. My name is Lamont Trent.
The storm washed out part of the road. Our car stopped, and we're late for a weekend party.
This is Miss Marjolaine.
Come in.
Thanks.
We'd like to use your telephone, may we? They want to use the phone, Hugo.
Picked a fine time.
What's that?
Oh, nothing. Oh, yes, let them use the phone.
Well, Lamont, look.
Well, what do you know?
You're Hugo Zara, aren't you?
Oh, yes.
I've seen you many times.
Always found you work very interesting.
The phone is down the hall to your left. Will you show them, Lorna?
Of course.
Thank you very much. Come on, Mark.
Well, Charles?
Yes?
You're going to get something upstairs. Remember?
Oh, yes, of course. So I was.
Yes, go on up with him, Mr. Huggins, and I'll go back in the pantry and mix us all a drink.
This way, Mr. Huggins.
What do I do, Joe? Grab the ruby the minute he shows it to you. And then we get out of this joint. It's getting crowded.
Coming, Mr. Huggins.
I'm right behind you, Charles.
Right this way, Mr. Huggins.
Sorry to put you to this trouble, Charles.
Oh, no, I don't mind, really. In fact, I, for one, would be mighty glad if you bought the Ruby of Karavahl. It's been sudden death for too many of its owners. Just step inside, won't you?
It's a little dark.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll light a lamp. There's one here in the desk. Of course, I don't believe in superstitious nonsense like legends and curses, do you?
No.
No, they're obviously ridiculous. But, on the other hand...
Joe, you did it too soon. You ain't showed me where the ruby is yet. Joe, is that you?
We'll return to the shadow in just a moment. Friends, you're missing plenty if you don't have a Blue Coal Temp Master heat regulator on your furnace. You are missing the wonderful work-saving ease that automatic temperature control gives. You're missing the even, steady, healthful heat that could be yours. And you're missing the big savings in fuel that a Temp Master makes possible. Altogether, you're missing the carefree heating comfort you should have. But why wait any longer? Call the nearest Blue Coal dealer and ask him to demonstrate the new Blue Coal Temp Master. They're not expensive. There is no charge or obligation for the demonstration. The Temp Master is an entirely new kind of automatic heat regulator. The electric eye thermostat upstairs, a Blue Coal development, keeps your home exactly at the temperature you set on the dial, eliminating all those trips to the basement to adjust dampers. Furnace controls are operated automatically as needed, and the electric eye thermostat actually shows you the exact position of those dampers. This winter, save fuel, save trouble, and get much better, much more healthful heat with a Blue Coal Temp Master. Only Blue Coal dealers have them. Blue Coal dealers are listed in the classified section of your telephone book. Call the nearest Blue Coal dealer and ask him for a demonstration of the Temp Master tomorrow. And now, back to the Shadow. Margot and Lamont are in the home of the wealthy actor Hugo Zara, owner of the fabulous Ruby of Karavahl, when suddenly from upstairs they hear the sound of a gunshot. Cranston dashes up the stairs with Margot and Mrs. Zara close behind him.
Shot me from this room in here. Hold the candelabra up, Margot.
There, Charles. Is he dead?
I don't think so, but it looks bad. Charles. Charles. Who fired those shots? Who was it?
Don't.
He's slipping fast.
Mr. Cranston, ask him where the ruby is.
Ruby of Karavahl?
Yes, ask him quick.
Where's the ruby, Charles?
Charles, where is it? Where is it?
Back where it belongs.
Back where it belongs. What does it mean?
I don't know. Perhaps we'll never know now. He's dead.
But who could have killed him?
That remains to be seen, Mrs. Zara.
Alona, what's going on?
I'm afraid we've had a tragedy here, Zara.
So I see. Where's the ruby?
We don't know.
You don't know?
Charles changed the hiding place this morning. He hasn't told me where.
According to your brother-in-law's last words, the ruby's perfectly safe, Mrs. Zara.
Safe? But where?
All he said was it was back where it belongs.
Oh, he was delirious. The ruby is somewhere in this house.
Charles probably made a note of the ruby's hiding place. Oh, maybe that was it.
What was it, Margaret?
This paper. When we heard that shot and ran up the stairs, I happened to see a piece of paper on the stairway carpet. It just occurred to me maybe Charles dropped it. He's just gone up there.
Let me see that paper, Miss Lang.
Oh, I picked it up. Where'd I put it? Not there. No. Not here. I guess I must have dropped it in the excitement.
Look, come on. We'll trace your steps and have a look.
Oh, find it. That's $250,000 worth of ruby.
Relax, Mr. Zara. We'll do our best. By the way, what's happened to Mr. Huggins?
How do I know? Probably packing to leave.
Where would he be packing?
You said you put him in the guest room, didn't you, Hugo?
Oh, in the guest room? Yes, I did.
Thank you. Come on, Margot.
Any idea who killed Charles Lamont?
Not yet, but I soon will have.
What do you mean?
I mean, you're going to look for the missing paper alone, darling. I'm putting in a call to Commissioner Weston.
And then?
Then a gentleman named Huggins is going to receive a visit from the Shadow.
What's that? Who there? Who's there?
Hey, what goes on here? First I hear bells when there ain't none. Now there's a laugh and there's nobody laughing. There's nobody here but me.
Shadow is here, Mr. Huggins.
Huh?
I'm right beside you.
Why,
I've searched this house for you, and here I find you leaving by a window. Why?
I don't want no trouble, that's why.
Why should you have trouble, Huggins?
Well,
I'll tell you why. You murdered Charles.
I didn't. We just walked into that room, and all of a sudden there was a shot, and he went down.
Who fired that shot?
I don't know.
You're lying, Huggins. Who are you really? What are you doing here? Talk.
All right. We came here to get the ruby.
Who is we?
Me and...
Margot. You're all right now, darling. You're safe.
Oh, Lamont, I came down the stairs looking for the paper.
Yes?
There was a dark figure here at the bottom of the landing had its back to me. And I started to speak. It knocked the candle out of my hand. Before I could move, there were fingers round my throat. I guess I fainted.
It's a good guess, darling.
Who was he? Who was he, Lamont?
I'm not sure, Margot.
Listen.
Seems we have more visitors. Stay here, Margot. I'll see who it is.
Be careful.
I always am, darling. Well?
Where is he? Where is he?
Who are you?
My name is Manners. Carl Manners, the makeup expert. Is he here?
Is who here?
Moonlight Joe.
You mean Moonlight Joe is here in this house?
Yes, but you'd never recognize him. I made him up to look exactly like Hugo Zara.
What was the idea?
Zara went out of town for a few days, and Moonlight Joe wanted to get into the house masquerade as Zara and have plenty of time to locate the Ruby of Karavahl.
I see.
Now, I just found out that Zara isn't out of town.
What?
The cab driver at the railroad station in the village just told me that he brought the real Hugo Zara to this house around 8 o'clock this evening.
What's that?
He changed his plans, he said. When I heard that, I realized that if Moonlight Joe ran afoul of the real Zara, he'd kill him in cold blood.
How well do you know Zara, Mr. Manners?
I've worked for him for the past 10 years.
Where does he spend most of his time when he's at home?
In his study on the second floor.
In his...
That's Mrs. Zara.
What is it?
Mr. Cranston, help me!
Where are you?
Second floor, my husband's study. I left Hugo in the room where my brother was killed and came here to the study to see if perhaps Charles had made some notes about the ruby.
Yes, go on.
When I opened the door, there was Hugo sitting behind the desk.
You were amazed, of course.
Of course. I just left him a few seconds ago, and I didn't see how he could have gotten here. Oh, Mr. Cranston. He's dead.
Don't please, Mrs. Zara. It may not be your husband at all.
What do you mean?
There's a man in this house masquerading as your husband.
Is that true?
Yes.
I'm afraid not, Mrs. Zara.
What do you mean, Manners?
This face isn't made up. This is the real Hugo Zara.
Mrs. Zara, please.
Manners.
Yes, Mr. Cranston.
Are you on?
No.
Take this revolver. Stay with Mrs. Zara. You and she comb the upper story. Miss Lane and I will cover the lower floors and exits. We're not letting Moonlight Joe and his friend Huggins leave this house. Stay beside me, Mother.
You think they're still here, Lamont?
I'm sure Moonlight Joe is.
But wouldn't he have left?
No, he hasn't found the ruby yet. And if I judge Moonlight Joe correctly, he's a very persistent fellow.
You're sure he killed Zara and Charles?
He's a likely man to ask a few questions, Mom. On the other hand, there's a foolish idea that has crossed my mind.
What's that?
There's a curse on the Ruby of Karavahl, you know.
Lamont, you're not suggesting that a king of Siam from 500 years ago walked into this house and killed 2 men with a revolver.
No, I suppose perhaps he could walk into the house if he chose. But I doubt that a king of 5 centuries ago would know how to fire a revolver.
You're being ridiculous. If you ask me... Lamont.
What is it?
I found it.
Found what one?
Piece of paper. The one I picked up on the stairs.
Where'd it be?
Of all places. Instead of putting it in my pocket in the excitement, I tucked it under my bed.
Okay, let me see it.
Yeah. Is it the directions for the ruby?
No, it's a letter.
Letter?
Yes, it's dated years ago.
What does it say?
It says that
That came from upstairs.
I know where it came from. I've been a fool, Margot, a stupid fool.
What do you mean?
I'll explain when there's time. Right now, I want you to get up to the room where Charles was murdered.
What do I do when I get there?
Just walk in and wait for me.
All right.
And don't worry. The shadow will be standing by.
Mr. Manners, I guess... Mrs. Zara.
Dead, Miss Lane.
What happened, Mr. Manners?
He killed her.
Who?
Moonlight Joe. He walked into the room and he was waiting for us with a gun in his hand.
No.
Yes, he demanded that Lorna tell him where the Ruby of Karavahl was, and when she refused, he killed her.
Well, that's strange.
Did he kill her?
Yes.
Why?
He knew she didn't know where the ruby was, Mr. Manners. Charles hadn't told her where he put it before he died.
I see.
When you think of it, it's strange that Moonlight Joe should have killed either Charles or Mr. Zara. He's there to get the ruby, not to commit murder. He could have stolen it long ago if he'd wanted to kill everybody in the house to get it.
Mm-hmm. You're a clever young woman in many ways, Miss Lane.
Am I?
But you could be clever.
How?
You could be discreet enough to keep out of the middle of things that don't concern you.
Why, Mr. Manners?
Why? You've had one lesson, Miss Lane. Maybe this one will show you why.
Mr. Manners!
What's the matter?
Maybe you'll hesitate next time before you... What's that?
Shadow.
Who's there?
I'm the Shadow.
Where are you?
Here in this room, though you can't see me.
What do you want here?
To accuse you, Manners, of being the dark figure on the stairs who strangled Miss Lane a few moments ago.
I didn't hurt her.
You hurt others. You've murdered others. Hugo, Sarah, Charles, and Lorna.
It was Moonlight Joe. He came here to get the ruby, and he killed them all.
He didn't kill them, no, Manners. You'd hope we'd blame him because you wanted to get rid of the Zara household for your own reasons.
What are you talking about?
You'd known the Zara family for years, Manners, long before it was a family. You were in love with Lorna before Sarah took her away from you and married her.
That's not true.
The letter Miss Lane found on the stairs proves it's true, Manners. It's a letter written in the heat of frustrated love 20 years ago, threatening to kill Sarah, Lorna, and her socially ambitious brother, Charles.
That's a lie.
When you finally saw the chance to keep your threats and frame Moonlight Joe, you grabbed it. You shot Sarah, and then remembered those incriminating letters, found them in his desk, and took them along. Your one slip was that you dropped this one and left it for us to find.
So you know. Well, maybe we can do business, Shadow. Let me out of this house. Give me a chance to leave the country.
And if I do?
I won't kill Miss Lane.
Shadow!
Put down that gun.
If I can make the deal, Shadow.
I'm afraid you can't.
Then I'm afraid I'll have to shoot.
Manners!
Thanks, Weston. You came right on cue.
I thought I'd better shoot first and ask questions later.
Good thinking, Commissioner.
But where were you when I walked in, Cranston? I didn't see you.
No. Well, it's pretty dark, you know, just these lamps.
Some kind of shenanigans, if you ask me. Well, did you find the ruby?
Not yet, but I think I know where it is.
Well, Lamar.
You see a volume there on the bookshelf, Margaret, called The Palaces of Siam.
Yes?
Take it down.
It isn't a book. It's a gift box that the book came in. Look inside.
That's it. The Ruby of Karavahl. Charles said he'd put it where it belonged, and that's where it was. The Palaces of Siam. See?
Here we see, Cranston. Stand where you are, everybody.
Moonlight Joe!
I just been waiting, biding my time like a nice boy. You turn the ruby up for me. Take it, Huggins.
Okay, Joe.
And don't bother to tell me you won't get away with this, Commissioner, because I've got away with plenty before. Come on, Huggins. Make for the car.
This was the one Moonlight Joe didn't get away with, as you can see by the two bodies there in the car. And so, officer, that's the story.
There's this one thing I don't get. There wasn't no blowout. They didn't skid. They wasn't drunk. And still, all of a sudden, it looks like this Moonlight Joe just deliberately swerved into that concrete post.
I think Margot picked up something off the road while I was talking, didn't you, darling?
Yes.
What was it?
Well, it looks like the strap of a girl's sandal.
Sandal, huh? That's the kind of shoes they wore, all right.
Who?
The ancient kings of Siam.
Lamar, don't be ridiculous.
Could it have been possible that Joe swerved because he saw a very strange figure looming ahead on the road? The figure of an Oriental king?
Lamar, that Siamese king has been dead for 500 years.
Still, he pronounced the curse of death on whoever stole the Ruby of Karavahl from its rightful owners. Here are Joe and Huggins. Dead.
You don't really believe he could have been here on this road in 1947?
I don't know, Margaret. It's hard to know just what to believe.
And now, let me present Blue Coal's distinguished heating authority, John Bartley.
Thank you, Andre Baruch, and good evening, friends. If I were asked to name the three most important ways to save fuel, I'd say first, a clean furnace, second, correct firing, and third, weather stripping. You see, a clean furnace is essential because deposits of soot or fly ash on the heating surfaces acts the same as wrapping them in asbestos. So make sure the heating surfaces in your furnace are clean. Next, always maintain a deep fire bed. Keep the fire up to the level of the firing door. A deep fire bed retards the flow of draft and causes the fire to burn slowly and evenly. Third, weather stripping. Little open cracks or loose windows can lose a lot of heat. This winter, make sure that you get all the heat you're entitled to from the coal you burn. I thank you.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, the Shadow will demonstrate that
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same place.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Your local blue coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay. The Shadow's adventure begins in just a moment. But first, do you know exactly what the blue coloring on blue coal means? Well, that's the trademark of the Glen Alden Coal Company, the world's largest hard coal producer. And it's placed on their product, blue coal, to guarantee that you're getting a superior quality anthracite. So insist on blue coal when you order anthracite for the coming winter. Your entire family will appreciate blue coal's greater heating comfort. You'll appreciate blue coal's greater heating economy. Call your dealer for your supply of blue coal tomorrow. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids those in distress and helps the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. The only one who knows the true identity of that master of other people's minds, the Shadow. Today's story, Shyster Payoff.
Commissioner Weston, my paper wants to know what you're doing about this wave of holdup.
I hear you're resigning, Commissioner.
What about the mayor's statement, Weston? Yes, come on, let's have your story.
Wait a minute, come on. Wait a minute, boys. I'll give you a statement.
Okay, Commissioner, thanks.
Sure, we're having a crime wave. But the police department is as good as you'll find in any city. We make arrests. The trouble is the district attorney's office can't get convictions. But it isn't the DA's fault that the work of his office is hampered by a political fixer and a shyster lawyer.
Hey, can we quote you on that?
How about naming the shyster, Commissioner Weston?
Who's the political fixer? Come on, Commissioner, give us some more.
Hold it, boys, hold it. What is it, Sergeant?
There's a call in your office, Commissioner Weston.
Sorry, boys, that's all. See you later. Who is it, the mayor?
No, it's him again.
Who are you talking about? Who's him?
The Shadow.
The Shadow? If I haven't got enough troubles. All right, I'll talk to him. I'll call you if I need you.
Yes, sir.
All right, Shadow, what is it this time?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Weston. Did you enjoy your conference with the gentlemen of the press?
You know everything, don't you?
You flatter me, Commissioner.
All right, let's have it.
Commissioner, do my ears deceive me, or did I really detect a note of, shall we say, welcome in your voice?
Listen, Shadow, I'll admit you have helped the police department at times, and I'm willing to accept tips or help from you just as I would from any other citizen. I take it you are a citizen and are interested in law enforcement?
Yes, Commissioner Weston. I am a citizen, and I am interested in law enforcement.
I wish there were more like that. But you didn't call me to exchange compliments. What do you want?
I called, Commissioner, to make a deal.
A deal? For yourself, Shadow?
No. Merely a deal whereby you will be ready to round up a criminal syndicate headed by Taggart, the notorious shyster lawyer, Grogan, the political fixer, and Red Doyle, the gangster.
You're crazy, Shadow.
We know they're all crooks, but we can't prove it.
Suppose I could produce proof.
I wouldn't arrest a combination like that without an ironclad case. I wouldn't last 24 hours if the rap didn't stick. They'd have my job.
You'll have your ironclad case, Commissioner Weston. Wait until you hear from me.
Your Honor, may it please the court. I submit that the indictment against my client, Harry Dale, is improperly drawn, and I therefore ask that the state's case be dismissed.
I object, Your Honor. The indictment against Harry Dale is properly drawn under Section 73 of the Penal Code. Order! Order in the court!
Just a moment, gentlemen. The jury will please retire, where I hear your arguments on a point of law which is not within the province of their deliberation. Very well, Mr. Taggart, Mr. Prosecutor, step to the bar. I will hear your arguments as to the validity of this indictment.
Lamont Cranston, would you mind telling me why we've been following this lawyer, Rex Taggart, from court to court, watching him plead case after case?
Just to give my very lovely assistant, Margot Lane, a cook's tour of the more unpleasant side of the legal profession. How do you like Taggart, Margot?
He reminds me of a snake. What's he doing now, Lamont?
Taggart is pulling another legal technicality and snatching another criminal from the hands of the law.
How does he get away with it?
The law, Margot, is flexible. But its flexibility can be used by shyster lawyers like Taggart to provide loopholes.
Order! Silence in the court!
Watch what happens now.
Order! Silence in the court. Mr. Prosecutor, I regret I must agree with the arguments of counsel for the defense, Mr. Taggart.
I protest, Your Honor! I protest!
Due to the testimony given by the defense, and because of this technical error in the indictment, I must dismiss the case against Harry Dale and discharge the jury.
Lamont, Taggart just went into that apartment building. How much longer are we going to follow him around in the car?
I've got to follow Taggart, watch every move he makes, Margot. I promised Commissioner Weston an airtight case. I'm getting proof of a vicious racket. A racket that forces innocent people into a life of crime.
Where are you going, Lamont?
I'm going to follow Taggart into that apartment as the shadow. I have an idea Taggart is about to collect his fee for defending a recent client. Stay here, Margot. Wait till I return.
Mr. Taggart, why have you come to my apartment? My brother's not here. My brother's not here, I tell you. I've given you every cent I have, every cent I could raise for defending him.
For saving your brother from the electric chair, Ruthdale.
But my brother was innocent.
Yes, but the evidence was all against him. Your brother is alive, free, only because of my knowledge of the law and your perjured testimony.
Why, you made me testify falsely. You told me it was the only way to save my brother.
Yes, I did. Do you want him tried again on the evidence? I can arrange it. And I can have you arrested for perjury, sent to prison.
Oh, no, please, let me alone.
Your brother needs money. You need money. I can show you both how to make a lot of it. Quite easily.
We won't do anything criminal.
My plans are quite simple. You look like a girl accustomed to buying expensive jewels. You have only to go into jewelry shops and ask to see certain gems. When they are shown to you, it won't be your fault if your brother and others happen in and take them away.
And suppose we refuse?
You will go to prison for perjury, and the electric chair will be waiting for your brother.
Night to be driving, Lamont.
Sorry, Margot. Wherever Taggart goes, we go.
Oh, I detest Taggart. But I'm glad he was able to get Dr. Lambert's parole. I never did believe Dr. Lambert was responsible for that woman's death.
Yes, Margot. I'm glad Lambert is out, too. But I'm sorry for anyone Taggart helps.
Lamont, do you think Taggart means to force him into his crime syndicate, too?
Yes, Margot. The way he's done to Ruth Dale and her brother and many others.
Oh, but those poor people he's forcing into crime must be helped. Why don't you tell Commissioner Weston?
I'm not ready, Margot. It takes a lot of fine threads to make a web of evidence to catch a slippery eel like Taggart. Besides, there are others. I'm out to get political fixer Grogan, Red Doyle the gangster. They're part of Taggart's crime syndicate.
Lamont, it's raining so hard I can't see. Where are we?
Outside the home of Dr. John Lambert, late of Lingate Prison. And look, there in the driveway. Taggart's car.
What's the next move, Lamont?
Margot, you drive down the road.
Yes, I know, Lamont, and wait.
I'm sorry, Margot. I know it's cold and wet, but I won't be long. I have a notion, Margot, that we'll drive away from here with an ironclad case for Commissioner Weston.
Well, go on, Lamont. I'll wait. Good luck, Shadow.
Oh, why did you get me out, Taggart? What good am I to myself or to anybody? A doctor convicted of murder without a right to practice. Where can I go? The parole board said I can't leave the state. What can I do? The board says I'll be sent back to prison if I don't get a job. Why didn't you let me serve out my sentence? Why didn't you leave me alone?
Easy. Take it easy. Because I can use you, Dr. Lambert. I have connections, friends who need a doctor they can trust.
Oh, who would trust me?
You can be trusted because you have reason to hate and fear the law as much as these connections of mine.
But I've got to have a legitimate job or I'll be sent back to prison.
I'll arrange that.
All right, what do I have to do?
It's right in your line as a surgeon. You'll be ready, day or night, to treat gunshot wounds, remove bullets, perhaps graft skin, and change faces which have unfortunately found their way into the rogues gallery of the police.
What's in it for me?
Money. Money you'll need for that fresh start when your year's probation is over.
You'd let me go when my probation's up a year from now?
Sure. That's fair enough, isn't it?
Just for 1 year. 12 months. Then money and a chance to get away. Far away. All right, Taggart, I'll do it. When do I start?
I'm afraid, Doctor, you'll have to wait until one of my connections gets hit. Meanwhile, here's 200 as a retainer. Tell the probation board you're working for me as an investigator, but keep away from my law office. Just stay here and wait till you hear from me.
All right, I understand.
Maybe a week, even before you get a call. But when it comes, go where you're told. And keep your mouth shut, or you'll go back to the big house for another stretch. That's all, Dr. Lambert.
A shyster lawyer. A shyster doctor. You're in good company, John Lambert. Good company. Oh, I've got to stop talking to myself. I'm not in solitary. I'm free. I'm not in prison anymore. What was that? That voice.
No, you're still in prison. You're not free, John Lambert. You'll never be free. They'll never let you go.
A voice. It laughed. It spoke to me. It answered me. Oh, am I losing my mind?
No, Lambert. You're quite sane. But unless you listen to me, you're entering another kind of bondage.
But what is this voice? It can't happen. It can't.
There is more than a voice in this room. I am quite real. Quite close to you. As close as Rex Taggart was a few moments ago.
Hypnosis.
Yes, hypnosis. I'm here in this room, but I've clouded your mind so that you cannot see me.
But who are you? What do you want?
John Lambert, haven't you ever heard a certain name whispered through the dark cells of Lyngate Prison? A name associated with the unseen? A name criminals hate and fear?
The Shadow. You are the Shadow?
Yes, but you have no reason to fear me. I believe you're an innocent man, unjustly convicted.
The newspaper said I was innocent, too. But I went to prison just the same for 7 long years. Now, Taggart has offered me money, then freedom after a year. What can you offer, Shadow?
A chance to be true to your profession, to yourself.
I have no profession. They took that away from me, and they took my self-respect, too. I'm not Dr. John Lambert, the surgeon. I'm ex-con number 2847, convicted murderer, out on parole because of a shyster, dirty shyster lawyer. There is no more Dr. John Lambert.
You're wrong. That was John Lambert speaking just now, crying out against this bargain you've made with Taggart, a swine who never kept a bargain in his life.
Oh, yes. You're right, Shadow. I can't go through with it. And yet if I don't, Taggart will send me back. You know, he can. He has influence.
I, too, have influence and power, Dr. Lambert.
Dr. Lambert. It's been 7 years and anybody called me doctor? Without a sneer or a laugh.
What would you give to regain your professional honor? To escape Taggart's bondage?
Oh, don't, Shadow, please.
The law can make amends.
The law?
It needs your help.
Why should I help the law? It destroyed me.
You can help put an end to criminal slavery such as Taggart offers you and countless others. You can help wipe out a vicious racket that enslaves poor unfortunates more than the prison from which they were released.
Prison. Bondage. Yes, that's it. It's bondage. Not freedom, not hope.
You'll never be free. You'll never have hope. Unless...
Unless what, Shadow?
Unless you help me put Taggart and his kind behind bars.
All right, Shadow. I will. I'll do it. I'll do anything you say, because I know I can trust you. Even the men you sent to Lyngate, the men who hate and fear you, swear you never break your word.
I'll keep my word, Dr. Lambert.
Tell me what you want me to do.
Do nothing until Taggart's associates call you. Then go where they tell you. But before you go, I want you to phone a certain number.
What number, Shadow?
It's written on the old prescription pad on your desk.
On the old prescription pad?
Yes, Dr. Lambert. On the prescription pad. See it there? Old. 7 years yellowed with age. But that number will bring the shadow to you, wherever you go. And it will mark the beginning of the road back for you and many others. If you do not fail me. If you do not fail the shadow.
In just a moment, we continue with the Shadow's gripping adventure. But first, a warning to all homeowners. Despite the present warm spell, advance reports from meteorologists predict the severest winter in 11 years. So there's no time like right now to order your supply of anthracite. It's the fuel furnaces in this section were especially designed to burn. And it's the fuel which will give you more even, dependable, and healthful heat at less cost. But when you order your supply, don't be content with just any anthracite. Insist on blue coal. And be sure of getting America's finest anthracite. Blue coal is the only trademarked hard coal. It's a guaranteed product of the Glen Alden Coal Company, the world's largest anthracite producer. Each carload as it comes from their mines is carefully tested by inspectors. Only the coal which meets Glen Alden's highest standards of quality is accepted for shipment and trademarked a harmless blue for easy identification. You'll welcome blue coal's greater economy. It burns better, banks better, gives you longer firing periods. So call and order your supply of blue coal tomorrow. Your dealer's name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal. And be sure to ask your dealer about the Blue Coal heat regulator. It's a thermostat which controls your furnace dampers automatically and saves you all the time and trouble of constant furnace attention. It costs only $18.95 plus a nominal installation charge.
I believe this is the end of the trail, Margot.
I hope so, Lamont. When did Dr. Lambert phone you?
About an hour ago. Taggart ordered him to go to the old Empire Hotel.
Where's that?
Along the beach, about 3 blocks from here. Slow the car down, Margot.
I thought every hotel out here was closed for the winter.
They are. So it makes an ideal headquarters for Taggart's mob.
Why don't you let Commissioner Weston round them up, Lamont? You've done enough.
No, Margot. I promised Weston an airtight case. I've got to be sure the whole outfit is caught with the goods before I give Weston the word to close in.
What makes you so sure this will be the finish?
It's the logical time for the gang to be paid off, Margot. Those 3 big jewel robberies this week, all unquestionably Taggart's gang. A girl going into the stores and asking to see certain valuable gems.
That was Ruth Dale, all right. The description fitted perfectly. But why did they call for Dr. Lambert?
The driver of the getaway car was shot, Margot. Are they 2 to 1? Lambert is treating him right now.
Be careful he doesn't have to take a bullet out of the shadow.
Oh, let's stop right here, Margot. Yeah, this is close enough. Now, Margot, wait and keep the short wave tuned in on the band the shadow always uses. Phone Weston the minute I give the word. Then go straight back to town and wait for me.
Lamont, if I don't hear from you in an hour...
You'll still stay away from the Empire Hotel, Margot Lane. That's an order.
Lamont Cranston, there are times when I wish I'd never heard of the shadow. Well, go on, Lamont, and get this over with.
Give me a drink. Give me my cut, Doyle. Doyle, gotta get me out of here. Shut, Doyle. Tiger, get rolling me, Doyle. I don't want to burn. I don't want to burn, Doyle. There. Easy now, please. Please take it easy.
Listen, Doc.
Yes?
Keep that guy quiet. Give him something to shut him up. That's what we're paying you for.
The man is delirious, Doyle. Why didn't you call me sooner?
Fix him up and don't ask so many questions.
Where's Taggart? Where's Taggart?
He's in the next room. What do you care? Now, you do as you're told and shut that guy up. Come on, Doyle.
Let's get this slip ticket out.
Okay, Tiger. Keep your shirt on. I'm coming.
Doyle, don't take me. Throw me down. I'm sorry, fella, but I guess I'll have to put you under. Oh, why doesn't the shadow come? They're all here. Why doesn't he come?
I am here, Dr. Lambert. I've been here for several minutes.
Shadow. Thank heavens you found the place.
Taggart. Give the man a hypo if he can stand it. Put him to sleep.
I've already given it to him, but he should be in a hospital.
He'll be on his way to a hospital in a few minutes.
Are those the men you want out there, Shadow? Red Doyle is the actual leader of the gang, but Taggart gives the order. I don't know anything about Grogan.
Grogan is the rottenest of the lot. He's He's a political fixer, without whom no big gang can operate.
I know, but you're not going to tackle them alone.
No, but we're going to hold them in the next room until the police can close in. Commissioner Weston is waiting for word from me. Can you handle a gun?
Yes. Here. This wounded man has gone under. He won't give us any trouble.
Good. Quick now. Take his gun over there on the table.
All right, Shadow. It's loaded.
Good. Now pocket that gun. Go in that other room. Get as close to Taggart as you can. When I speak, grab Taggart and shove that gun in his back. Don't let anyone get behind you.
All right, Shadow. You haven't failed me so far, and I trust you now.
Calling Margot Lane. Phone Weston at the 17th Precinct Station. He is there, ready and waiting. Tell him to surround and raid the Empire Hotel. Break into basement. Let no one escape. That is all.
All right, Taggart. The split is all figured out. Now, here's the payoff sheet.
All right, Doyle. Pay off the punks first and get them out of here.
Okay. Come here, Rootdale. Now, here's your cut. $50.
I don't want it. I won't take it. $50. $50 for turning criminal, helping rob 3 jewelry stores. You got $50,000 worth of gems. The newspaper said so.
Quit reading the papers. They always double a haul.
$50 for helping you.
The fence only paid us $10,000 for the stuff. There was 5 of my regular boys who did the dirty work. $1,000 for Taggart, the Springers, if things went haywire. $1,000 to Grogan for a fix just in case and the getaway car.
You better take it, Ruth. There's no other way.
Take it or leave it. Only remember what I told you. The electric chair is still waiting for your brother here.
Oh, please, I don't want the money. I don't care. Just let us go.
Out of the way, dame. All right, Dale. Here's your cut. $100.
Don't take it, Harry. Don't.
Better take your share, Dale. Next time I may not be able to spring you.
No, my sister's right. I didn't want to get mixed up in this. You made me, Taggart. I'm getting out with Ruth.
Don't try it. Nobody quit. All right, now beat it, punks. Go on upstairs. Doyle and Grogan and I have got some things to talk over.
Well, what about me, Taggart?
Oh, I almost forgot you, Lambert. Didn't see you standing behind me. Give the doc 200, Doyle. How's the patient?
As well as could be expected.
Don't worry if you lose him. He's a dumbbell anyhow.
Come on, Doyle. Let you, Taggart, and me get down to business.
Okay, Grogan. Come on, Dale. You and your sister and Lambert beat it.
Not so fast, gentlemen.
Hey, what's that? Who was that?
Just an unseen guest at the Division of the Spoils of Crime.
Taggart, there's only one guy that laughs like that. A guy nobody's even seen.
The Shadow.
Yes, Taggart. The Shadow.
Boss, he's come for a cut. Give it to him. He's poisoned.
He'll get a cut.
Stand still, Taggart. Don't move.
Lambert! What are you doing? Let go of me. Take that gun out of my back, you fool. Doyle, Grogan, help me.
They move, I'll shoot, Taggart.
Well done, Dr. Lambert. Careful, Taggart.
Lambert, you double-crossing...
Shut up, Taggart. Doyle, throw your gun on the table. Throw it. Now you, Grogan.
I don't carry a gun.
Hurry, Dale. Search Grogan.
Right.
Miss Dale, you search Taggart.
All right.
Grogan hasn't got a gun, Shadow.
Taggart hasn't either.
Don't move. Those sirens mean Commissioner Weston and the police are coming to the feast of the unholy 3.
Shadow, I don't want to get mixed up with this gang. Taggart arranged my parole and forced me into it.
Will you tell that to a grand jury, Dale?
Yes, I'll testify. I'll testify against them. And my sister will, too, won't you, Ruth?
Yes, I'll tell the police everything. I'll tell them, Shadow.
If you turn state's evidence, you'll both go free. I have Commissioner Weston's promise.
So you're working with Commissioner Weston, eh, Shadow?
I've always worked for law and order. Keep away from those books on the table, Grogan. Dale, pick up those books. Hold on to them. Give them to Weston when he gets here.
You can't pin anything on me, Shadow.
Your name is in those books. You're on the payroll, Grogan. Those books will send you up for 20 years.
The cops are coming down here, Taggart. Don't move, Taggart.
Stay where you are, Doyle.
There they are, boys. Somebody. Stand where you are, all of you. Don't move.
Commissioner Weston, here are the gang's books.
Thanks, Dale. I know all about you. All right, Dr. Lambert. You can take that gun out of Taggart's back. I know all about you, too.
You sweat for this, Weston.
Well, if it isn't my old pain in the neck, Grogan, a political fixer.
He's part of the gang. He's on the payroll.
You
The
ain't
proof
got
is in
nothing
these
on me.
books.
Hey, what about this girl here, Commissioner?
He's all right, too. Don't put the cuffs on her. Red Doyle, Taggart, Grogan. What a night's work.
You never pin anything on me, Weston.
Save your Shyster breath for the trial, Taggart. All right, take him away, boys.
Right here, Commissioner.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Take Harry Dale and his sister Ruth and Dr. Lambert to my office. Get their statements and have them wait for me.
Yes, Commissioner.
There's a wounded man in the other room, Commissioner. He's badly hurt.
Sergeant, get him and rush him to the hospital. All right, boys, take these crooks out of here. Shadow?
Yes, Commissioner.
Thanks. You certainly handed me an airtight case against 3 of the biggest crooks in the city.
You'll keep your promise to help Dr. Lambert, Dale, and his sister?
You kept your promise. I'll keep mine.
That's all I ask.
You're a strange man, Shadow. That's all you ever ask.
I told you I was just a citizen interested in law enforcement, in seeing the innocent protected and the guilty punished. Goodbye, Commissioner. Until we meet again.
In just a moment, we have a surprise for you. A preview of next week's exciting Shadow adventure. But first, here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert, with some more helpful information to all householders. Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. Many people write in to tell me that they don't get the best heating results from the amount of coal they put on the fire. Well, that may be caused by losing heat up the chimney. Chimney loss is a common source of trouble and unnecessary waste of coal. However, it's an easy matter to remedy. The next time you fix the fire, move the handle of your turn damper, that disc inside the smoke pipe, 1/16 of an inch toward the closed position. If the fire continues to burn freely, turn it another 1/16 of an inch. Repeat this operation until you've moved the turn damper as near as possible to the closed position. For the nearer the turn damper to the closed position, the smaller the chimney loss. When you've found the ideal adjustment, mark the position with a piece of chalk on the smoke pipe and leave your dampers there throughout the burning season. If you find you have any other particular heating problem, I'd suggest you call your Blue Coal dealer. He'll place a trained John Barclay heating serviceman at your disposal. You'll find him fully qualified to check over your furnace and show you how to get better heat at less cost. I thank you.
Now, a preview of next week's Shadow story, Black Rock.
Martin, and you too, Ward. You're working for me now. What I say goes.
Okay, Burkett, we get it.
What's the gag? A big business executive like you turning crook. Shut up, you two, and listen to me. Now, here's the setup. I'm going to steal, or shall I say acquire, the entire profits, $2 million of my company.
Oh, boy, I get it, and then leave all the poor stockholders holding the bag.
You'd take candy from a baby, wouldn't you? Don't worry. You two guys, you'll get your cut.
Will innocent stockholders be robbed by an unscrupulous profiteer, or will the Shadow be able to protect them? Find out next week when you hear the Shadow's newest adventure, Black Rock. This program has been a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine, now on sale at your local newsstand. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present The Shadow. Be sure to listen and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of The Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Friends, war has driven the demand for anthracite coal to an all-time high. Yes, anthracite has pitched in to do 5 big extra wartime heating jobs, of which replacing wood is just one. That's right, friends. Wood, cordwood, was an important peacetime fuel, but suddenly it disappeared. All over rural America, wood piles vanished. The cutters were off to war or to work in war plants in the cities. 544,000 homes faced bitter cold weather without fuel unless anthracite was immediately supplied. But you can bet it was supplied, friends, and not just to meet this missing wood emergency, but to meet other wartime demands, too. To fill Uncle Sam's huge new military coal bins, to replace oil shipped to Africa, and coke now making steel in Pittsburgh mills. True, to meet these tremendously increased demands, you have been limited to 87.5% of last year's coal. But knowing how vital the coal thus made available is to victory, we know you are accepting this war limitation cheerfully. The Shadow, mysterious character who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Several years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible Shadow belongs. Today's drama, Drums of Doom.
Lamont, have you ever seen such dancing? She's wonderful.
Unbelievable, Martin. She's all over the stage at once.
Oh, those tom-toms giving the shivers.
The most amazing bit of interpretive dancing I've ever seen. A high spot in Louise Rinaldo's career, all right.
This is the Macumba number, isn't it, Lamont?
Yes, based on a native sacrificial dance of Haiti. According to the program, no white man's ever seen it before.
Look, Lamont. She's actually frozen in the middle of the stage, staring up as though she was hypnotized. Heavens! Something's wrong, Lamont. The curtain's coming down.
Yes, I wonder what it...
Oh, Lamont, what could have happened?
Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to announce that due to a sudden indisposition, Miss Rinaldo will be unable to continue her performance.
Oh, what a pity.
Yes? Miss Lane? Yes, I'm Miss Lane. What? You're Louise Rinaldo, the dancer.
Yes. They told me I might find Mr. Cranston here. It is terribly important that I see him.
Oh, well, I'm expecting him shortly. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
Why, that was a brilliant performance you gave last night. I hope your sudden illness was nothing serious.
Illness?
They said unfortunate interruption in your performance last night.
Oh, yes. Yes, it was most unfortunate. In the midst of life, there is always death.
What?
Oh, it is nothing. An old proverb.
Oh, that's probably Mr. Cranston now. Excuse. Will you excuse me?
Of course, Miss Lane.
Hello, Margot.
Lamont, Louise Rinaldo, the dancer's here to see you.
She wants me?
Yes, and she seems terribly frightened about something.
Well, let's go and find out what this is all about. Hello, Miss Rinaldo. Miss Lane tells me you wanted to see me.
Oh, yes, Mr. Cranston. It is very important. Could I speak to you alone?
You can speak freely in front of Miss Lane.
Oh, very well. I wanted to show you this. I know you have made a study of these things, Mr. Cranston, and I hope you would be able to help me.
Where did you get this?
I found it in my dressing room last night. And then, during the performance, I happened to look up in the scenery loft. A larger one hung up there, suspended in midair, like an omen of the devil. And that's when I screamed. Oh, Mr. Cranston, you've got to help me. I'm in terrible danger.
Why, it's just a piece of black satin cut out in the shape of a little hand.
Do you have a scissors, Margot?
Wait, yes. Just a minute, Lamont.
Oh, Mr. Cranston, I don't know what to do. They are after me.
Come now, Miss Rinaldo. You've got to pull yourself together.
Here, this is...
Oh, thanks, Margot. I will cut open this hand. Just as I thought. A bone and dust inside.
I'm afraid I don't follow all this. What is this queer-looking black hand?
Margot, it's a symbol of something that reaches into the heart of our most civilized places. In the black jungles of Haiti.
Sounds menacing.
It is. This little black hand is a voodoo.
Voodoo?
Yes, Margot, the black magic of Haiti. This little black hand is the calling card of the voodoo. Whoever receives it is marked for death.
Lamont, Miss Rinaldo found the black hand right on this dressing room table, didn't she?
Yes, Margot, and I... Shh, quiet.
Oh, I didn't know Mrs. Rinaldo had visitors.
Well, she asked us to wait in her dressing room until the performance was over.
I am sorry, Mrs. Rinaldo's maid. I can't to get castanet for her next number.
Sarah, have you been with Miss Rinaldo long?
6 months. I must go. Mrs. Rinaldo waits for castanet.
Not very talkative, is she?
See the look on her face, Margot, when she saw this little black hand?
Yes, it was either fear or guilt.
Margot, I think we'd better watch the rest of this show from the wings. Come on.
Lamont, she's giving a magnificent performance. No one in the audience would ever suspect that that poor girl's terror-stricken.
Mr. Cranston.
Yes.
I'm Ralph Henderson, Miss Rinaldo's manager.
Oh, how do you do? This is Miss Lane.
How do you
do? Louise has told me that you consented to help her. Frankly, I'm afraid for her. She never was very strong, and this fear that's taken hold of her seems to be undermining her health completely.
Mr. Henderson, do you know anything about Miss Rinaldo's maid, Sarah? She's a native of Haiti, isn't she?
Yeah, she's a strange girl, full of native superstitions.
Do you have any idea who might have put that voodoo in Miss Rinaldo's dressing room last night?
Oh, I've been trying to figure it out. You see, I know a bit about Haitian folklore myself. Perhaps Louise may have unwittingly antagonized the natives on her trip to Haiti. Well, the arm of the voodoo is long, Mr. Cranston.
You mean Zara?
Well, she'd be the most likely suspect, but she seems so devoted to Louise. Good heavens, the sandbag's fallen.
He's been hit.
Get a doctor, quick.
Was it Miss Rinaldo?
I can't tell. There's so much confusion out there.
Bill, ring down the curtain.
How is Louise, Miss Cranston?
She's not injured, Mr. Henderson. She just fainted when the sandbag fell so close to her. She's still unconscious. We'll need some water.
Oh, Zara, get some water.
Oh, yes, Mr. Henderson.
That other dancing girl was killed, wasn't she, Lamont?
Yes, it was a terrible death.
Oh, sir. Sir, I think she's coming out of it.
It's a water, miss.
Oh, thanks, Zara. Here, Miss Rinaldo. Try to swallow a little of this. There. That's fine.
Drum, the drum.
What is she talking about?
I want to hear what she's saying.
Grave, tombstone, bracelet. It is them. It is them. Papaluba. Papaluba. Papaluba.
What are you gibbering about?
Listen to drum. A voice. It is zombie. A voice of walking dead. Zombie.
Yes?
It is zombie.
Miss Rinaldo needs quiet. Come on, taking Zara outside.
Papaluba.
Oh, all right.
It's zombie.
Come on, Zara.
Zombie. Oh, zombie.
I wanted to get them out of here, Margot. I think this may be a chance to find out some things we want to know.
Lamont, she seems to be in a trance.
Yes, I know. It'll help.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to try hypnotism. Louise Rinaldo, listen to me. You're going to tell me everything. Everything that has frightened you from the beginning.
Yes, from the beginning. It began in Haiti. We were walking through the woods one day.
Oh, Ralph, this Haitian countryside is beautiful.
It has been fun exploring it, but
getting dark, Louise. I think we ought to be starting back.
Oh, Ralph, look over there. Those tombstones. Why, it is a native burial ground.
Louise, come back here.
Oh, Ralph, come and look at the exquisite trinkets on these graves.
Don't touch them, Louise. Those ornaments are put on the graves by the natives to ward off evil spirits. The natives are very superstitious. Listen. Tom-toms in the hills.
Oh, it is just a ceremonial dance, Ralph. Oh, look. Here's a curious-looking bracelet on this headstone here.
Hey. Why, that must be centuries old. A relic of the old slave trading days.
I want it.
No, Louise. Might stir up trouble with the natives.
I don't care. I want it for my collection, and I'm going to take it.
Louise, we'd better get out of here quick. There's someone watching us from behind that tombstone.
All right. There is no one behind that tombstone, only under it. And he will never miss the bracelet. That was the beginning. From the moment I took that bracelet from the grave, I had no peace. I did not sleep. And always I hear the tom-toms throbbing. It almost drives me mad. Finally, my husband suggests we cut our visit short and return to the States.
Her husband? I didn't know she was married.
Well, your husband?
Yes, Ralph Henderson.
Ralph Henderson? Why, that's her manager.
Let her go on, Margot.
The trip back was uneventful. The symptoms disappeared. I thought I was cured. After we got here, I began rehearsing for my recital. And then it started again.
What started again?
Visions in the night. I would wake and see a figure standing by my bed, pointing at me. And then the drums would begin. Oh!
She's coming out of it. Quiet, Margot.
Where am I? Oh, Mr. Cranston, Miss Lane.
You're telling us a very interesting story, Miss Rinaldo.
What did I say?
A good deal. Why were you keeping your marriage to Ralph Henderson a secret?
Oh, did I tell you that? He thought it would interfere with my career if it were known. Please, do not let him know I told you.
No, we'll keep your secret.
One more question, Miss Rinaldo.
Yes.
That slave bracelet you took from the grave, you have it with you?
No. No, it has been missing for several days now.
Well, could you describe it to me?
I have a picture of it here in my bag.
Good.
I was going to sell the bracelet to a dealer. I had it photographed so he could distribute copies among his clients. Oh, here's the picture.
Thank you. Very unusual looking. Shouldn't be hard to identify.
Lamont, do you think it's all right?
Later, Margot. Well, Miss Rinaldo, I think you'll be all right for tonight. Miss Lane and I have to be running along now.
Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston, I'm over here.
Oh, there's Shreve's cab, Lamont.
Hey, where have you two been? You said I should meet you here after the show, you said. It's been over for hours.
Get in, Margot. I'm sorry, Shrevey. We had a little business backstage. Hope you didn't mind waiting.
No, I didn't mind. I didn't. I had the meter running the whole time.
You know, Lamont, I'd say that Zara is the most likely suspect. Maybe one of her ancestors is buried in that
No,
grave.
Margot, I've got a hunch there's something more diabolic than that behind this case. You see, Margot, that sandbag didn't fall by accident. The rope holding it was cut.
You mean that someone meant to kill Louise Rinaldo tonight?
I'm not sure, Margot. Anyone might have been under that sandbag when it fell, and the person who cut the rope knew that.
But I don't understand.
That doesn't make much sense, does it?
Lamont, what about that bracelet? If we could find out who stole it.
Yes, Margot, I've been thinking about that. Maybe we'll locate that bracelet through Doc Bronson.
Doc Bronson? Who's he?
Someone the Shadow sent to jail some years ago. He's a dealer in all sorts of strange curios, charms, bracelets, amulets, mostly stolen. If that bracelet was stolen from Miss Rinaldo, the chances are sooner or later it'll find its way to Doc's place.
And you think...
I think it's about time the Shadow renewed Doc's acquaintance.
Yes? What can I do for you?
Well, that's fine. There's no one here. I could have sworn I heard the door open. Who's that?
You forgotten your old friend, Doc?
That voice. It's the Shadow.
So you do remember me.
What do you want with me this time, Shadow? I ain't done nothing.
Little black hand I've just thrown on the counter. Do you recognize it?
No, I never saw it before.
Haven't you, Doc? What about that bracelet you're fingering so nervously? Where did you get it?
Oh, a friend gave it to me.
That bracelet was stolen from Louise Ronaldo, the dancer. It's a collector's item worth a fortune. Worth even murder.
I know what you're talking about.
You're lying, Doc. I remember receiving stolen goods is one thing, murder is another.
Murder? I ain't mixed up in no murder, Shadow.
Where did you get that bracelet?
All right, I'll tell you. Nobody's got to pin a murder rap on me. Some customer gave it to me as payment for a job I done.
What job?
That little black hand. This customer asked me to make him another one, just like the one I made for Gloria Nelson.
Gloria Nelson? Gloria Nelson died under mysterious circumstances a few years ago. Or maybe she was murdered, Doc.
Honest, I had nothing to do with it. All I did was...
Who had you make those voodoos, Doc?
It was...
Doc! Doc! He's dead.
March winds roaring around and over your home as they do, friends, have an effect on firing your furnace you don't want to overlook. Yes, high winds inevitably increase the pull of the draft in your chimney and accelerate the rate at which your fire burns. What can you do? Well, close the turn damper as far as possible, for one thing. But the best thing to do is install an automatic heat regulator now. Do it now for two reasons. First, to save precious coal. At this season particularly, hand control of furnace dampers is inefficient and wasteful. Trying to keep up with changes in wind velocity makes correct hand regulation practically impossible. So install a heat regulator and let it control those dampers for you efficiently, automatically. Your regulator will keep the temperature in your home right on the beam without any attention from you and protect your family from spring colds due to uneven heating. And remember, heat regulators are quickly available now. They may not be next fall. So be safe, friends. Call your dealer and order your automatic heat regulator tomorrow. And now, back to the shadow.
Commissioner Weston will see you now, Mr. Cranston.
Oh, thanks, officer.
Well, hello, Mr. Cranston.
Oh, Mr. Henderson. Were you just in talking to the commissioner?
Yes, that unfortunate accident at the theater. Police have been conducting an inquiry.
Oh, is that so?
I hope you're not one of the suspects.
No, I'm afraid my visit here is purely social. Commissioner's a good friend of mine. Oh, how is Miss Ronaldo?
Well, Mr. Cranston, I'm afraid her health won't stand up under the strain. Her heart isn't too strong.
Why don't you get her to go away for a while?
I've suggested that, but she won't hear of it. Well, I've got to get back to the matinee. Goodbye, Mr. Cranston.
Goodbye, Mr. Henderson.
Oh, hello, Cranston. What's on your mind?
Hello, Commissioner. I wonder if you'd do me a favor.
What is it?
Remember the Nelson case about 2 years ago, I think it was?
Nelson? You mean Gloria Nelson, the heiress?
That's right.
The heiress?
That's right.
That's one I won't forget. She was found dead in her home. Someone in the department got the bright idea it was murder. We investigated thoroughly, and there wasn't anything to that theory. Gloria Nelson died of a heart attack. But what's that favor you were going to ask?
Well, I'd like the name of Gloria Nelson's nearest living relative. You probably have it in the files.
What's on your mind, Cranston? You haven't found out anything, have you?
Oh, come, Commissioner. You know I have no interest in crime.
Pardon me, Commissioner. I just got this report from the 9th Precinct. Old Doc Bronson's been found dead in his curio shop.
Doc Bronson, huh? Looks like the underworld is settling accounts again. Well, I think I'd better go down and have a look myself.
Oh, but Commissioner.
Huh?
The file on Gloria Nelson, remember?
Now, Cranston, you can't have it. It's against regulations. You'll find it in that first filing cabinet.
Good old Weston.
Lamont, we've got to do something. Louise Rinaldo just about got through her performance tonight. I never saw anyone so frightened.
Yes, I know, Margot.
Lamont. My door. It's open.
Margot, wait out here.
Be careful, Lamont.
There's no one here. It's all right. Come in, Margot.
Well, now, what do you suppose? I'm sure I locked the door.
Look, Margot, on that chair.
What is it?
Little black satin doll with a dagger through its heart.
What does it mean?
Another sign of the voodoo, Margot. It means someone's going to die tonight.
Oh, Lamont.
Now, we've got to act fast. Go over to Louise Rinaldo's apartment. Don't alarm her, but get her out of there somehow. I've got a hunch we'll find the answer to some of our questions tonight in Louise Rinaldo's apartment. Good. Margaret got in the way. I'll take this lock. Someone's opening the door.
What happened? Help me.
Zara, what happened? You're hurt.
No, Miss Cranston. Hurry. Miss Rinaldo. Miss Lane in danger. Theater. Hurry.
Louise, I don't think we should have come. But you heard the voice on the phone. It said I must come here to the theater at once if I wanted to end this horror. I'd like to know who made that call. There's nothing so menacing as a dark, empty theater. If only we could put on a few lights.
No. Well, the voice said, in darkness the terror came. In darkness it must go. It said we must find the center of the stage and wait there.
I don't like this. Suppose it's a trap for me. I think we ought to leave at once.
The drums are back in my head again. They are following me.
Yes, too. Louise, we're getting off the stage right now.
The light. Someone has turned his spotlight on us.
Don't move out of the circle of that light.
Who are you?
You die here tonight.
That voice seems to be coming from up in the scenery loft.
I can't see the spotlight's blinding me.
Rinaldo, you took the bracelet from the grave. You have violated the sleep of the dead. You must pay with your life.
No! Louise.
You will die with her, Miss Lane.
Oh, no.
I will come down. Down. You die now.
Light's gone out. Oh, Shadow. Oh, thank heaven you'll come. Yes, Shadow, I will.
Why don't you come up and get me?
All right, I will.
You can't prove anything. Ruth? You've been talking to Ruth? She lied. Whatever she told you, she lied. Gloria's death was due to natural causes. The police said so. No, it's not true. You know too much. Who are you? You won't be a shadow when I get the spotlight focused on you. There. I've got the spotlight on. I'll just swing this beam around until I can see you. Then you'll be a perfect target for my knife. I hear you coming, but I can't see you. The light's not on you. But I can't see you. I can't see you. I can't see. Voodoo! Voodoo!
But, Lamont, I still don't understand what made him do it.
And you see, Margot, Henderson, alias Nelson, was a psychological murderer. Took fiendish delight in literally frightening his victims to death.
Oh, how horrible.
Yes, his plan was to marry into a wealthy family, get his wife to sign over her interests to him, and then proceed to terrorize her.
But where does the voodoo come into it?
When he and Louise took that trip to Haiti, it gave him an idea how to get rid of her. And when she took the amulet from the grave, she was playing right into his hands.
You mean he used her own conscience to frighten her?
Yes. Together with a recording of tom-toms, the witch doctor's costume, those voodoos he got from the doc. Henderson had Doc killed to seal his lips, just as he killed Zara when she refused to assist him further in his plans.
Oh. Then Zara was in the scheme, too.
Yes. She confessed just before she died.
But, Lamont, where does that falling sandbag fit into the picture?
All part of Henderson's campaign of fear, Margot.
Oh, I see. You know, you never did tell me what happened up there in the scenery loft with Henderson and the shadow.
Well, naturally, Henderson couldn't see the shadow coming. He must have fallen a victim of his own power of suggestion. Thought the shadow was some kind of black magic that had finally caught up with him. And as a result, he jumped to his death from the catwalk.
And now, friends, let me introduce Blue Coal's distinguished heating expert, John Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. Or perhaps I should say good afternoon, with the days so much longer. Spring is here, or will be shortly. And spring brings with it special conditions to keep in mind in heating your home. First, as we've noted, the day is longer. And the sun's rays are daily gaining in strength, too. So what you want to be sure to do is get all the good you can out of those solar rays. Let the sun help heat your home. Keep the shades up. Allow it to shine in all you can. That'll help quite a lot. You'll be surprised how much. Now, another thing is the problem of high winds. Watch out for them. They create a stronger draft in your chimney, cause your fire to burn too fast and overheat your home. Offset high winds by closing the turn damper of your furnace just as far as you can. And I'd like to repeat an earlier warning about carrying a deep fire even in mild weather. Remember, another little trick of spring weather is the sudden drop in temperature. So for best results, even in mild weather, keep a deep fire. Then you're always prepared. I thank you.
The Shadow program is based on a story copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, the Shadow will demonstrate that next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Be sure to listen. This is Ken Roberts saying keep the home fires burning with Blue Coal. This story produced by the DL&W Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Once again, your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer brings you the thrilling adventures of The Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcefully to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Friends, for several weeks we have repeated to our listeners the forecast of government experts that all home heating fuels will be scarce this winter. If you heat with coal, you're lucky, because you can store most of your winter's needs and be sure of warmth and comfort throughout the year. Ask your Blue Coal dealer to schedule your delivery as soon as he can. Another point, more important this winter than ever, is to save fuel. correct size of coal for your furnace, and a clean coal furnace with automatic temperature control are all important factors that help you get more heat from less coal. So tomorrow, call the nearest blue coal dealer for his recommendations on saving coal and ask him to schedule your deliveries so that your bin is always well filled with blue coal. The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, Doom and the Limping Man. In the old Stokes mansion, 50 miles from the city, Frederick Stokes, senior member of the law firm of Stokes, Fielding and Minton, is waiting with his two partners for a fatal report from state prison. Victor Farnall is to be hung for the murder of his uncle, Judge Carter Farnall. The three lawyers, naturally, are interested, since it had been their combined efforts that had sent Farnall to the death house. It is almost midnight, when suddenly the library door bursts open.
Fielding.
Mr. Stokes, I want to see my husband.
Vera, what are you doing here? How did you get into the house?
I took one of your keys, John. I have to talk to you.
Couldn't have waited until I got home.
By that time, he'd be dead.
Am I to understand that you've come here about Victor Farnall?
Yes.
But why, Vera?
I want you to stop his execution.
Oh, see here, young woman.
I'm not appealing to you, Mr. Minton, or you either, Mr. Stokes. You both consider this a brilliant legal victory. But John still has a few human emotions, and he'll never forgive himself for murdering Victor Farnall.
Murdering?
You know you took that poor, simple-minded man and used every trick in the book to convict him.
Victor Farnall killed his uncle. What we did was only our duty.
Was it your duty to distort the facts? To confuse the jury? To build a murder conviction out of pure circumstantial evidence?
Mrs. Fielding.
Oh, John, please call the prison and say you have a reasonable doubt.
I can't, Vera. It's out of the question.
Ridiculous. Please do it now, while there's still time.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, Mrs. Fielding.
12 o'clock.
There's no longer still time.
What have you done? What have you done?
I'll get it. Stokes Mansion?
Frederick Stokes, please.
Speaking.
This is Warden Sanders of State Prison.
Yes.
Victor Farnall was hung on the stroke of midnight and pronounced dead 30 seconds ago.
I see. Thank you, Warden. Well? Farnall is dead.
Oh, no.
Vera.
Oh, it's happened. It happened.
Vera. She's just gone out in the hall. Leave her alone a while, Fielding. She'll come around. Meanwhile, I think the occasion calls for toast.
In some of your best brandy, I hope.
But of course. Let's see. Shall it be cognac? Cavassier?
Who can that be?
Get it, Fielding. Hello?
I want to speak with a member of the firm of Stokes, Fielding, and Minton.
This is John Fielding.
You'll do, John Fielding.
Who's this?
This is Victor Farnall.
Victor Farnall.
What did you say?
He says he's Victor Farnall. It's some kind of a ghastly joke.
I'm calling to tell you three and all who belong to you that you've sealed your own doom when you plotted my death.
Hello. Hello. Get the operator, Fielding. Trace that call. Hello, operator.
This is the operator.
This is the Stokes Mansion. On that call you just put through to us.
The one from State Prison?
No, the one just after the call from State
There
Prison.
must be some mistake, sir.
What do you mean?
You haven't had any calls since then.
What did you say?
She said that we've had no call since... What was that?
It's Mrs. Fielding.
Vera! Come on, quick! Vera! Vera, where are you? Screams came from right here in the hall. Wasn't time for her to get far. Stokes, Minton, look.
What is it?
There, at the foot of the stairs.
A rope. Let me see that. You know what this is, don't you?
No.
It's a hangman's noose.
Don't be ridiculous, Minton. What would a hangman's noose be doing at the foot of my... What's that?
Coming from the attic. Footsteps of a lame man. Listen.
Victor Karavahl.
And all that happened last night, Mr. Stokes?
Police were here all day and got nowhere, Detective Duffy.
They found no trace of Air Fielding?
None.
Or of Victor Farnall?
Victor Farnall? Of course not. Victor Farnall is dead, Duffy.
But you did hear Farnall's voice.
No.
Well, I thought you
We
said...
heard a voice. Could have been Farnall. He was hanged at midnight last night at state prison. But see here, Duffy, I've called you in for protection, but not against a ghost.
Against who, then, Mr. Stokes?
I don't know. Some crank, business enemy. Not an out-and-out maniac.
Okay, then. That's a job. By the way, where are Mr. Fielding and Mr. Minton?
Fielding should be here any minute.
And Minton?
The office. He'll be phoning soon.
Good. If I'm responsible for your welfare, I'd like to have the three of you under one roof. Did you hear that?
What?
Sound like a door opened somewhere.
Nonsense. The house is locked up as tight as a drum. Now then, as you were saying that... There is a draft.
The door is open somewhere, Mr. Stokes.
Where are you going?
Have a look around.
I'll go with you.
Take it easy, Mr. Stokes. I'm being paid to take the chances.
Yes?
Stokes?
Yes?
This is Minton. Listen, Fred. Don't you think it'd be wise to pack up your things and get out of that house?
Under no circumstances.
Just for a few days.
I don't intend to allow a non-existent goblin to drive me out of my home for even 1 minute. Besides, Mike Duffy's here now.
Mike Duffy?
Detective Duffy. You remember, the private operator who always does work for the firm?
Oh. You called him in?
I thought it best.
All right, then. I'll be there in an hour.
Pack up my things. Run away like a scared child. Who's that? Duffy, is that you? Is it? What are you doing? Playing a game with me? No. No, I don't believe it. It can't be you. Stop. Stop. No.
Mr. Stokes! Mr. Stokes, what happened? Mr. Stokes, where are you? Who's that? Mr. Stokes, is that you?
No, it's John Fielding. I just came in the front door. What's you, Duffy? What are you doing here?
Mr. Stokes called me in.
Oh, I see. Where's Stokes?
Well, that's what I'd like to know. I heard him yell for help. I ran back here in the library as fast as I could, but he was gone. All I found was this piece of rope.
Good Lord, it's not just a piece of rope, Duffy. It's a hangman's noose.
A hangman's noose?
Exactly like the one we found when Vera disappeared. Duffy, look. The wall's safe.
It's open. And it's empty.
Empty?
What was in it? Do you know?
Oh, yes, of course. We kept the assets of our firm here.
What?
$500,000 in negotiable securities.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure. The senior member, Stokes, accepted the responsibility. He kept them here in his library.
And the old man was right.
Right?
He said the menace we had to deal with was flesh and blood.
What do you mean?
Ghosts don't use money, that's what I mean.
But if it wasn't a ghost, how did he get into a house that's locked and barred?
Good question. Wait a second. Maybe they can tell us.
What are you talking about?
Through the window there, a couple of dark figures moving through trees.
Good Lord.
Got a gun, Fielding?
Yes.
Good, you may need it.
Where are you going?
Outside.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't leave me here
On
alone.
your own, Fielding. We got visitors.
Are you sure you heard a cry for help, Lamar?
Positive, Margot. A man's voice is plain as day, and it came from this old mansion here. Not afraid, darling.
No, but it's a dangerous business prowling around a strange place in the dark.
You bet it is.
Oh.
Who's there?
Put your hands
Come
up.
on.
Who are you?
Don't let that worry you. Point is, who are you?
Well, I'm Lamont Cranston. This is Miss Lane. I've taken the cottage just over the rise of the hill.
We heard a man call for help and came to see what was wrong.
Helpful, huh?
Yes, that's it. We hadn't done our good turn for the day.
Well, it's never too late, Mr. Cranston. You can do me one now.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, keep your hands up and start walking.
What was that?
Duffy! Duffy!
You're the Duffy in question. I think somebody wants you in an awful hurry.
Fielding, what was that shot?
I just stepped out of the library door and I saw a figure limping up the attic stairs. When it wouldn't stop, I fired.
Did you say limping?
Yes. You know what that means, Duffy. Karnahl was lame.
What was that?
Forget it. Old man Stokes was right. Whoever's in that attic's probably a half-witted crank or a lunatic.
But there's nobody there, Duffy.
What?
I went up and looked. The attic is empty.
Sounds very much like a ghost, eh, Margot?
I'm afraid it does.
Oh, so you're on the ghost kick, too, huh? Maybe you've got your reasons.
What reasons?
I don't know yet. But when there have been 2 disappearances in as many days and a strange couple is picked up wandering around the dock, it's time to call the police.
The police?
Tend to it, Fielding.
Yes, Duffy.
Lamont.
Just a minute.
Go on, Fielding. You've got your orders.
What's this all about?
You never heard of the $500,000 in negotiable securities, of course.
Huh? $500,000.
Okay. I'll play along. Last night, Fielding's wife disappeared, and a few minutes ago, the owner of this house, Mr. Stokes, vanished into thin air. Aside from that, all I know is that there was a phone call out of nowhere from Victor Karnahl.
Victor Karnahl? He was executed last night at state prison.
Sure, I know. But according to Fielding, he's back from the grave for a return engagement.
Listen. Did you hear that?
It's coming from the attic.
Yeah, you bet it is.
Where are you going?
Find out who it is.
You want an extra hand?
No, you two stay here, right here. And if you try to get past Fielding, remember he's got a gun. He likes to make it work.
Well,
Sorry, Margot.
we couldn't have just stayed home and listened to a mystery story on the radio.
Why listen to one when you can live one out, darling?
Oh, if you don't mind, I'd rather just sit in an easy chair and turn the dial. Lamont!
Come on, Margot. Come on up the attic stairs. Duffy! Duffy!
Why doesn't he answer?
Find it difficult, I'm afraid.
Oh, Lamont.
He's been hanged. Hanged by an experienced gallows bird, Margot. The rope around his neck is a hangman's noose. We'll return to the shadow in just a moment. Your neighborhood blue coal dealer would like to do this. He'd like to send you a Temp Master automatic heat regulator for your furnace with a tag attached. The tag would say, "This Temp Master is yours. You are paying for it. Here it is." Yes, that's exactly what's happening. If you heat with coal and do not have a Temp Master, you are paying for all the comfort and convenience of automatic temperature control without getting it. You see, fuel studies prove that a hand-controlled furnace fire cannot help running away with itself at times and overheating your house. When that happens, you're losing plenty of heat up the chimney. You're wasting a lot of fuel. You may be wasting enough to pay for a blue coal Temp Master in a single heating season. So, if you don't have a Temp Master now, you're missing the carefree heating comfort that you're paying for anyhow. Call the nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow and ask him to demonstrate the blue coal Temp Master, the modern electrical servant that pays for itself. See how it operates. See how furnace controls are operated from a thermostat in your living room. Remember, you're paying for a Temp Master anyhow, so why not get the comfort, ease, and more healthful heat you're entitled to? Call your blue coal dealer tomorrow. Now, back to the shadow. Margot and Lamont are in the home of lawyer Frederick Stokes. They are investigating the strange events happening in the old mansion when suddenly they hear a scream from the attic. Rush up to find Detective Mike Duffy hanged from a rafter.
Mrs. Lane, Mr. Cranston, what's happened here?
Seems Mr. Duffy had a slight accident, Fielding.
Duffy?
We found him hanging from that attic beam to the ceiling.
Is he dead?
Well, not quite. I think we cut him down just in time.
He was unconscious.
He'll come out of it. Here, help me get him over on that cot.
In just a moment. All right.
Careful now. Here we are. Did you call the police?
I tried. The trunk lines are busy.
Better try again. Stick with it till you get Commissioner Weston at headquarters.
I'll do my best.
Funny?
What'd you say, Margot?
I said it was funny. It's
Ah.
the only new-looking thing in this old attic.
What is?
This filing envelope. There's no dust on it at all.
Where'd you find that?
Over here in the corner.
Let me see it.
Is anything in it, Lamont?
It's more than a little, Margot.
Oh, what's that?
It's a legal document of some sort. Margot.
What?
Look, this is a murder confession.
Murder confession?
Yes, signed by Edgar Minton of the firm of Stokes, Fielding and Minton. Listen to this. In order to prevent his exposing certain illicit practices of my career, I, Edgar Minton, did murder in cold blood the eminent criminal judge Carter Farnall.
What? But Victor Farnall was hanged last night for murdering the judge.
No, Margot. Minton's two partners probably helped him frame the poor fellow, but exacted this confession first as a club to hold over Minton's head forever after. Who's that?
I'm Edgar Minton.
Edgar Minton.
What's happened here?
Well, it seems we have disappearances, ghosts, stranglings, three-ring circus, Mr. Minton.
Where is Stokes?
He's become part of the disappearing act.
But I talked to him from the office not over an hour ago.
Police are on their way, Cranston.
Oh, good.
Police? You say police, Fielding?
Yes, and they can't get here too soon. We've been robbed, Minton. Robbed? Our $500,000 in securities is gone.
What are you saying?
Come down to the library and see for yourself.
You'll excuse me, of course. Fielding and I have some pressing business.
Yes, I'm sure you do, Mr. Minton.
Lamont.
Yes?
Why didn't you accuse him of the murder of Judge Farnall?
I want somebody else to do that job.
Who?
Old and mutual friend of ours, the Shadow.
So Detective Duffy and I found the wall safe here in the library open, the money gone. And Bear and Stokes are gone, too. And you and I'll be next, Minton.
Get hold of yourself.
You and I'll be next, Minton. We should never have done it.
Shut up.
We should never have sent Victor Farnall to the gallows.
I said shut up. Don't rock the boat, Fielding. We're all in this together. You're letting your nerves run away with you.
But...
Straighten out. Get back up to the attic and tell that Mr. Cranston I want to see him.
Where's it all going to end, Minton?
Whatever it does, Fielding, just remember that you'll end at exactly the same time I do. Stupid young fool. Picks a time like this to get weak in the knees. What was that? Farnall. Is it you, Farnall? Is it true? Are you really in this house?
Why do you fear Victor Farnall, Minton? You're the man to fear. You're a murderer. You killed Judge Carter Farnall in cold blood.
Who are you?
I'm the Shadow. I'm here in this room, but you cannot see me. Where is Vera Fielding?
I don't know.
You're lying, Minton. Where's your partner, Frederick Stokes?
Go away, go away.
Where's Frederick Stokes?
You drive me insane.
And answer me.
All right, I will.
Minton!
Shadow. Shadow.
Yes, Minton.
Listen to me. The plan.
What is it?
The plan. Nobody knows. You get it, Shadow.
The plan?
Yes.
Where is it, Minton?
Sir Joshua.
I heard a shot, Lamont. What happened?
Our chief suspect is dead, Margot.
Minton?
Yes. Shot came out of the dark just as he was about to tell the Shadow the truth.
Who did it?
I don't know yet. Margot, is there anybody in this house named Sir Joshua?
Sir Joshua? I don't know. Who's he?
Not the faintest idea. Apparently, he had a plan, a very important plan, and I want it. Where's Duffy?
Well, I left him in the attic unconscious.
Left him in the attic?
Yes.
Well, you shouldn't have. Come on, let's hope we don't find him in another hangman's noose. Duffy.
Where is it? Oh, the attic.
Easy now, Mr. Duffy.
You're okay. You did better than poor Minton.
Minton? What about Minton?
He's dead.
Dead?
Yes. Look, Duffy, I need help. Try and think clearly. Did you ever hear of anyone connected with this family named Joshua? Sir Joshua?
Joshua? No, never.
You're sure?
Of course I'm sure. That don't mean there isn't a Sir Joshua. Might be. Might be the guy who shot Minton.
Yes, possibly.
What do you ask?
I'll explain later. Meanwhile, maybe Fielding can help me.
Shall I go with you, Lamont?
I'd rather see him alone, Margot, if you don't mind.
Cold up here.
And dreary. Piles of old, dusty furniture. It must be hundreds of years. Mr. Duffy.
Yes.
There's a man back there in the shadows.
A man?
Yes. He's just standing there staring. Oh.
What are you laughing at?
It's not a man at all. I'm sorry. It's a portrait, an old family portrait. You see, right here.
Yeah. Dignified old codger.
Covered with dust. See? Duffy.
What now?
Look, nameplate. Sir Joshua Stokes.
What do you know? So that's him.
Sir Joshua. But what did Minton mean? How could he have had a plan?
I don't get it.
Neither do I. Yep. Wait a minute.
What's that?
Well, it's a blueprint. Blueprint of this house. Now I see what Minton meant, a plan.
Yeah, sure, a plan. A plan of the house.
Let's take a look at it. Look. Oh, here's the drawing room, the bedrooms. Look. There's another room up here in the attic.
What?
See? Right here. That'll be just behind that beam there to the left.
Yeah. Yeah, take a look at this.
A door.
You never see it. It's built right in the woodwork.
Shall we go in?
Yeah, after you, lady.
Just be careful the door doesn't close. Mr. Duffy.
Oh, it's slammed.
Try and push it open. Oh. Mr. Duffy, look. Hanging from that beam in the ceiling.
Yeah. I see him.
They're dead. They're dead. 2 dead bodies.
Vera Fielding and Frederick Stokes, to be exact.
So this is where they disappeared to.
What are you going to do?
We're to beat on the door until Mr. Cranston hears me.
Oh, no, you're not, Miss Lane.
I'm not?
No, Miss Lane.
Why not?
Because you're going to join Vera and Frederick.
What?
There's a lot at stake for me in this, Miss Lane. You see this envelope? There's $500,000 in securities in here. It's mine by right of seizure. Minton would have gotten it when he hung me in the attic, but you and Mr. Cranston came running too quickly for him. You didn't even have time to find the confession where it'd fallen out of my pocket.
Please let me go.
I'm afraid I couldn't do that, Miss Lane. Once I'm rid of Fielding, who knows the serial numbers, and of you, who know too much in general, I'll burn the blueprint, close this door, and the Stokes Mansion disappearances will go right on being a mystery forever.
No. Please. Lamont!
Screaming won't do any good. I closed that door when we came in. I'm going to keep it closed until I'm through with you, Miss Lane.
You would if you could, Duffy.
Who's that? Who opened that door?
The Shadow did.
Who are you? What do you want here?
I'm here to accuse you of the murders of Vera Fielding, Frederick Stokes, and Edgar Minton.
You're crazy.
You'd been a trusted employee of the firm of Stokes, Fielding, and Minton for many years. So when Minton wanted to give back the murder confession he'd been forced to write, he looked around for a helper. He found you were only too willing to make a dishonest dollar.
How do you know this?
You got greedy, didn't you, after you got your hands on the confession and the $500,000? You decided to keep them for yourself and cut Minton out. That's why Minton tried to hang you in the attic out there.
Who told you? How do you know?
Arnold's ghost was meant to scare the occupants out of the house so you and Minton could loot it at your leisure. But Stokes refused to run away, so you went through with the hangings as scheduled. But they're over now, all except one.
Which one?
Yours. The law will see that you hang, Duffy.
No, not in a million years. Fielding's still alive. He'll get me off.
Why?
Because if he doesn't, I can prove he was an accomplice to the courtroom murder of Victor Parnell.
I won't allow him to clear you, Duffy.
Then I'll blast him wide open in court.
I don't think you will.
Mr. Fielding!
No, that'll do for you, you hired hangman.
Yeah, for me. And for you too, Fielding.
Fielding, look out.
No.
Good work, Lamont. Well, they did the work for me, Commissioner Weston. They shot it out to the death.
What I don't see is how you knew to follow us to this room, Lamont.
Well, I knew Duffy was the killer before I left you alone with him in the attic. When Duffy said that maybe Sir Joshua had shot Minton, I knew he was only pretending he'd been unconscious. The others had been hanged. So how, if he'd been unconscious, did Duffy know Minton had been shot?
Oh, I see.
After that, I kept my eye on you and him and saw you discover the secret room.
And
What was all this nonsense about a ghostly telephone call?
You'll find a telephone over there in the corner of this hidden den, Weston. It was used to impersonate Victor Farnall. It's connected with the wires of the downstairs telephone. Childish trick, but effective.
Then the voice threatening the death of the firm of Stokes, Fielding, and Minton wasn't Farnall's at all.
Of course not.
Whose was it? Duffy's?
Perhaps.
What do you mean, perhaps?
Well, I mean, Margot, that since the entire firm is dead, as promised, one might think of that voice out of the night as a voice of justice.
And now, let me present Blue Coal's distinguished heating authority, John Barclay.
Thank you, Andre Baruch, and good evening, friends. As the old saying goes, well begun is half done. If you emphasize fuel saving in your home now, as the cold weather is just beginning, you'll start fuel-saving habits that will last all winter. Tell your family to always close off rooms that are not used. Ask the children to be sure to close doors behind them when they come in or out of the house. And, of course, now is the time to install a Tempmaster automatic heat regulator. A Blue Coal Tempmaster is not only the last word in heating convenience, but it's just about the surest way to conserve fuel. It can save as much as 20% of your fuel consumption. Your neighborhood Blue Coal dealer can install a Tempmaster easily and quickly. I thank you.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters' names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, The Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
next week, same time, same station, your friendly Blue Coal dealer brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in The Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. The Shadow is presented by the D.L.&W. Coal Company, distributors of Blue Coal. Lamont Cranston is played by Brett Morrison. Margot by Grace Matthews. Your announcer is Andre Baruch. Remember, it's Blue Coal for finest heating service. It's Blue Coal for finest modern equipment. It's Blue Coal for the best home heat money can buy. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
What evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Now, the Carey Salt Company, producers of salt for every farm and home use, bring you the thrilling adventures of The Shadow, the hard and relentless fight of one man against the forces of evil. These dramatizations are designed to demonstrate forcibly to old and young alike that crime does not pay. Today's exciting adventure will begin in just a moment. Now, boys and girls, here's an important announcement. Carey's special Magic Shadow Ring offer is nearly over. Just one more week and it will end. If there are still some of you who haven't sent for your Magic Shadow Ring, better not wait any longer. It's your last chance to get this wonderful ring that glows in the dark with a weird, mysterious radiance. The ring cannot be bought in any store, you know, but it's so easy to get one from the makers of Carey Salt. I'm sure Mom knows that Carrie's is the extra refined salt, the salt that always carries the flavor. Ask her to listen with you later in the program when I tell how to send for Carrie's Magic Shadow Ring. And now, the Shadow.
The Shadow, who aids the forces of law and order, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town. Years ago in the Orient, Cranston learned a strange and mysterious secret, the hypnotic power to cloud men's minds so they cannot see him. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the voice of the invisible shadow belongs. Today's drama, Seance with Death. It is midnight. The door to the bedroom of a large suite in a fashionable midtown apartment opens. A tall, dignified man enters, walks over to the telephone next to the bed. He hesitates for a moment. Then, as though reaching a decision, removes the instrument from its hook.
Number, please.
Get me police headquarters, operator.
One moment, please.
What? Oh, what do you want? What do you want?
I'm ringing that number, sir.
Never mind it now. Look, I wasn't going to call the police, honest. I'll make a deal with you. I've got plenty on all of you, but I'll tear it up. Honest, I will.
I tell you, I don't like it, Robbie. Killing Sanders was a bad idea. Faking spooks is one thing, but making real spooks is not good for business.
Oh, wait a minute, Swanee. You talk as though I knocked off Sanders.
Well, you did, didn't you?
No. I didn't have anything to do with it.
Oh. Maybe you want me to think Doc killed Sanders.
Maybe I did, Swami.
Doc, I did not hear you.
No, well, I heard you.
I guess I was just sounding off. You know how it is.
Sure, I know how it is. That's my business, remember? Applied psychiatry and consultant, I know exactly how it is.
Sure. Doc can read your mind for you. Doc.
The police are pretty mad about Sanders being killed, Doc. They said he was killed to keep him from giving some dope to the cops.
He was. And the police are no madder than I am, Swami. You tipped our whole business to Sanders. He had enough evidence to break our little game wide open.
Yeah. You weren't playing Sanders for a sucker, Swami. He's been playing you.
Yeah? How about his daughter?
She's still on the hook. But now we're running into a few legal difficulties in procuring the girl's inheritance.
You mean with lawyers?
With one lawyer, a man named Jackson. Sanders' personal legal advisor and a very suspicious man.
Oh? So you're going to have to give Jackson the spook business, Doc?
Jackson is going to be taken into the fold, made a believer.
Oh. We make him such a believer, he loses his suspicions and does not object to signing over Sanders' fortune to his daughter.
Precisely. We start Mr. Jackson's conversion to the faith with this.
A picture of Sanders.
Right. Treat it with that luminous paint of yours and make it a spirit photo. Robbie, here can do an excellent imitation of Sanders' voice. We'll have a record made, and as soon as the Sanders girl comes in with Mr. Jackson, we'll have a little session.
And the Sanders girl doesn't know we're using her, huh?
Does a lamb know it's being led to slaughter?
It sounds good, but...
There are no buts, Swami. Don't forget, I took you from a mit camp in a carnival and set you up in the best spook setup in the country. You wouldn't want to go back to reading palms at a dime a throw, would you?
Mr. Sanders promised he'd contact me as soon as he got the evidence he wanted, Cranston. Well, you know the rest.
You say he said he was on the trail of a racket that was milking hundreds of gullible old men and women, Commissioner?
Yes, Cranston. He sounded pretty bitter about it, almost as though it hit close to home.
His wife, perhaps?
No, his wife has been dead almost 10 years.
Any family at all?
Just a daughter, Consuelo.
She have any idea who killed her father?
If she has, we haven't been able to get it out of her. At any rate, we haven't pushed her too hard.
Why not?
Now, you see, the girl's been under the care of a psychiatrist for quite some time.
You mean she...
No, she's not crazy. It's just that according to her psychiatrist, his name here someplace. Oh, yes, Dr. Thor Sampson. According to him, she suffers from a psychic maladjustment.
What does that mean?
Well, it means about $10 a treatment. He's located on Park Street in a swanky apartment building.
Anyway, we can help find Sanders' killer, Commissioner?
No. Everything possible is being done. For Pete's sake, don't complicate it any more than it is.
Okay. Come along, Margot. The commissioner sounds busy.
Goodbye, Margot. Cranston?
Goodbye, Commissioner. See you soon.
I don't think you fooled him either, Lamont.
Whatever do you mean, darling?
Just that. Don't you think Weston knows that you're on your way to see the psychiatrist right now?
Of course he does, the old faker. Otherwise, why do you think he'd go to such pains to make sure we got Dr. Sampson's name and address? Pretty swanky layout, Emma.
Yes, someone's coming.
Yes?
Dr. Sampson?
Well, no, the doctor's busy. Do you have an appointment?
Why, no, it's not a case for the doctor. It's some information I'd like.
Oh, sorry, but the doctor...
Come in. What is this? Don't we ask the people in?
Well, they're just looking for information, Doctor.
Good. Won't you come in, please?
Thank you, Doctor. My name is Cranston, Lamont Cranston. This is my friend, Miss Lane.
I'm Dr. Sampson. How do you do, Miss Lane?
How do you do?
And this information?
It's in reference to the Sanders killing.
Oh, yes. Unfortunate. Terribly unfortunate.
I understand his daughter Consuelo is a patient of yours.
Why, yes.
I wanted to ask your advice before talking to her.
How very strange. You know, Mr. Cranston, by the oddest coincidence, Consuelo is here in my office at this very moment.
Oh?
Why not question her here, Mr. Cranston?
That would be splendid.
Good. If you wait just a moment.
Lamont, what a big man. He must weigh 300 pounds. And that servant of his... I wouldn't want him around very much.
He's probably chauffeur and general handy boy. It's a nice setup. Here they come.
Here you are, Cranston, Consuelo Sanders. This is the man I told you about, my dear.
How do you do?
And this is his friend, Miss Lane.
Oh, you're pretty. Thank you.
Mr. Cranston wanted to ask you a few questions, my dear.
What did you want to know, Mr. Cranston?
You know your father is dead, don't you, Consuelo?
Of course, Mr. Cranston, I know.
You have any idea who might have killed him?
Yes.
What?
It was Mother. She did it. She shot Father.
But, Consuelo, your mother's been dead for over 10 years.
Yes, Mr. Cranston. You see, it's been a long time, and she's been so tired of waiting. Now, at last, they're together. Nobody ever dies. They are simply on another plane.
I see.
Were there any other questions you wanted to ask Consuelo, Mr. Cranston?
No, Doctor. I think that'll be all. We'll be going.
Goodbye, Mr. Cranston. Goodbye, Miss Lane. Goodbye.
Bye.
No wonder that girl's being treated by a psychiatrist. She's completely unbalanced.
Maybe, Margot. Maybe she just believes in spirits.
What?
There's a growing cult that believes that the spirits of the dead are all around us. That through some mediums it's possible to establish contact.
That's spiritualism, isn't it?
Yes, Margot. And spiritualism is often used as a racket with which to prey on the rich and old.
Do you think that's what Mr. Sanders was referring to when he told Weston he was out to break up a racket?
May well be, Margot. At any rate, it's worth a try. Come on, we've got some investigating to do.
This is Mr. Jackson, Swami, my father's lawyer.
How do you do, Mr. Jackson? Come in. Come in.
Well, I must warn you, sir, that I'm being brought here under protest. If it weren't for Consuelo's insistent pleadings, I can promise you I wouldn't submit to this seance.
I understand perfectly, Mr. Jackson. Now, if you will just sit over there on that side of the table, sir, and you, Consuelo, on this side, we will begin.
Thank you, Swami.
Now, Consuelo, You must concentrate, my child.
Yes.
You will be the medium through which I speak to your father. The medium through which I bring his image to you both. Concentrate, Consuelo. Concentrate.
Father? Father, answer me. I see a horn. And the light near the cabinet. Swami, look. Look, it's Father.
Good heavens.
My child, I have come at your call. I am with your mother at last. Someday soon, you will come to us. We will never be separated again. Never.
Oh, Father, I was afraid you weren't happy.
This is incredible.
I must go now. But, Consuela, there is something.
Yes?
You must support the institution that makes it possible for me to come to you. Give. Give freely.
I will, Father. I will give everything, everything.
I must go now, my child.
No.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Father. Father, come back.
Oh, Consuelo, I hope everything went well. We made the contact.
Yes, Swami, we made the contact.
You are satisfied, Mr. Jackson?
That's the most incredible thing I've ever seen.
You are satisfied?
Yes, I'm satisfied.
Oh, be gone. Excuse me, I will be right back. You rang the gong, Robbie. What for?
Yes, the phone. Doc wants to talk to you.
Girl and Jackson are in there. I do not have much time. Hello.
Hello, Swami. How did it go?
Like clockwork. I gave them everything but the bottle of Iwo Jima in Technicolor.
Good. But you'll have to do more. A serious complication has developed.
What now?
The chap was questioning her about her father is Lamont Cranston, a dangerous man. We've got to take care of him, Swami.
Now, wait a minute, Doc. That is your department. Let Robbie handle it.
No. Cranston's too smart to let Robbie get close enough. The girl will have to do it.
Consuelo? You're nuts. She won't do it.
Yes, she will. I've conditioned her to hypnosis. You can put her under in a second. Get rid of Jackson. Then tell her exactly what she's to do and leave her with a post-hypnotic suggestion that later she will remember nothing.
You sure this is okay, Doc?
Absolutely. She'll walk up to Cranston, let him and Miss Lane have it, then forget all about it. What could be sweeter and neater?
We should come in for a minute, Lamont.
Thanks, Margot, but it's pretty late. I'll just see you to the door.
Right. Oh. Look who's over there near the entrance. Isn't that Consuelo Sandy?
Yes, it looks like her. Do you think she's waiting for us?
Hello, Consuelo. Hello, Miss Lane. Hello, Mr. Cranston.
Suelo, is anything wrong? You feel all right?
I have something for you, Mr. Cranston. Something I must give you.
Yes? What is it, Consuelo?
This, Mr. Cranston.
What?
It's a gun. I must kill you.
Put away that gun, Consuelo.
No, Mr. Cranston.
Consuelo.
Don't come any closer. Look out, Lamont!
We'll return to the shadow in just a minute.
All right, kids, ready for that thrilling offer from the makers of Carrie Salt. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Get Carrie's wonderful magic shadow ring while you still have a chance. You can have so much fun with a strange and fascinating ring that glows in the dark. Yes, it soaks up the living light and holds it. Then the darkness brings out its mysterious radiance. A steady, watchful glow like the unsleeping eye of a jungle cat. Now that everybody knows the offer will close next week, the rings will be going fast. So don't wait till it's too late. Here's how to get your magic shadow ring right away. Ask Mom for the white star from a round package of Kerry salt. Tell her you need it quickly because the offer is almost over. Then mail the white star along with 5 cents, just a nickel, to Kerry Salt, Hutchinson, Kansas. Or you can send the sales slip from any Kerry Salt product and 5 cents. Print your name and address plainly. Your exciting magic shadow ring will come postpaid. I'll repeat. Send 5 cents in coin with either that Kerry Salt White Star or the sales slip from any Kerry product to Kerry's, Careys, Kerry Salt, Hutchinson, Kansas. Now back to the Shadow.
Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane are investigating the murder of wealthy Roger Sanders. They meet his daughter, Consuelo, who is under the spell of a pseudo-psychiatrist and spiritualist named Swami. In an attempt to get rid of Cranston, Swami hypnotizes Consuelo, instructs her to shoot Cranston. She meets Cranston in front of Margot's apartment, pulls out a gun, fires it.
I wouldn't have been if you hadn't hit her arm just as she fired. Thanks, Sally. Consuelo.
She fainted, I think.
Help me get into the lobby. There. She seemed in a complete daze, didn't she?
Yes. Could she have been hypnotized?
Wait a minute, she's coming out of it, Mom.
Oh, where am I? Mr. Cranston. Miss Lane, what am I doing here?
You don't remember coming here, Consuelo?
I know. It's all a blank, Mr. Cranston. I can't remember a thing. I remember seeing you this afternoon at Dr. Sampson's.
You don't remember anything beyond that?
No. Nothing. Oh, what's wrong with me, Mr. Cranston? What's wrong?
You've been under a terrific strain. Margot, why don't you take Consuelo upstairs and let her lie down?
What are you going to do, Lamont?
After we're sure Consuelo is safe, I think we'd better drop by headquarters and see what Commissioner Weston has to say.
I tell you, Cranston, you're playing with dynamite. I suppose you know that hiding that girl makes you an accessory.
I'm not hiding her, Commissioner. I put her someplace where she can rest.
Rest? That girl's an attempted murderess. For all we know, she may have killed her own father. She's crazy enough to.
She's crazy, all right.
Well, crazy or not, she tried to kill you, and I'm taking her in for it.
Oh, really? Do you have any witnesses, any complaints?
Cranston, some days to help me...
Mister, all I ask is that you give me 24 hours. If I don't have something by then, I'll turn the girl over to you.
Well, I'm going to hold you responsible for that girl.
I'll accept the responsibility. Come on, Margot.
Goodbye, Commissioner.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Well, I hope you know what you've let yourself in for, Lamont.
I think that girl can help me smash this racket, Margot.
But how? She doesn't even remember anything.
Not consciously, Margot. Maybe the shadow can decipher the secret from her unconscious mind.
Consuelo. Consuelo Sanders. Consuelo.
What? Who said that?
I am the shadow. I've come to you for information.
You are the Swami's control spirit.
No, Consuelo. I am the shadow. I want information about the Swami.
You're trying to test me. You're here because the Swami sent you. You think I'm an unbeliever like my father. I'm not.
Father was an unbeliever? But he was one of the Swami's patrons, wasn't he?
Yes, but the Swami couldn't convert Father. He tried to, but he couldn't succeed.
I see. This Swami, where can I find him, Consuelo?
He's everywhere and nowhere.
Where is this Swami? Tell me, what is his address?
On Forsyth Road, the old frame house on the corner of Nassau. What else do you command?
Stay here, Consuelo. Shadow will return when he has done what must be done.
Lamont, are you sure we should do this? Suppose someone's here at the Swami.
I doubt it, Margot. The place is dark. It doesn't look as though anyone lives in it during the day. The door's locked. This will take care of it. I'm stepping past.
I hope you know what you're doing.
There must be a switch around here someplace. Oh, here it is.
What was that? It sounded like...
Wait.
Consuelo, my child. You have come at last to your father.
There's someone in this room, Lamont. Let's get... Look over there near the cabinet. A man.
That, darling, is Mr. Sanders, if I'm not mistaken.
Sanders? But he's dead. Get me out of here,
Now, wait a
Lamont.
minute, Margot. Now, these are all tricks.
What?
Watch. I bring out the astral horn by pushing this button. The voice of the control spirit by pushing this one.
Consuelo, my child. You have come at last to your father.
All tricks, Margot. Cruel tricks designed to get money from the bereaved and the credulous.
But how do they work?
The horn? Recorded. It is the imitation of the voice of Sanders. As for the picture, just treat it with luminous paint. When I push the button, the dark cloth in front of it falls away and it glows in the dark. Shh, Margot, someone's coming. Hide behind these draperies.
One place I can't have too much light. Where's that switch? Yeah, that's better.
Hello, Robbie.
What?
So you work for the medium as well as for the doctor, eh?
Cranston. I thought you...
Ed? Sorry to disappoint you, Robbie.
What do you want?
Facts. The facts on what's behind all this.
You can't make me talk.
Maybe you better help me tie Robbie up, Margot. Those cords from the drapery should do it.
Right.
I warn you, Robbie, I'll shoot at the slightest resistance. Okay, darling?
He won't get out of that.
All right now, Robbie. Now, where's the Swami and what's his connection with Dr. Sampson?
They're in cahoots. The doc gets the dope out of the suckers when they come to him. He passes it along to the Swami, and he uses it in the seance.
What are you doing here?
The doc figures things are getting too hot. They're pulling out. Swami sent me here to pack his stuff.
What about the girl, Consuelo Sanders?
I don't know. They got all they can out of her.
All right, Margot, let's go.
What are you going to do?
First, make sure Consuelo's all right at your apartment. Then pay a visit to Doc Sampson and the Swami. Give me your apartment key, Margot.
You don't think anything's happened, Lamont?
I don't know. Consuelo? Consuelo?
Lamont, she isn't here.
Huh. There's a note on the table.
Oh? What does she say?
Thank you both for your help. I must leave. I feel a call. I cannot resist.
Can they have that power over her, Lamont? A power that makes it possible for them to will her to do things?
I think I finally got the answer, Margot. If I'm right, the Shadow may still have time to prevent another murder.
Consuelo, what are you doing here?
I had to come, Swami. I felt your call.
Nobody called you. Look, run along, Consuelo.
No.
Doc and I have some important business. We must...
A voice told me to come to you, Swami.
Please, Consuelo. Later on, perhaps.
I want you to make a contact for me.
Look, Consuelo. Nobody on this plane can make a contact.
But you can, Swami. See, Swami? Now you can make the contact. You're no longer on this plane, are you?
Good heavens, Consuelo. What have you done?
What's the matter, Doc? I thought you didn't like the Swami.
I don't. But you needn't have done it here. What am I going to do with him?
Why not leave him here?
Be reasonable, my child. Police.
I wouldn't worry about the police, Dr. Sampson, because by the time they get here, you'll be with the Swami.
What? No. Don't be hasty, my dear. Just as soon as Jackson signs over your inheritance, we'll go away together.
Oh, no, we won't, Doc. No, we won't. You see, you're the only one left who could tie me to this whole business and indirectly to the killing of my father.
But what can you gain by killing me?
Gain. When the police find you, this gun will be alongside you. It's the same gun that killed my father. The police will put two and two together and then...
Forgotten the Swami, Consuelo.
What was that?
Swami! You're dead. I just killed you.
Don't you remember, Consuelo? Many of our dear departed that we think are gone forever are always with us.
It can't be true.
But it is.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you.
With an empty gun? No, Consuelo, you're not going to kill anyone else.
Let go of me.
Who are you? You're not Swami.
I am the Shadow. I've come to see justice done.
I have done nothing.
We'll see about that, Dr. Sampson. We'll all stay here together and wait for the police. They'll be very interested in the story. You two will have to tell them.
Well, Cranston, now will you listen to me? Just as I told you, that Sanders girl was behind the murder of her stepfather.
Then he wasn't a real father, Commissioner?
Oh, no, Margot. That's why she had to go to such lengths to get hold of the family fortune. First, she tried to interest her stepfather in the fake spiritualism and have the spirit of her mother demand that he change his will to her favor.
Sanders became suspicious, Commissioner?
Yes, in fact, he had enough evidence to expose the whole racket, so the girl had to kill him. And later, she tried to convert Jackson, the family lawyer, with another seance.
They've all confessed?
Oh, certainly. They're all inside testifying against each other. Say, by the way, we found the gunman Robbie all tied up waiting for us at the Swami's place.
Now, I wonder how that could have happened. Do you think it's possible we might have been on the right track at that, Margot?
Farm friends, don't miss reading the important new Carrie booklet, Minerals on Your Livestock. It's free for the asking at all dealers who sell Carrie's Mineral Supplement Salt. This amazing booklet is helping hundreds of farmers make bigger profits from livestock. You see, Minerals on Your Livestock tells the shocking truth about mineral deficiency, the unseen danger that threatens all farm animals. More important, it tells how to fight mineral deficiency, gives facts, figures, pictures. It's authoritative, it's practical. If your dealer doesn't have it, just put your name and address on a postcard, ask for Minerals on Your Livestock, and mail to Carrie Salt, Hutchinson, Kansas. This free booklet is a real help in safeguarding your stock from mineral deficiency. Another help, of course, is Carrie's Mineral Supplement Salt. You just use it instead of ordinary block or loose salt. Mix with feed or supply at free choice. Either way, your stock gets extra amounts of valuable phosphorus, calcium, and iodine, and other minerals as they satisfy normal salt appetite. Remember the name, Carrie's Mineral Supplement Salt.
This story is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The characters, names, places, and plot are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. Again next week, the Shadow will demonstrate that
the weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, the Carrie Salt Company brings you another strange and thrilling adventure in the Shadow's daring battle against the forces of evil. Don't miss it. And remember, only 2 weeks left to send for your magic Shadow ring. Mail 5 cents in coin and either a Carrie Table Salt White Star or the sales slip from any other Carrie Salt product. Address Carrie Salt, Hutchinson, Kansas. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
What evil lurks in the hearts of men. The Shadow knows.
Your local blue coal dealer presents The Shadow. These half-hour dramatizations are designed to forcibly demonstrate to old and young alike that crime does not pay.
Now, before today's Shadow story begins, attention homeowners. Wouldn't you welcome steady, healthful heat throughout your home this fall and winter? Wouldn't you like to end colds in your family caused by quick chilling off of rooms and on and off variations of heat? Then order Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite. Your family will enjoy Blue Coal's dependable, even warmth. You'll appreciate its greater health protection and all-around economy. insist on blue coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort. Call your blue coal dealer tomorrow. The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard, his true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, Gun Island.
Well, Rico, the men are ready?
Si, Captain Joe.
Even the sea works with us today, eh, Rico?
Si.
Good old Caribbean. These waves, the poor fools, will not know what we are doing until it is too late.
Si, Captain Joe.
Si, Captain Joe. Si, Captain Joe. Can you say nothing but si, Captain Joe?
What is there to say, Captain?
What is there to say? I make you rich. A little sewer rat like you, and you have not even the brains and the head to know what I do for you.
I do good always what you tell me, Captain.
Now, you know what to do.
Si, Captain.
Well, say it.
When the right boat come along, we light oil in bow, in stern, and in hold, so they think we on fire.
And the signal you capitate. The signal.
Si. We send up distress signal.
And when the other ship, she come close?
We take 2 boats.
So, now remember all you say. One mistake and Santa Lilia, I cut your throat.
Si, I do like you say, Captain.
Bueno. Everything she work all right. Pretty soon we have fine boat for to have fun. You like big new boat for fun, eh, Rico?
Si.
Well, pretty soon.
Captain!
Well, what?
A ship, Captain. Sabotage, a ship.
Quick, give me the glass. If you fool me...
No, look for yourself, Captain.
Santa Lalia.
Captain Joe.
It is the ship I wait for. See, 200-footer lines, clean like hound that run after the rabbit. This is the ship I wait for, Rico. Quick, give the order. Light the fire in the hold. Oil, plenty of it. Quick, we got to be on fire in 2 minutes. Quick, I tell you, I cut your throat.
Si, Captain Joe. Manuel, light the
As I was saying, Lamont, these long sea voyages are boring. Definitely, positively boring.
I'm afraid I can't agree with you, Sir John.
My dear boy, are you pulling my leg again? First you tell me you possess powers of hypnosis, and now the subject is ocean voyages. And you tell me they're not boring. Well, I can't seem to agree with you about anything.
Well, I don't mean to be stubborn, sir, but I can't help feeling that there's a certain excitement about the water.
My dear boy, facts are facts. I've owned this yacht for 3 years, sailed round the world on her. And outside of a few beastly storms, I might as well be riding on top of a London bus in Piccadilly Circus.
Well, Sir John, I repeat, I don't agree with you. Take this part of the Caribbean Sea we're vacationing in now.
Yes?
Years ago, these waters were the happy hunting ground of Captain Kidd and Morgan and many other pirates who...
Pirates? What's this about pirates?
Oh, hello, Margot.
Good morning, Miss Lane.
Good morning, Sir John. If you and Lamont were talking about pirates, I want to hear every bit of it. Perhaps you don't know it, but pirates are my favorite people.
Well, look over there to starboard.
Lamont, what is it?
See? Smoke.
Smoke? Well, yes, I see it.
Fire. A ship on fire.
Great Scott. That smoke, she must be ablaze from stem to stern.
Now, Captain Cena. So, there isn't any more excitement left at sea, eh, Sir John?
Lamont, that is to say,
You know, Sir John, I've got a hunch that during these next few hours, as we Americans say, you're going to eat those words.
Lamont, shall we go down and watch them take that other crew aboard?
No, Margot, I want to watch the ship go under.
Oh, it's horrible, isn't it? As if something living were dying.
Yes.
Lamont, what is the matter?
I'm wondering why that ship is sinking so quickly.
Oh, Lamont, you've got the most suspicious mind.
Margot, here comes Sir John. He's bringing one of the survivors up here.
Oh, isn't he the strangest looking man you ever saw? So fat, and yet he moves so quickly.
Ah, there you are, Lamont. Well, everyone who was on board that ship, 15 men, is safe and accounted for. Isn't that right, Captain?
Si, senor. We are most grateful.
Oh, yes, of course. I haven't made the introductions, have I? Miss Lane, Mr. Cranston, this is Captain... Captain...
Oh, my name is most difficult. Just call me Captain Joe.
Oh, I do, indeed, Joe. Captain Joe. And speaking of captains, here comes our own captain. Well, Captain Nielsen, everything all right?
Yes, Sir John. But we are having a little difficulty with the rescued men. They apparently don't speak English, and they refuse to go below deck, with the result that...
Look, it's sinking.
By George, the final plunge.
There she goes. Well, Captain Joe, your ship is gone.
That is not right, senor.
What do you mean, sir? It just went under the water.
See, but I got a new ship. Oh, maybe I forgot to tell you, eh? But that is too bad. Well, I tell you now. Senor, senorita, this is my new ship.
What are you talking about?
Lamont, did you hear what he said?
Yes, I heard. But I think it's up to Captain Nielsen to handle this.
Thank you, Mr. Cranston. But I'm sure this gentleman is having a joke. After all, as a man of the sea, he knows there cannot be two captains on a ship.
You make one mistake, senor.
And what is that?
There is only one captain on
Captain
this
Nielsen,
boat.
look out!
Oh, he shot Captain Nielsen.
Stand where you are, the three of you.
That shooting, what does it mean?
Stand where you are, I tell you. That shooting, it is my man. Arranging matters so that we do not have too big a crew on my new boat.
You murdering devil!
Oh, Sir John.
Yes, so now he is dead. So maybe nobody talks so much, eh? And now, adios. I go up on bridge and take my new boat where I want to take her. I got important business. Adios, my friend.
Oh, Lamont.
Steady, dear.
Sir John and Captain Nielsen dead. All this shooting, it's unbelievable.
We're all at the mercy of this devil, Margot, for the present. But when I find out a few things...
Oh, what is there to find out? This beast is nothing but a pirate.
I think this is more than piracy. This Captain Joe looks cunning. He knows a pirate on the high seas these days wouldn't have a chance. No, Margot. He wanted this ship for something else. To carry perhaps a strange cargo. And when I find out what it is, Captain Joe and his fellow murdering devils will meet the Shadow.
It's an island, Lamont.
Yes, a very small one. I don't imagine it's even on the chart.
Lamont, he's going to maroon us here.
I doubt that.
But
Look over the side. They're loading everything valuable this ship had into the launch. If we're to go to the island, we won't be alone.
Here comes that devil.
Quick, my friends, quick. We are waiting for you.
May I ask where we're going?
You have talked enough. Come. You and the senorita, come. We go ashore to my island. Here I am the captain. There I am king. Here we are at my island. Come on, get out of the boat. You too, girl, out.
All right. You don't have to wave that gun. I can see it. Come on, Margot. I'll help you ashore.
Thank you, Lamont.
You stand still and peer. You try run one step, Rico, he shoot you down.
Si, Captain Joe.
All right, hombres, unload everything.
Margot, I'll have to talk fast. I'm going to leave you now.
Lamont, what are you going to do?
I'm going into the shadows and find out what that fat, sadistic devil is up to.
Be careful, Lamont.
Hey, where he go? Where is he?
I don't know.
Where he go? You tell me where he go.
But I don't know. I tell you, I don't know.
I watch you all the time. 1 minute he here, then he not here. Where he go, you tell me, or I fill you full of lead and feed you to the fish.
No, don't you, please. I don't know where he is.
Captain Joe.
Hey, who called my name?
I'm over this way. This way.
Oh, Cranston. So you run away when I turn my head, eh? You hide behind rocks. You think I chase you, eh?
This way. This way.
Oh, no. Me, I don't chase you, Cranston. No, me and my crew, we have good time pretty soon. Hunt you down like a wild pig. But you, senorita.
Put that gun down, please.
Oh, don't worry. I don't kill you yet, my pretty senorita. I don't kill you yet.
In a moment, the curtain rises on the second part of the Shadow's thrilling adventure. But first, here are some important facts of interest to all householders. If you want dependable, even heat during the coming winter, burn anthracite. And when ordering, be sure to insist on blue coal, the finest anthracite that money can buy. Blue coal is mined from Pennsylvania's richest hard coal deposits by the Glen Alden Coal Company. Each carload is carefully sized, prepared, then submitted to a thorough laboratory test. Only that coal, which meets a designated high standard of quality, is okayed by the inspectors. It is then trademarked a harmless blue for your protection and shipped on to blue coal dealers. The blue color on blue coal ensures the fact that a buyer is getting America's finest anthracite. Furnaces in this part of the country were designed to burn anthracite. So don't gamble with substitute fuels. Insist upon blue coal. It is prepared in 4 home sizes to meet the particular need of every type of home. Order your supply of blue coal tomorrow. Your nearest dealer's name is listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the words Blue Coal. At the same time, ask him about the Blue Coal automatic heat regulator. It's a thermostat which controls dampers automatically and eliminates constant furnace attention. The Blue Coal heat regulator costs but $18.95, plus a nominal installation charge. And it will pay for itself in time and fuel savings.
Senorita Lane.
What?
Captain Joe said for you to come out.
All right.
Here she is, Captain Joe.
Good morning, Senorita Lane. Oh, the lantern lights you at your eyes, eh? Oh, she is very dark in your new little house underground, eh, my friend? What a pity.
What do you want?
All through the night we look for that Mr. Cranston. All over the island we look.
And you didn't find him?
No, we didn't find him.
What do you want with me?
Well, I just think maybe if I start kill you, maybe Mr. Cranston come back. That's smart, no? So as soon as they done, I be back for you. All right, Rico. Put their back.
See, Captain Joe. In, senorita.
Margot.
Lamont.
It's been pretty bad, hasn't it?
Oh, Lamont, how long have you been here?
Only since the captain told you that you were going to be a decoy to catch me. Now listen, Margot. My hunch was right.
What do you mean?
What if I told you that Captain Joe and his cutthroats live like kings?
I don't understand.
Like kings, I tell you. Their living quarters, every conceivable luxury, electricity, plumbing, furniture, rugs, everything the finest.
And they are pirates.
Oh, no, Margot. Not at all. Someone built and furnished this place for them. Cutthroats living in luxury on an island in the middle of the Caribbean Sea. What possible significance has this place that someone should outfit and house these men here?
But haven't you been able to find what's back of all this?
No, I haven't. And yet my hunch is stronger than ever that it's something big. Margot, you've got to help me.
Anything you say, Lamont.
When the captain comes for you at dawn, get him to talk about this place, why he's here, what it's all about. If you can get him boasting, I might get a clue to work on. These men live in luxury here. Who put them here and why? Margot, the Shadow has got to find out.
Senorita Lane, come.
Is it dawn?
See? And I come for you myself. Come.
I'll go with you, Captain Joe.
That's plenty smart. All right, walk. Walk.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, this sand. She's hard to walk through. Eh, senorita? Don't you worry. You don't walk far.
What was that?
Keep walking, keep walking.
You've got to tell me. Who is it?
Oh, scared you, eh? That's Rico shooting.
Captain, it isn't Mr. Cranston.
Your boyfriend? No, too bad for you, it ain't, eh? Just some of these sailors report wrecked from the boat. Rico, he have fun.
Is killing women part of your business, too?
Oh, no. I like beautiful women, but I got much better business.
You haven't got brains enough to be in business.
No.
You're just a cheap pirate.
That's so.
It's perfectly obvious. Oh, I suppose you'll tell me that you've got big plans and schemes and all the rest of it. But I repeat again, I don't think you've got a brain in your head to think up any plans.
I ain't got no plans, eh? You come over this way. I show you. I show you. All right. All right. In here, smart girl. In here.
But there's no door. It's a blank wall into the hill.
Sometimes wall, she is door, too. Eh? Watch. Press little button. So.
The wall. Swinging back.
So, I know got brands, eh? All right. Down the steps. Go down, I tell you.
Oh, it's so dark.
After what you see down there, it's going to be more dark for you. Keep walking. So, we are here. Now I show you who's got the brands. Now, I make light. So. Now, smart girl, look. Look good. Because when you finish, look, you die.
The walls piled high with bombs.
So I bring them here, every one.
They're aerial bombs.
That's right.
Row on row on row. And those over there, those are torpedoes?
Yes, smart girl, eh?
Thousands of bombs and torpedoes, but why? Why?
You want to know everything, eh? Look at the name stamped on the bottom of the bombs. Look, I tell you.
Oh. Why should that country store bombs here?
Still want to know everything, eh? Well, I get kick out of telling you.
Well?
This island, she's not very far from the United States, is it? I mean, she is just a little jump compared to how far it is from your country to other countries.
Oh.
Maybe United States should get real tough someday and somebody want to drop bomb on New York. If empty planes fly to this island, then load on bombs. It is very easy to fly to New York, eh, senorita?
Oh, no.
So maybe I got friends, eh, senorita?
Maybe you haven't, Captain.
Who said that? Who's here? Who said that?
They call me the Shadow.
Shadow? Shadow? What Shadow? Who's talking? Where are you hiding?
I'm standing right next to you.
Nobody next to me? Senorita, you hear somebody speak? You hear?
Yes.
No, you lie. Can't see nobody. Nobody can talk.
I will you not to see me. And yet you hear me.
Who are you? Who?
To some I come as the voice of conscience. To some, like you, the voice of justice.
Senorita, you must tell me you hear what he say, too.
Yes, of course I do.
Someone in this room? I don't see him.
So, this is a bomb and torpedo depot for a foreign power to use in case of a war with America.
Where are you? If I could see you, I'd kill you.
Empty planes can fly further. How convenient to have these bombs and torpedoes waiting here across the ocean. And you're in charge of it all, eh, Captain?
Sure I am in charge. The big bosses, they give the orders from other country. What they do no good without me. I know everything. I got good brain. Figure out anything. Figure out how to kill you, Shadow.
If this is your business, custodian of death, Why did you go out and capture Sir John's ship?
Because I get tired waiting here for something to happen. I got to have fun. My old boat's too old. So I go out and get new boat. When a man, he's got friends, he can always make money and have fun. And I have my fun now. So.
The door. Shut.
The door. I touch secret button. It's shut. And nobody can open it.
Oh, let go of me.
See, Shadow? She don't like I got my arm around her. But you see what is in my hand, eh, Shadow?
A hand grenade. What are you going to do?
Maybe you don't like see girls blow apart, eh, Shadow? That show you more than voice. Maybe you got soft heart, eh, my friend?
But, Mom, don't.
Don't pull the release ring? Well, that all depends.
If you set that hand grenade off, you'll die too.
You think maybe I am afraid to die, eh, Shadow? I know that if this bomb go off, everybody on island die when the rest of ammunition explode. And if you touch me, if you don't let me back up slow to the door and get out chantilly, I swear it, I set the bomb off and we all blow to bits.
Put that hand grenade down.
Oh, you worry now, eh, Shadow?
Put the grenade down on the floor.
I am starting to back up out of here, Shadow. If your voice come close to me, if I feel you near me, I pull the ring and blow us all up, I swear it.
Look ahead of you, Captain. You're getting sleepy.
What you say, Shadow?
You're getting sleepy, Captain. Sleepy.
Sleepy?
Yes, sleepy, Captain.
What?
So sleepy.
What you talk? Sleepy. Sleepy.
You're tired. Sleepy. Very sleepy.
He's hypnotized.
Sleepy. The grenade in your hand is heavy. So very heavy. You put it down on the floor, carefully, very carefully, on the floor.
On the floor.
Now you will listen and do exactly as I tell you. Exactly as I tell you.
Exactly as you tell me.
That secret button that opens the door. Press that button.
Press that button.
Come on, quickly. Let's get out of here.
No. The captain is taking us out of here. Now listen to me closely, Captain. You will take Miss Lane by the arm.
Miss Lane by the arm.
Take her out of here, up the stairs, and down to the pier.
Out of here and down to the pier.
Put her on board the launch, and you will order one of Sir John's sailors to take her out to the yacht. You will do exactly as I say.
Take her out to the yacht. Do exactly as you say.
Go with him, Margot.
But you...
The Shadow still has work to do.
Faith, Miss Lane, how long are we going to keep circling the island? Let's get out of here.
Grady, we've got to wait for Mr. Cranston.
Yeah, but those devils back there will be coming out after us. It was a miracle getting this far. That crazy Captain Joe putting on his
We
boat.
must wait for Mr. Cranston.
They'll get us, I tell you. Take us back. Shoot us down like they did the rest. Let's head out to sea.
Let him do as he wants, Margot.
Lamont.
Huh? What'd you say?
You can head out to sea now.
Okay. Here we go.
Lamont, you're letting Captain Joe, all of them, get away?
I've given them a chance to get away. I doubt if they'll take it.
What do you mean?
What time is it, Margot? My watch is stopped. Wet from swimming here.
It's almost 5. What's going to happen, Lamont?
I left the captain under hypnosis. The last thing I told him was to warn his men to leave the island within 5 minutes. Apparently, they think he's drunk or crazy. They're all down on the pier. They haven't left.
But why? Why should they go?
12 seconds to go.
Lamont, what is it? Why should they go?
10 more seconds. Margot, tell Grady to hold tight to the wheel and open the engine up full.
But what?
Don't ask questions. Tell him.
Grady, hold tight to the wheel and open the engine up full.
Anything you say, ma'am.
1 more second.
But, Lamont, What is it? What is... Oh.
Protected, blown up in the air. Mr. Cranston, where'd you come from? What happened?
I just climbed in the boat. I fused one of their bombs before I left the island.
Everything on the island wiped out.
I gave them their chance, Margot. They didn't take it. Better that way. The world can well afford to lose men who, for money, would jeopardize the peace of America, the peace of the world.
Yes.
They died the way they were willing others should die. Their greed, their treachery to mankind, might have killed and maimed innocent citizens, crippled industries, laid waste great cities. Sometimes when there isn't justice in life, Margot, there is justice in death.
And here's Blue Coal's heating expert, John Barclay, with some helpful hints for every homeowner.
Thank you, Ken Roberts, and good evening, friends. There have been many unseasonably warm days during the last 2 weeks. Many householders allowed the fire in their heating plant to go out during this period and will now find it necessary to start a new fire. This is a simple task if you will follow these few suggestions. First, leave a thin layer of ash about 2 inches deep spread evenly over the grates. Close the check damper and open the ash pit damper. Remember that the turn damper in the smoke pipe should be open wide. Next, spread a 2-inch layer of coal over the layer of ash. On top of this, place the kindling. This kindling may consist of lightly wadded newspapers, light dry wood, or charcoal. Light the kindling. When it is burning briskly, add another thin layer of coal a little at a time. The kindling will not only ignite this coal, but the layer underneath it as well. By adding more coal gradually, you can build up a good, deep fire bed in a short time. If smoke from the kindling escapes into the cellar, ignite a loosely wadded piece of paper, lift the check damper, and insert it into the smoke pipe. This will heat the chimney and aid in carrying away the smoke from the kindling. Do not forget to place the dampers back to their correct position when the fire is built to its proper depth. I thank you.
This has been a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine, now on sale at your local newsstand. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
Shadow knows.
Today's adventure of the Shadow is about to start. But first, I want to tell you how you can start out on a trip and be protected against both punctures and blowouts. Equip your car with the Goodrich Seal-O-Matic Safety Tube, the sensational two-way lifesaver tube that automatically self-seals punctures while you ride. Yes, this tube will protect you against the trouble of changing tires along the road. But what is even more important to your safety, the special plastic rubber compound inside this tube also fills up rips and tears. Thus, serious tube injuries which would normally cause blowouts are changed into slow, safe leaks. Get Goodrich Seal-O-Matic safety tubes. They'll save you time and trouble, and they may save your life. The Shadow, mysterious character who devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty, is in reality Lamont Cranston, wealthy young man about town, student of science, and master of other people's minds. Using advanced methods that may ultimately become available to all law enforcement agencies, Cranston is known to criminals and evildoers as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard, as haunting to superstitious minds as a ghost, as inevitable as a guilty conscience. Cranston's friend and companion, the lovely Margot Lane, is the only person who knows to whom the unseen voice belongs. Today's story, Island of the Devil.
Is he really dead?
Monsieur, do you think I have eyes like an owl? Who can see down in that filthy cell? Every morning I throw down some food as the regulations order me, and that's all I know.
Me, I do not like to go down there. They say the rats are as large as dogs.
You talk all the time like an old woman.
Is this work for a man? A jailer on the island Royale.
You are an old woman. Come, hold up the lantern so I can see where I'm going. Come.
So cold and wet.
Hold the lantern, I tell you.
Such a filthy hole in the ground. A pig could not live here, let alone a man.
Oh, stop talking, I tell you. If he's dead, the better for him. Watch where you stand.
Oh, Dieu! Water over the floor. How could a man live in this damp and cold and dark for so long? Answer me that.
I do not know answer. Just like the other bad prisoners who try to escape, I put the bread and water on the shelf. Always, it is gone.
You forget. The rats.
Oh, you think...
Who wants to think? Here. Is this the cell?
This is the one. Open it. This here.
All right. Find the key.
When you have found that, Commandant, huh? Bones will bring him.
Pig off the lock. So rusty. Mon Dieu, even if the man lives, he must be... Come on. Let us get out of here.
No, wait. Turn the handle.
And I say, let us get out of here. You will tell the commandant the man is dead.
No. I will have a look inside. If he is dead, I want to know it. He has been 20 years on the side. And in all those 20 years, they tell me he's spoken only one word. A woman's name.
Oui, Madame Renée. I've heard them curse the name 1,000 times. Hold up the lantern. Look. I was right. He is dead.
No, look. It moved.
Oh.
He's getting up. Come, Jordan. Run! The devil himself! Run! To the right. He's trying to speak.
Madame Renée. Madame Renée. Madame Renée.
Madame Renée, more coffee?
No, thank you, Monsieur Cranston. It was very kind of you to take me along on your beautiful ship. Is it not true, Mademoiselle? Not at all. There are few enough interesting people in this world. Lamont has a good chance to recognize one when he meets her.
Well spoken, Margot.
You are both too kind to an old woman. There I was, bored to death in Havana, praying for excitement, and then you two come along. Mutual friend and introduction, and here I am on your beautiful ship, drawing closer and closer to the island of the devil. It is the island full of the devils. How could you say that, Madame Renée? They're criminals, true enough, but they're human beings. They're suffering far from their homes and friends. I'm afraid you are both too sentimental, my friend. Far too sentimental.
Oh, on the contrary, Madame Renée.
I certainly would be the last person in the world to hold a brief for habitual criminals. Yet at the same time, I can't help but feel sorry for those men condemned to live in that hellhole. Don't you agree with that, Madame Renee?
I repeat, Monsieur Cranston, you are far too sentimental. For my part, whoever goes to the island of the devil can stay there and rot.
Well, what is it, jailer? Come closer.
Convict number 377. You asked to see him.
300. Oh, yes, Jean Bart. He can walk?
He can walk.
The devil bred a tough one. Well, don't stand there. Bring him in.
Oui, Commandant. Jean Bart, come in here.
Come in. Come in, Jean Bart. Closer. So, Jean Bart, you're still alive, huh? You know, if it was not for your eyes, I would think I was looking at a dead man. Well, have you nothing to say?
Madame Renee.
Madame Renee. Madame Renee. For the 10 years I've been commandant of this hellhole, and for the 10 years my predecessor was here, all we hear from you is Madame Renee. Madame Renee. Have you no other words?
Madame Renee.
Madness. Him, they want to pardon.
Pardon?
You spoke.
Pardon? You said pardon. I heard you. You said pardon.
Take your hands
pardon
off
for
me.
me.
Stand back, I said. Stand back.
But you said pardon.
Yes, a pardon. It is on its way.
On its way?
Devil knows why they gave it to you. They knew the trouble you caused me.
Well, I did nothing.
Oh, no, certainly not. All of these islands, Royal, Saint Joseph, they are full of innocent, persecuted men who have done nothing.
My pardon.
Yes, you will get your pardon. They bring it from the mainland. When you get it, what then, Jean Bart?
Madame Renee, I'm coming back for you. Madame Renee.
Madame Renee, you seem impatient. Of course I am, Mademoiselle Lane. How much longer is the boat going to stay in this terrible harbor?
Just a few minutes longer. The man said he'd be back as soon as he... Oh, there he is now, coming up the side.
That man. Who is that man with Mr. Cranston?
Just a surprise.
Oh, Margot.
Hello.
Margot, I want you to meet Mr. Randall. Miss Lane.
Mr. Randall?
Delighted, I'm sure. And Madame Renee, this is Mr. Randall.
Mr. Cranston, what is this surprise? Miss Lane was saying...
Yes, Lamont, tell Madame Renee about it.
Well, Mr. Cranston?
The surprise is just this. We're actually going to be able to land on the island.
What? How is that? You said permission could not be secured.
The permission is right with me, Madame Renee. In the person of Mr. Randall here.
And how is that?
Suppose you tell her, Mr. Randall. I'd be very happy to. You see, Madam, I'm affiliated with the consul at Vienna. I phoned Mr. Cranston wireless ahead that he was stopping off the mainland before going on to the island. I was very pleased to be able to tell him that since I had a bit of business on the island, if he wished to do me the service of taking me there from the mainland, I'd be would be able to make arrangements for your lad.
Oh, isn't that thrilling, Madame Renee? We'll actually be able to see the prison.
And I'm sure both of you will find the experience doubly thrilling when you discover Mr. Randall's official business. He's bringing a pardon to one of the prisoners, a man apparently wrongfully convicted, who's been buried alive in that place for 20 years.
Oh, Lamont, how wonderful.
Wait. How can that be?
Madame Renee.
Quick, get some water.
No. Go on. That's all right. I'll take you below.
No. I'm quite all right. Believe me. I am a poor fellow, Monsieur Randall.
Not at all. It's getting quite rough.
Monsieur Randall, if you would be so kind as to escort me around the deck.
I'd be delighted. We'll be back in a moment, my friend. And don't overexert yourself, madam. I think Margot and I'll go below. See you later. Right you are, Cranston. My arm, Madame Renee?
You are too kind, Monsieur Randall.
Shall we go aft?
Yes, some place where we will be quite away from everyone. You see, I want to talk with you. So, let me stand here by the rail, Monsieur Randall.
Just as you say, Madame Renee.
So you go with us to this island on a mission of mercy, eh, monsieur?
Yes, a very pleasant mission, I assure you.
Pardon, may I ask who it is for?
Yes, for a man by the name of John Bart.
John Bart. I knew it.
You say you know the man?
Is that so strange?
Yes, rather.
I know the name well, monsieur. If, pardon, monsieur, it is in your pocket.
Yes, of course. But really, what is this all about? What is your interest in this John Bart?
Come close, monsieur, and I will tell you my interest.
Yes?
My interest in this John Bart is so great that you die.
That knife, what the hell?
If you can. The fog. No one will see this Randall. How unfortunate for you, John Bart.
The end of Act One finds all signs pointing to a thrilling climax in this latest adventure of the Shadow. Speaking of signs, the careful motorist, you know, takes advantage of every sign along the road to make his driving safe.
The Shadow knows. Stop street signs, railroad crossing signals, signs that warn of slippery pavements and dangerous hills are put up with one idea in mind: to save your life and the lives of everyone who drives. It pays to obey them. It pays to play safe.
Motorists, when it comes to getting more safety and pleasure out of your driving, you can't beat this combination. The new Goodrich Safety Silvertown Tire and the new Goodrich Seal-O-Matic Safety Tube. For remember, the new Silvertown Tire will give you the quickest non-skid stops you've ever had on wet roads. It also gives you the famous Golden Fly protection against high-speed blowouts caused by internal tire heat. And the new Goodrich Seal-O-Matic Safety Tube automatically self-seals punctures while you ride. Furthermore, this amazing tube gives you additional protection against blowouts caused by serious tube injuries. Thus, rips and tears that would normally cause a blowout are turned into slow, safe leaks. If you want real protection against skids, blowouts, punctures, get this safety combination now. The new Goodrich Safety Silvertown Tire with the new Goodrich Seal-O-Matic Safety Tube.
Isn't there any hope, Lamont?
See for yourself, Margot. Fog throws the searchlights of our ship back in our faces. Poor Randall's in the water.
Oh, no, Lamont. It can't be true. It can't.
You know the truth as well as I do, Margot. We've searched this ship from stem to stern. He's not on board.
But how could it have happened?
That's a truth that I can't answer, Margot. But perhaps the Shadow can.
But what can the Shadow do?
Madame Rene is below deck, sleeping quite calmly.
But what has she to do with all
Perhaps
this?
nothing, Margot. Perhaps everything. When we discovered that Randall was missing, she alone was calm, unconcerned. Yes, even amused. I think it's time the Shadow paid a visit on Madame Rene.
Madame Rene. Madame Rene, wake up. Yes. Wake up.
Yeah.
Come, Madame Rene. Wake up.
Who spoke? Someone spoke.
Yes, Madame Rene.
Someone in my room. Who is it? Who?
I have questions to ask you, Madame Rene.
How dare you come into my room? Light. I'll make a light and see. No one. No one here.
I am close to you, Madame Rene.
The boy. Close to me. I see no one.
I will it so.
You. Where are you?
I am here in this room. I cloud your mind so you cannot see me. But you saw a man die, and yet you did not help him.
I saw a man die.
In the sea. And you did not raise your voice. You did let Randall die. But why? Why did you do it, Madame Rene?
No. I won't answer you.
That's the boy.
Madame Rene,
Stop talking to me.
tell
Stop
me
it, I tell
why.
you. Stop it, I
You've got to tell me why, Madame
Stop
Rene.
talking to me. I go crazy.
Tell me why, Madame Rene.
Stop it, I tell you.
Why
Randy
did
has
you
to die.
tell Rand?
He has to. He was trying to let Jean Bart go free. Jean Bart, he must rot there. Rot there on the island of the devil. Wait. Where are you now? Wait! Where are you now?
Welcome, Mr. Cranston. The wireless from the mainland. They told me to expect your arrival. But you're hours late.
I'm sorry, Commandant. The delay was caused by death.
Death? What do you mean, Mr. Cranston?
Mr. Randall of the legation was lost at sea.
Yes.
We searched the water for hours. He's gone.
But how? What?
All that in good time, Commandant. But first, have you a prisoner on this island by the name of John Bart?
Jean Bart? What of Jean Bart?
He is a prisoner here?
Yes, he is. Probably some fool that we find such case. Thank heaven I will soon be rid of him.
Rid of him? How?
And in my last communique, they spoke of a pardon for this man.
So that was it.
What?
Quickly, I want to see this man, John Bart.
But, monsieur, this is irregular. What have you to do with him?
The man who drowned at sea carried in his pocket the pardon for John Bart.
What?
And I have an idea that the murderer is on board my yacht.
Mon Dieu.
And I'm going to change that theory into a certainty at once. Take me to John Bart.
Come, John Bart. The commandant was... Commandant! Commandant, he's gone! John Bart, he's gone!
Faster, man. Can't you roll faster?
You are most impatient, eh, John Bart?
I must get away this time. You say my pardon was denied.
It was, John Bart. But you will escape. Leave it to old Couchet.
Oh, I've tried for so many times.
But never with the clever Couchet to help you now, did you, huh? Yeah, the oldest god on the island. And the cleverest.
Oh, a ship.
Yes, John Bart. A very nice ship. Anchored and waiting.
Yes, but who?
Friends.
Oh, no. No, I have no friends.
Oh, yes, they were friends enough to send word that your pardon had been denied. Friends enough to send a sailor to me with a bag of gold so heavy that I forgot my duty, and well, here you are, Jean Bart. The sailor told me a rope ladder would be down the side of... Yes, there it is. So, we drift in close. Now, grab the ladder, Jean Bart.
Yes, but I don't know who... I mean...
Grab the ladder and climb. There's no pardon for you. You want to be buried under the ground again?
No.
Then grab the ladder and climb. You have strength enough for that. When you get on deck, a sailor will be there to take you to your friends. Climb aboard.
Oh, yes, I will. I'm a bit weary, see, but I'll try.
Think you're free now, John Bart, huh?
God bless you, Crochet.
No. Bless the gold, your friend.
Oh, dark in here. But I am free. I am free.
Shut the doors, Jean-Bart.
Well, who spoke? So dark I can't see you.
I arrange your escape.
Oh, my friend. You, whoever you are, you helped me.
Yes, of course.
So I am so very weary. If you could forgive me, I would like to sit down.
There is a chair right next to you.
Eh? Oh, yes. My eyes, It is dark in here, isn't it? Oh, I'm not very strong, Oh, I hear you close and lock the door.
You feel old, Jean-Bart?
Oh, yes, That's your voice.
I've heard it before. How does it feel to be old, Jean-Baptiste? But who are you? Who are you? Like, and you will see. Now, you are old too, Jean-Baptiste.
Madame Renee! Madame Renee.
Oh, I advise you to sit as you are. This gun in my hand is quite a real one.
Madame Renee.
You have not forgotten my name. How?
For 20 years, that name of yours has burned in my head. For 20 long years.
No, I am more than a name.
I swore to kill you every day, every hour.
And I swore something too, remember? To make you as old as you called me that day 20 years ago. Remember your words, Jean-Baptiste? Oh, I swore to make you old. Make you old as you call me, and I have made you old. For 20 years, I've had every year of your life.
I'm going to kill you.
Remember, Jean-Baptiste, it was the war. I accused you as a spy. You didn't have a chance against my influence, did you?
No.
I did it, Jean-Baptiste. I did it. No, you're so weak and old. All you can do is to sit there white and tense with anger. But that won't help you, because I didn't bring you here just to talk to you. I brought you here for my final revenge. To kill you.
You brought me here?
Yes, a bullet through your head and escaped prisoner. They'll thank me for killing you. You hear, Jean-Baptiste? They'll thank me for killing you.
No, Madame Renee.
Which book?
A voice you've heard before.
A voice. You wanted to woke me from my sleep. No, there is no voice. Just imagination.
You hear me, John Bart?
Yes. Yes, I hear a voice.
You lie. There is no one here but you and I. Stand up, Jean-Baptiste. Stand up so I can see you fall when the bullet hits you.
No, Madame Renee.
Go out of my hand.
She will not harm you, John Bart.
But who are you?
To her, a voice of conscience. To you, a friend.
No, I have no friend. A pardon. They said it was coming to me, and they fooled me.
They did not fool you, John Bart. There was a pardon. It never reached you because Madame Renee did not want it to reach you. She murdered the man who was bringing it to you.
Madame Renee, you again.
Yes, I killed him. And I'm going to kill you now, Jean-Baptiste.
I warn you, Madame Renee, not another step closer to him.
Right, so with her money, she railroaded me to a prison cell and then to that island. And now I'm old. As old as I called her. And I haven't even got the strength for my revenge.
But I've got the strength for mine.
Gun. In the folds of your dress.
Yes, you voice in the shadows. I had a gun hid in my dress. Yes, indeed. No, it's dead. Look, dead. And I've had my revenge. I'm still alive and you're dead, Jean-Baptiste. You're dead. What are you going to do now, voice?
Don't move.
But he's dead. Look at him. He's dead.
I failed him in life, Madame Renee, but I will not fail him in death. I'll stay close by you, talking to you until you can stand it no longer.
No. Get out of here.
No, I will always follow you. I'll tell you of your crime, the torture and murder of a living being.
Stop. Wait for you. I will.
This ship, no, the world is too small for you to escape. My voice close to you.
I'll get away from you. I won't listen to you. I won't listen.
And I'll stay close to you forever, Madame Renee. I'll be the voice of John Bart calling you.
No. I'll get away from you. Away from you.
Jumped into the sea. Perhaps, John Bart, I didn't fail you. Your life and hers were both founded on hate. You both have been dead. What you did not have in life. Peace.
program is based on a story copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The Shadow magazine is now on sale at your local newsstand.
Let no man tempt you into crime. For crime is like a strangling serpent. It crushes him who feeds it most. Beware lest the serpent of crime ensnare you in his fold. Remember, crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
The Shadow knows.
Blue Coal presents The Shadow, the mystery man who strikes terror into the very hearts of shopsters, lawbreakers, and criminals. Today, the Society of the Living Dead. In just a moment, the Shadow's exciting adventure will begin. Meanwhile, I have an important message for all you homeowners. We are now in the midst of the most treacherous season of the entire year. But you can protect your family's health during this danger period by burning blue coal. For blue coal gives you clean, uniform, healthful heat all winter long. And its harmless blue coloring is your guarantee of better heat at less cost. So when you order fuel, insist on blue coal. It's Pennsylvania's finest anthracite. Your nearest blue coal dealer will be glad to send you a trial ton. Phone him tomorrow.
Hello. Daily Classic, City Desk.
Yes, go ahead, Turner.
Mr. and Mrs. Smith are being held in Holly military prison as spies. The Smiths are believed not to be American citizens.
What?
Yes. The Prime Minister was handed a note by American ambassador this morning.
Yes, go ahead.
American State Department reported investigating circumstance under which the Smith passports were issued.
Good work, Turner. Keep feeding it.
Yes, sir?
Hold the presses for a new front-page story. London correspondent is on the wire. This phony passport racket is being uncovered.
New York, New York. More news on the Smith case. Mr. and Mrs. Smith are not citizens. A fake passport and identification ring is suspected. The name Schwartz was taken from tombstones to secure passports. More startling disclosures are promised by federal agents and local authorities who suspect widespread plot.
Will you turn that radio off?
All right, Margot. Well, this fake passport and identification racket interests me.
The Scotland Yard in England, the State Department in Washington, and a whole New York police force working on that fake passport racket. Do you have to get mixed up in it?
You see, Margot, it ties up with a case that interests me.
You mean the suicide of your broker, Henry Adams?
Yes.
But, Lamont, what possible connection could there be? I don't see it.
Well, I didn't see any connection either until today, although Adams never struck me as being the type of man who would commit suicide.
His body was found 2 weeks ago, and they buried him right afterwards in the family vault in Kingland Cemetery. Seems to me that's what you might call a closed case.
I don't agree, Margot. I noticed in one of the gossip columns the other day a remark that interested me very much.
What is that?
An item that said that Irene Adams, the orphan daughter of Henry Adams, was being courted by Ray Kelvin.
Oh, Ray Kelvin was Henry Adams' partner, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. But what interested me even more was another item which said that Ray Kelvin was very friendly with a man named Berger, who, according to all reports, is a very questionable character.
I don't see the connection, Lamont.
But much of the evidence points to Berger being mixed up in this business.
Oh, you mean that fake passport and identification ring that we just heard about on the radio?
Yes. Margot, I want you to call on Adams's orphan daughter. Her name is Irene. Pose as a reporter. Ask her about the rumors of her coming marriage with Kelvin and find out if she actually saw the face of her father at any time after his death.
All right, Lamont. Where will you be when I get back?
I'll phone you at my office.
Are you going to visit Berger as Lamont Cranston?
No, Margot. I rather think Berger will be more impressed if I visit him as a shadow.
I'm so sorry, Miss Adams. I know it's hard to talk to a stranger about such personal things so soon after your father's tragic death.
Yes. True that my father didn't want me to marry Mr. Kelvin. It seemed so unfair. Ray Kelvin was his own partner in business.
But you are going to marry Mr. Kelvin.
Yes. I wanted to wait. It's just soon after Father's death. But Ray has to go away. To Europe. He may be gone for years. It'll be a quiet place.
Oh, I see. Mr. Kelvin's leaving the country. But isn't he indicted on a stock swindling charge?
Yes. Oh, but he says he'll soon have proof that he didn't have anything to do with it.
Miss Adams, don't you realize that Mr. Kelvin can only clear himself by proving that your own father was the swindler?
No. Ray wouldn't do that.
Did you ever see your father after they found his body in the river?
No. Mr. Kelvin said I shouldn't. He said it would only upset me.
Do you believe your father committed suicide, Miss Adams?
No. I can't bring myself to believe that of Dad.
What does Ray Kelvin think about your father's death?
Ray said it was suicide. But Dad was worried over what would happen when they tried him on that stock swindle charge.
But don't you see, Miss Adams, Kelvin, your fiancé, has been implying all along that your father is a swindler. That he's going to clear himself by pinning the guilt on your father.
No, I can't believe that.
That's why your father opposed your marriage to Kelvin.
No. Why are you saying these things? You have no right. Please go.
Yes, I am going, Miss Adams. I'm so sorry if I've hurt you, but I believe you're going to thank me for keeping you from marrying a treacherous thief. Perhaps even a murderer.
What do you mean? Who are you talking about?
Your dead father's partner. Your fiancé, Ray Kelvin.
All right, Kelvin. What's on your mind?
Now listen, Berger, I want action. I won't be safe till I get Adams to sign a confession taking full blame for that stock swindle.
I see you got the confession all ready for Adams to sign.
Yes. Stated the day he was supposed to have jumped in the river.
How are you going to account for not having produced the confession until now?
That's easy. I'll just tell the authorities that in going over his papers, I've just found it. The government will have to dismiss the charges against me when I produce this confession signed by Adams.
What are you going to do with Adams after he signs?
That's where you and your man in the morgue come in. You've got the papers that were on the man who was buried in Adams' place. All you have to do is put those papers on Adams when we dump him in the river.
What? That's murder. I've never gone that far before.
And you've never been paid $10,000 before either. Now, come on, quit stalling. Get your hat and coat. We're going to finish this job now.
Oh, wait a minute, Kelvin, wait a minute. I'll give you back that money. Every cent of it. No. I'm afraid of this.
Berger, what was that? Somebody laughed here in this office.
Yes, Kelvin. It is the laughter that has echoed through the mind of many a killer during his last hours in the death house.
Who is that, Berger?
Kelvin. There's nobody here.
Yes, Mr. Berger. The shadow is here.
The shadow? Kelvin, did you hear that? The shadow. He knows. He's not everything. We can't go through with it now.
Yes, Kelvin. I know everything.
Yes? Well, I've heard about you, Shadow. The man who has the power to make himself invisible. I know how you do it. Hypnotic suggestion. Hindu mesmerism. Oriental trickery. Well, you don't scare me.
Your murderous scheme is doomed to failure, Kelvin. Give it up before it is too late.
Yeah, listen to him, Kelvin. Adams is still alive. We haven't murdered him yet.
No, but we've kidnapped him and we'll burn for that if we're caught. Only we're not going to be caught, shadow or no shadow. Come on, Berger. You're coming with me.
No, don't make me go through with it, Kelvin.
Come on.
Don't.
I'll show you what I think of the shadow. Come on, or I'll drill you where you stand. And the shadow if he tries to stop me.
You've had your warning, Kelvin. Remember.
Come on, Berger, get going. And as for you, Shadow, here's a warning from me. If you follow us, I'll find a way to kill you. Remember that.
Hello, Lamont Cranston's office.
Hello, Margot Lane.
Lamont, I talked to Irene Adams. She never saw her father after he died.
Henry Adams isn't dead, Margot.
Oh, Lamont, are you sure? Where is he?
I don't know, but Berger and Kelvin are on their way to the place where they're holding him, and I'm following them.
Lamont, Kelvin is planning to marry Irene Adams and leave the country in a few days.
Much can happen in a few days, Margot, even in a few hours.
Lamont, let me meet you, go with you. Maybe I can help.
You can help me most by standing by with a shortwave radio. Keep it tuned in on the band the Shadow always uses.
All right, Lamont. But now you've discovered that Mr. Adams is alive, why don't you let the police handle it?
As far as the police are concerned, Henry Adams is dead. Buried, a closed case.
I guess you're right, but what about Berger and Kelvin? Do they know the Shadow is on their trail?
Yes, and Kelvin has dared the Shadow to follow him.
Lamont, it may be a trap, a trick to get you someplace where all your powers won't save you, where you'll be helpless. Lamont, please don't go. Please.
Margot, I must follow Berger and Kelvin. If they lead me to Adams, I may need help. Stand by, Margot. Stand by until you hear from the Shadow.
The Shadow will return in just a moment. But first, I have a word of warning for you homeowners. Throughout this dangerous winter season, don't subject your family to needless colds and illness resulting from uneven on and off type heating. Thousands of careful homeowners are taking steps to avoid this risk. They're playing safe by ordering blue coal. For instance, blue coal sales in the city of Rochester for the current winter season are 20% ahead of last year's figure, and numerous other cities show similar increases. Here's why blue coal is preferred by so many people. Blue coal is a selected Pennsylvania anthracite, the fuel that gives off cleaner, more uniform, more dependable heat than any other coal. What's more, furnaces, parlor stoves, and cooking ranges in this part of the country were especially designed to burn anthracite. And the cream of all American anthracite is blue coal. The harmless blue coloring with which blue coal is tinted is your all-time guarantee of better heat at less cost. Blue coal is mined by the Glen Alden Coal Company, and every carload is tested and retested for purity and uniform sizing before shipment. What's more, blue coal is especially prepared for home use. You can get it in the 4 popular domestic sizes: egg, stove, chestnut, or pea. So be guided in your fuel selection by Rochester families. For health and economy, too, insist on blue coal. Ask for it by name. Order a trial ton from your nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow. You'll find his name listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Let's get this over with.
What's the matter with you, Berger? You're jumpy as a cat.
I know. It's the Shadow. I'm scared. If you had any sense, you'd be scared, too.
Oh, forget the Shadow.
Yeah? But suppose he's trailed us. Here.
to Kingland Cemetery.
Now listen to me, Berger. Your job is to make Adams sign that confession. The Shadow has developed superstitious fear in the underworld by means of his magician's tricks. He's dealing now with intelligent people who don't believe in hocus pocus. Why, there isn't one chance in 1,000 the Shadow's been able to follow us here.
What'll you do if he has? Huh? What can you do?
You leave the Shadow to me. I'll deal with him if he comes. It's the Adams grave wall just ahead, isn't it?
Yeah. It's that underground vault on the left.
You got the keys to the vault?
Yeah, right here.
Well, get the vault door open.
Yeah. Give me a hand with this door. Ouch. Weighs a ton.
Now be careful Adams doesn't get out. Where's your flashlight?
Right here. There's Adams on the floor in the corner. What'd I tell you? I bet he's so weak he can't crawl, much less run.
Berger, he looks like he's dead. If he is, the whole scheme's ruined. I warned you to be careful.
He ain't dead. I know a dead one when I see one. He's just sleeping, that's all.
Wake him up, and we'll see if he's ready to listen to reason.
He'll listen. Come on, Adams. Come on. Wake up. Hey, snap out of it.
What? Who are you?
Never mind who I am. Come on.
Sit up. Are you going to take me out of this tomb? Are you?
Yeah, you're going to get out. All you have to do is sign your name to a piece of paper. Huh?
Water. Give me a drink. All I've had for days is the moisture on the stones. And nothing to eat. Nothing.
Here. I got something better than water. It's like this brandy will set you up.
Oh, thanks. Thank you. How did you find out they'd locked me up in this grave vault? I thought they were going to leave me here till I died. And then put me in that coffin there in place of that corpse that's supposed to be me.
Never mind about that now. You're going to have a chance to get out of this grave alive if you do as you're told.
Listen, Berger, quit wasting time. Here's the confession and a pen. Make him sign it.
Kelvin, you... I couldn't see you with the flashlight in my eyes. You, my own trusted partner. You're behind this. You've done this to me. You stole those securities. Framed me.
Sure I did. You're innocent. But if you want to get out of this family vault of yours, you'll take the blame. Sign this confession.
I won't. I'll never sign it.
Oh, yes, you will.
Oh, cut it out. Put it out, Kelvin. He can't stand much of that in the shape he's in. Do you want to kill him?
I won't sign it. I won't. A confession for me would clear you, Kelvin. Put the blame on me. Leave you free to marry my daughter, Irene. You made her think I drowned myself. I'm innocent of the swindling charge. You're the guilty one.
You'll sign that confession or I'll break every bone in your body.
Oh. I told you to go easy. Yeah, Adams is out cold.
Shut up and help me bring him around. The Shadow on our trail, there's no time to lose.
Yeah, I know. And I give plenty to know where the Shadow is right now.
What would you give, Berger?
Kelvin! He's here! The Shadow's here in the vault with us!
Berger, turn off that flashlight. Quick!
Now you think we're on even terms. Don't you, Kelvin? You can't see me in the dark of the tomb. And you think I cannot see you.
Yes, that's right, Shadow.
Kelvin, where are you going?
Stay where you are, Berger. And you too, Shadow. I may not be able to see you, but if you come close enough to try to stop me closing the door of this vault, I'll fill you full of lead.
Kelvin, don't leave me
You're
here.
no use to me anymore, Berger. You can thank the Shadow for that.
You ain't going to leave me in here to die. You dirty, double-crossing rat.
All right, Berger. I'll do you one last favor. I won't leave you to die from thirst and hunger. You'll be luckier than Adams and the Shadow. Come on, Berger. Try to get out before I close this steel door.
No, give me a break, Kelvin. Adams, give me a chance. I have a gun on me, you know that.
Yes, Berger, I know that. Come on, I was just fooling.
Oh, you mean that, Kelvin? You mean...
shot Berger and added murder to your other crimes.
You'll never get out of this vault to tell about it, Shadow. You've cheated me out of a chance to beat that swindle indictment. You've ruined my chance of getting Irene with her Adams money. Well, now you're going to have plenty of time to wish you'd never meddled in this. You'll have the pleasure of watching Adams die. He's almost dead now. And when he's gone, you'll have the company of 3 dead men. 3 dead men waiting for you to join them. Goodbye, Shadow.
You can lock that steel door, Kelvin. But somehow the Shadow will still get out.
All right, Shadow. Let's see you try it.
Shadow. Shadow. Kelvin double-crossed me. I'm done for all right. What about you? Can you get out of this place like you said?
The police will be here in a few minutes.
You told them to come here, you mean?
No, but I'm going to. Right now. Margot Lane. Notify Commissioner Weston to pick up Ray Kelvin. Have him send a squad of men to Kingman Cemetery. Have them open the grave vault of Henry Adams. Adams is alive, but in a critical condition. Margot, don't come into the cemetery yourself. Kelvin is at large. Notify Police Commissioner Weston at once.
So, Shadow, you're calling the cops.
Shadow, it's Kelvin. He's at that air vent at the top of the vault. He heard you calling the cops.
Yes, I heard you, Shadow. And if you think the police are going to get here in time to save you, you're mistaken.
Every minute you waste in gloating brings you nearer the electric chair, Kelvin.
Don't waste your sympathy on me, Shadow. I wonder what you'll look like when the cops find you with Berger and Adams. All of you drowned like rats in a trap. Because that's what's going to happen to you. You're going to drown like rats in a trap. Listen.
Water! He's going to fill the vault full of water, Shadow!
Yes, right up to the top. And it won't take long. Too bad for you I found a fire hose in the groundkeeper's shed. Now let the police come. They're welcome to anything they can get out of any of you when they get here. So long, Shadow. Let's see you get out of that spot.
Shadow. He's gone. Water. Here's water. Shadow. The water's an inch deep on the floor already.
Yes, and it's rising every minute. Our only hope is that the police will get here in time.
Use that radio of yours. Tell them what's happened. Tell them to hurry.
Radio transmitter is west, useless. Just a last appeal for help.
Help me, Shadow. Help me.
You deserve no help, Berger. You left Adams here to die.
Oh, Calvin made me do it. I never did anything like this before. I ran a fake passport and identification racket, that's all. I never killed anybody. I swear to Shadow. Water. It's getting deeper. Deeper. Water.
There's only one high place in this tomb. One high place. On top of the casket. The casket of the man you buried and made the world believe was Henry Adams.
Oh, lift me up there. I was drowned here on the floor. Irene.
No, Berger. No.
Help me.
I won't lift you up. Adams is too weak to stand. There's only room for one on top of that coffin. And if anyone is to have a few extra minutes of life, Adams will get it.
Oh, what are you going to do?
Put Adams on top of the coffin. His life is worth a dozen like yours.
Irene, forgive me. I was afraid you were going to marry Kelvin. I knew he was treacherous. A thief. Coward. Shadow, in God's name, help me up. Help me on my feet. Lay me against the wall. Oh, do that much for me.
Yes, Berger. I'll do that much for you. It's all I can do.
Thanks. Thanks, Shadow. Here I am, trying to save myself from drowning, so that I can die of bullet wounds. Here I am, being lifted by a man whose hands I can feel on my arms, but I can't see. Maybe it isn't happening. Maybe It's a dream. Maybe this is death.
No, Berger, this is not death. This is real. You're still alive, and I am here, and Adams is here. The water is rising all around us. Up to our waist now.
What about you, Shadow? I've heard queer things about you that you couldn't be killed. Can't you get out of here, huh?
Even though I have the power of invisibility, I cannot walk through solid stone walls. No windows, no other opening but that door.
Try it. Try it just once. Maybe it didn't lock when Kelvin closed it, huh? Maybe. Oh, try something, Shadow. Try anything.
Yes, Berger, there might be a chance. A faint chance. But it's only a chance. I'm going to try to break down the door. Useless, Berger.
You mean you can't even save yourself?
No, I can't even save myself. Help doesn't come soon if this vault fills to the roof. The shadow will die as quickly as you, Berger.
No. Not quite as quick. I'm finished, Shadow. Thanks to Kelvin's bullets. I won't drown.
No. And perhaps you were lucky after all, Berger.
Irene, help me. Help me.
Listen to me. Listen to me, Henry Adams. Listen. Help is coming. But it will be too late unless you help yourself. Kelvin is filling this tomb with water. It's up to the top of the coffin you're lying on. Listen to me, Henry Adams. You must get up. Hold on to me or you will drown.
I can't. My strength is gone.
You must. For Irene's sake.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I am the Shadow. I came here to save you, but I'm afraid I failed.
Shadow? A shadow?
It doesn't matter who or what I am.
Shadow, are you still there? Still alive?
So, Kelvin, the fascination of murder has drawn you back to the scene of your crime.
I just wanted to make sure of you, Shadow.
In that case, you'd better wait a few minutes longer, Kelvin.
Who is that? Who is that talking? It sounds like Kelvin. Irene, don't do it. Don't marry Kelvin.
She'll marry me. With you and Berger and the Shadow out of the way, she'll never know, Adams. She'll never know.
Kelvin, do you hear that? You hear that, Kelvin? It's the police. Run for your life, Kelvin, or better still, fight them off. They're cheating you out of your triumph of death.
They're going to drown like rats. The police won't get me. They won't get you out of there in time. You'll drown! Drown like rats, you will! Get that man! Stop him! Stop! You or I'll shoot! Let him have it! You win, Shadow. I got him. Okay, come on. Come on, men. Get the door of that vault open, see what's going on here.
Here are the keys I got from the watchman at the cemetery gate, Commissioner.
All right. Get that door open.
Right. Commissioner, there's water spurting out around the sides and bottom of the door.
Good heavens. The vault's been flooded.
Commissioner, there's a street flushing hose attached to the hydrant that's pouring water into that vault.
Shut it off, quick.
Okay.
Sergeant, open that door.
Yes, sir.
Look out, Sergeant.
Good heavens. The vault must have been filled with the roof.
Quick. Throw your flashlight on the vault.
Yes, sir. Commissioner, there's a man lying on top of that chest.
Come on, that man isn't dead. He's trying to get up. Here. Come on, here. Give me a hand with him.
Right.
Come on. This must be Adams.
It is. Adams. Henry Adams. Commissioner Weston.
Shadow. It's the Shadow again.
Yes, Commissioner, it's the Shadow. You were just in time.
So I see. What's back of all this?
Henry Adams committed suicide 2 weeks ago. He was buried in this vault. If this man is Adams, who's in that sealed casket?
Just one of the many unidentified men and women who find their way into the morgue, Commissioner. Foreign spies and secret agents pay big prices for passports issued in the names of those unidentified men and women.
Good heavens, Shadow.
But, Commissioner, the fake identification ring is smashed. And Berger, the leader, was killed. Commissioner, this is the end of the Society of the Living Dead.
Ladies and gentlemen, before the Shadow leaves you, here's John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Barclay.
Thank you, Ken Roberts. Good evening, friends. Tonight I have some news for all you homeowners. When you buy Blue Coal, you're entitled to the free John Barclay service. At your request, a John Barclay serviceman will be sent to inspect your heating plant. No matter what your problem may be, he can solve it for you. And his valuable advice is yours, free of charge. Thousands of families are profiting by the John Barclay heating service. For instance, a woman in Roxbury, Massachusetts writes, I'm truly grateful for the valuable information given me by your John Barclay serviceman. I've learned more about saving coal and looking after my furnace this year than ever before. And friends, that's only one of the many expressions of satisfaction I receive every day. So for the very best results, I earnestly recommend that you burn blue coal in your heating plant and take advantage of the free John Barclay heating service. Phone your nearest blue coal dealer tomorrow. And here's another suggestion for you homeowners. Either write me in care of this station or send to Blue Coal, 120 Broadway, New York City, for my valuable free booklet, How to Reduce the Cost of Heating Your Home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barclay. And friends, write to John Barclay or Blue Coal, 120 Broadway, New York City, and get your free copy of How to Reduce the Cost of Heating Your Home. You have just heard a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of the Shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.